Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Listen, it is Monday, and I need some music to get us started. It is the last day. Well, is it? I don't know. It might not be. I don't know. Let me stop. But we about to get started, guys. Welcome, everybody. Shout out to in the chat. Let me make sure that I'm muted. Oh my goodness. We have made it for the most part, I think. We've made it so far. How's everybody doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Listen, it is one of those mornings where I'm like, oh my God, I need a lot of coffee. I'm going to need a lot of coffee. I am. Welcome, everybody. Good morning, good morning. Hope you guys had a wonderful, beautiful weekend this weekend. It's been a bit of a crazy, I think, just knowing that this is going to be the end. I had a moment today. I was like, man, I'm really probably not going to see a lot of these people um I hope so, but it's very likely that people will move on. People have been here since like day one, and um, yeah, it's crazy that this is where we're at. Can y'all believe it? Can you guys believe it? Listen, let's get our blood going. I haven't played my intro in so long, so I'm gonna do my intro, and that'll help me get things started. Let's go. Hold up. Wait a minute. Bruh. Did you hit the like button? Drop some rabbits in the chat. Let's go.
Hit that like, hit that like. Welcome to the chat. Let's chit chat, hit chat. Hit that like, hit that like. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits, drop some rabbits, drop some, drop them, drop them, drop them, drop them. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits, drop some rabbits, drop them, drop them, drop them, drop them. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits. If you want the tea, come see me. Rabbit hole is the place to be for real news, not fake news. Celebrity news, breaking news around the clock. Real talk, best on the block. I rock, I rock, I rock, I rock. Real talk, best on the block. I rock, I rock. Hit that like, hit that like. Welcome to the chat. Let's chit chat, chit chat. Hit that like, hit that like. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits, drop some rabbits, drop some, drop them, drop them, drop them, drop them. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits, drop some rabbits, drop them, drop them, drop them, drop them. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits. True crime is my specialty. Exposed in the industry. Unsolved mysteries. Sticking to reality. Fair use commentary. Talking about cults. Trying to get results. Exploring cults. Exploring. Researching. Debunking. Investigating. Being nosy. Super nosy. Being messy. Being shady. Rabbit hole news. That's me. The chick with ADHD. Unmedicated. But quite educated. Hit that like. Hit that like. Welcome to the chat. Let's chit chat. Hit chat. Hit that like. Hit that like. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits. Drop some rabbits. Drop some. Drop them. Drop them. Drop them. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits. Drop some rabbits. Drop them. Drop them. Drop them. Drop them. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Drop some rabbits. Hit that like. Hit that like. Let's go. Let's go. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show.
All right, all right, all right. Let's get started. First of all, let me just tell you that I just bought a subscription, even though I hate buying subscriptions. I had to get a subscription for Washington Post because, I've been clicking on them for so long just to get an update. So I figured we could start right there. Good morning, everybody. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Thank you so much. Miss Sheila, thank you so much. Miss Sheila just sent me a cash up and said, here's to the coffee. Thank you. Listen. We're going to get a couple refills today because I wonder what is going to happen today. Where are we going to be at? Okay. What's going to happen now? Let me see. Inner City Press, I don't see, or anybody. Jules Mancy, I don't see an update yet. I'm going to pull CNN. CNN give us a little update of what's happening. They actually made a comparison, or at least they let us know that some of this coverage is like OJ Simpson level, which I don't know what you guys think of the chat. Let me know what you all think today. Okay. Yes, the prosecution, and I'll give you guys a little bit of an update. So if you miss any days last week, Thursday, the prosecution started with their closing summations, right? Prosecution, I thought, did a pretty good job in their closing summations, just summarizing, connecting the evidence to the elements, to the crimes, to the charges, and everything. Now, during that time, they were still working on the charging document. So there's that. On Friday is when the defense did their closing, you know, arguments. And essentially, what I think was so interesting about the closing was, I don't think it was, in my opinion, you guys let me know in the chat, I don't believe that it was the defense's best moments, if that makes sense. I don't know if it was just the way in which they were saying things, but it sounds like a lot of people that were in the courtroom were saying that, well, the jury really connected with Agnifilo. There might have been some juror members that really connected with Agnifilo and really kind of understood where Agnifilo stood. So that could be a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not really sure. I know for me, I felt that Agnifilo was a bit of a reach, in my opinion, to make a bold statement about you can't trust the government. And Agnifilo does not provide, even with his arguments, evidence specifically of where the government lied. And there's ample opportunities where he could even dug in, but he didn't have that Perry Mason moment, in my opinion. So it was an okay closing argument for the defense, but I don't think it was the best. Let me know what you guys think. Now, I did do 2 videos on it where we reviewed those transcripts. And then, of course, there was the rebuttal. Now, the rebuttal, I believe, was done by Comey. And Comey, actually, I think the rebuttal kind of cemented a lot for me. I was like, oh, damn, okay. This is pretty good as far as closing in any loose ends that might have put out there. And at least that's how I took it. I think it reminded us about the law more so than what our feelings are about the specific witnesses or some of the arguments that have been made. So there's that. I guess it just depends where you guys land. But here's the question that I have for all of you guys in the chat. Now, I have a poll. How long is the jury going to take to, deliberate? How long are they going to be in there for? That's the question that I have. Let me know what you guys think in that poll, because this could be a 3 to 5 hour situation. This could be a 24-hour situation. This could be a 3 to 5 day situation, or Friday. I don't know. And please know, I think, isn't the court closed on Friday? I think it's there's a couple days during the week that the court is closed. And so I know that the judge wanted to get something in the books before 4th of July. So there's that. But let me know what you guys think in the comments about this whole situation. You said I think so soon. It's gonna be a while, Tony. I don't think this is as black and white as people think it is. Like I said, I think both teams did a good job as best as they could, but I don't think that this is a black and white situation. The government definitely, to me, it's like explaining these a little bit, the charges, how the law applies, how things were broken, the victims, all this other stuff. It's just so much in between, if you know what I mean. So, okay. Let me see if what Inner City Press has on so far. Shout out to Diddy Docket for sharing for us. We don't have an update from Inner City Press quite yet. So we're going to go to Washington Post. I'm keeping an eye. I got several tabs open. Okay. So what is a jury supposed to make of the Diddy trial? That's really what the question is. I mean, listen, all of you guys, myself included, we have a lot of opinions of what we think should and shouldn't happen. Right? But ultimately, who is it? It's the jury. It's the jury who is going to figure things out for us. It's the jury who's seen the evidence unredacted. It's the jury, right? Ultimately, for us, we can have a lot of opinions and a lot of speculation about things, but it's really the jury who counts at this point. And it does make me wonder, how many hours are they going to take? How many hours are they going to take? Okay. Let's get it together. Let me see what we have here. This is one of my tabs. I got to move it here. Welcome, everybody. So what is a jury supposed to make of the Diddy trial? It can be incredibly difficult to draw the line between horrible relationship and a criminal one. Okay. What's interesting is the art. I've been told that the art is right to the T of everything that, between Diddy's gray hair to Comey to Agnifilo, the way in which these people look in the courtroom. So shout out to the courtroom artists. The trial of Sean Diddy Combs was sprawling audacity into the perverse desires of a rich and famous 6 weeks of learning more than any of us wanted to know about baby oil, escort payments, and not the administrative skills required to arrange an orgy. Okay. That is so true. I feel like I know much more about Diddy than I've ever wanted to know. Way too much. I was telling that to my significant other. I said, I don't want to hear about Diddy in a long time. Too much about baby oil, applesauce, rubber duckies, all of the above. Anyways, much of it felt like a testament to the fact that literally nothing is less uh, SC than S, at least. Not once when you turn on the black light and examine the mess it left behind. The general manager of the Beverly Hills Luxury Hotel got on the stand and read from internal notes specifying that Combs' rooms, after one stay, should be placed out of order for a deep cleaning. Another hotel worker testified that Combs was fined $1,000 for oil damage. Great Gatsby parties, these were not. Combs' freak-offs left behind pains, disgust, and charges on racketeering and trafficking to be adjudicated in court of law. I think we have an update from Inner City Press. Give me 1 second, guys. All right. We are just now getting started. So, this is interesting. There was a couple of hotels over the weekend. There was a dump of exhibits. The London Hotel, there's different dates of damages to these hotels. But here's a question that I have, guys, and let me know what you guys think about this question. Why? If like, I know that people can barge into people's personal lives, and I get that, but at what point does an establishment, or at what point does an establishment say, this customer or this client looks like they might be having, I don't know, prostitution here. There's some suspicion going on here. And then there's ongoing business with this specific person. Now, maybe they changed their name a lot. Maybe that's the case. I don't really know, but I have a lot of questions about this. I really do. And what they knew and what they didn't know. Last Tuesday, the prosecution and defense rested. And if you read both closing arguments, what might have struck you is how they did not seem to be describing a wildly different set of facts. Okay. Nobody is arguing that these freak-offs didn't happen or that someone had mistaken Diddy for an alternate celebrity music mogul, but rather a wildly different interpretation of the facts. Combs was running a criminal enterprise, the prosecution said. The enterprise, facilitated by his inner circle of employees, serviced the defendant every desire through a methodical pattern of violence, corruption, and manipulation. That is what the prosecution said he used his criminal enterprise to cover up his criminal acts, which include coercing the women he dated into S acts, transporting them across state lines, and what began to sound like the crustiest, eyes wide shut fanfic imaginable. That was the S trafficking. Let me just say this. I would have to agree. This was a lot of eyes wide shut happening here, right? I guess in these hotels, right? All right. Let's get started, guys. We definitely have an update. Today is June 30th. It is Monday. And for those that are just waking up, it is day 33. All right. It's the jury charge and then deliberations, week 7. I think it's week 7, but if you count jury selection, it would be week 8. Okay. Inner City Press is covering, of course. Shout out to Inner City Press. Make sure you guys are supporting Inner City Press and Matthew. Amazing. I support him on Twitter and Patreon, where he drops a lot of documents and information on this case. All right. It is 9:12 a.m. The judge enters. The judge says, in case there is anything, we'll bring the jury in for the charge. Okay. Defense speaks, and it's Garagos. The laptop is ready. There's a few things we'll finalize during the charge. The judge speaks. Just email it to the chambers. That is not in the docket. There's so many documents that are not in the document, or excuse me, that are not in the docket, that are not available to us. And I do have to wonder, why is that? Like, even the simple charging document that should be available for all of us to be able to grasp and everything, even the I need to understand, like, okay, a charging document, come on, guys. Literally. They can dump a bunch of pictures. They I find it so funny, and let me know in the chat how you feel. I made this comment up maybe 2 weeks ago. Why is it that they're working so hard to conceal a lot of the rug distributors, rug sellers, right? Their identities, but it was easy for us to find out who Mia and Jane was. It's okay. All right. All right. All right. This is literally, we're at the home stretch. You are so right. You're so right. They have not updated the docket. Literally. Am I diddied out? Am I diddied out? I don't know, man. Um, I just can't believe it's almost over. Yeah, like, I really cannot believe it's almost over. Let me fix my camera. Um, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I just can't believe that it's almost over. That we're getting to a point where some of you guys, like I said, I felt a little sad because I was thinking, I'm like, I'm not going to see some of these people. What's going on? But a lot of us has been stuck on this since day one. Just can't believe it. We're almost at the finish line. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. But okay. By the way, Diddy Docket has a breakdown for us of just kind of like a verdict poll, a mock verdict trial. If you guys are on Twitter, you guys can totally go vote. In the matter of U.S. versus Sean Combs on count 1, racketeering conspiracy, how do you find the defendant? That's there. We've done this a couple times. We'll probably do another one. But anyways, we have an update, at least per Inner City Press. The jury is entering into the court. Here we go, guys. All rise. Okay, the jurors enter. The judge says, I'll read you the charge. It's long, but I'll try to make it interesting. You have now heard all of the evidence in this case, as well as the final arguments of the party. I will instruct you on the law as I give it to you. All right, here we go. Guys, this is it. He said he was going to do it Monday. We are here Monday. I got my little legal pad there. Here we go. It is time, y'all. It's time. Why isn't this document available to us? I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Look at everybody's here. Hoo-wee. And let's see who else. I'm going to see if Jewel Mancy is also updating, guys. See if we can get multiple people here. We don't have Jules Mancy in the courtroom. Not yet. It's 100 pages. Listen, I've been reading transcripts. 100 pages would be fine. I've been reading transcripts. 100 pages will be fine. Is BJ on today? I think so. I don't know. Shout out to BJ. Y'all, shout out to BJ, who's been like killing it, my friends. Thank you. Let me see. I think she is, guys. She is. Isn't she? I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't check. I'll check right now while we wait. Oh, no, she's not. Let me see. Oh, okay. She said this was an hour ago. Emergency update. I will not be live for this morning jury instructions, but we will recover. We will reconvene later today for an update nevertheless. Okay. Shout out to BJ. Oh my gosh, she dropped my name. In the meantime, you could check out. Oh, thank you, BJ. I'm gonna be live, yes, and you guys can check her out later. It's like stuff happens. Sometimes we BJ, myself, others have been live pushing through to get through this. So we're here. It's gonna be good. Thank you. Well, shout out to BJ. Aw, Thank you, BJ. You guys know we love BJ over here. Okay. Good morning, everybody. For those, what are you guys drinking in your coffee? Let me know. I'm waiting for an update. Don't know if we're gonna get all the jury update. Okay, CNN tells us that the jury is on the bench. Excuse me, the judge is on the bench, and the court is proceeding. It's underway. Um, It's been more than 6 weeks since testimony began in the federal crime trial of Sean Diddy Combs. As the case heads to jury today, the CNN correspondent is out there. How media coverage of major trials has evolved in the post OJ era. So before OJ, we had a lot, clearly social media is alive and well. We're getting a lot of our news through social media. The judge begins jury instructions, says CNN. Okay. They're instructing. The prescript instructions are expected to take more than an hour for the judge to read the panel. Somebody in the chat said that there's more than 100 pages. Okay. I mean, I think that's kind of normal, right? More than 100 pages? Let me know. Said, I like my coffee strong, half and half. Me too. I have um, I like iced coffee. I'm an iced coffee girl, y'all. I don't like hot drinks. I really don't. What is it? Medium roast, ice with heavy cream and a little bit of a flavor to it. I do heavy cream on my coffee. Okay. Here we go. The evidence in this testimony, the answers in the exhibits, arguments are not evidence. You are the sole and exclusive arbiters of the facts. What is reasonable doubt? It's based on your common sense after careful weighing all the evidence. Remember that. What is reasonable doubt? It's based on your common sense after carefully weighing in all the evidence. Wow. Okay. Really? I've never had that. I'll have to try it. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. We're reading what's being. Thank you so much, Cheeks. Thank you for dropping BJ's link. Thank you. Yeah, shout out to BJ. Thank you. You like sparkling iced caffeine, no coffee? Really? What is sparkling iced caffeine? I have never heard of that. Thank you. Hold up. Now, life lessons. Thank you so much for this $1.99. Good morning. Hope you're ready for this madness. I hope you guys are ready for the madness. Here we are. Team BJ. Yes. Okay. Thank you guys. Let's see. Let's get it together, guys. I just saw that BJ's gonna cover, or not cover. I'm sorry, that she might be looking into covering Brian Koberger, the Idaho 4 case. That would be amazing for her to cover. I would love to see her cover that. You had a 0-cal energy drink. My energy drink is for later today. You have an ice pistachio matcha. Let me. Can I make a confession to you guys? You guys are gonna get mad at me that I make this confession, but or at least surprised. I've never had a matcha drink, ever. I've never had one matcha drink in my life. Mm-hmm. Nope, not once. Something about drinking something that's green, other than if it's a plant base or a protein drink, I think it's a little bit different. I've never had a matcha drink in my life, ever. They look cute, but I've never had a matcha drink. You said matcha's the devil? It's so good. Am I missing anything in my opinion? I've never had a matcha drink, y'all. Am I? It's so overrated. Listen, I don't even know how to order it. What do I say? I've never had a kombucha. No. I feel like that would mess up my stomach, man. I mean, even the name kombucha. Y'all are funny. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Okay. You're not tasting dirt? Is that what it tastes like? I can't stand matcha. What it beats me. All the fancy schmancy people. Shout out to the fancy schmancy people. Y'all are amazing. I've just never had a matcha drink. Ever, ever, ever. Okay. Um, let's get it together, guys. I don't know why I told you guys that, but I did. All right. Let me see what we have time, guys. We have time. Washington Post further says on Monday, the question of whether the music business mogul is guilty of his charges will be turned over to the jury of his peers. Okay. In much as his peers as exists in this case as like this, which was a wealthy horror from the beginning to the end. And the rest of us are with the black light trying to examine this hideous mess. Here's what I think we know for sure about the relationship between Sean Diddy Combs and Cassandra Ventura. Based on the New York trial, we know that the couple was together for a long time, more than a decade. When Combs was 36 or 37, and the weight of his fame in the music industry, and Ventura was 19 or 20, trying to break into it. She was beautiful. She still is. Not was, she still is. She's a gorgeous woman. I don't care what anybody says. She was beautiful. He was dashing. And at premieres and on red carpets, they were striking. It was glamorous from the outside. From the inside, it was a violent wreck. Combs introduced Ventura to the freak-offs, days-long session in which she would have with males and escorts of Combs' choosing, while Combs watched, directed, and got a master's degree. Can't say this word. I got censored. Okay. The sessions were exhausting and demoralizing. Ventura testified that they happened at New York and Los Angeles, most exclusive hotels, and she hated them. Sometimes Ventura would tell Combs she didn't want to participate, and he would insist that she do it anyways. She testified. He wouldn't take no for an answer, the prosecutor said in closing arguments. Sometimes she would pretend that she did want to, believing it was the only way to keep the man, to keep the man, let me move this out of the way. It was the only way to keep the interests of a man who she both cared for and financially depended on, and who held the key to her potential career. Combs declined to testify in this defense. Repeat all of this for another girl of Combs, of one of girls, can I even read? Repeat all of this for another one of Combs' girlfriends, a woman who went by the pseudonym of Jane on the witness stands. She was romantically involved with Combs for several years after his relationship ended with Ventura, and said she experienced the same pattern: attention, affection, and the dangling carrot of luxe lifestyle. Okay, let me just say this. We're waiting for an update. This carrot and a stick like comparison is so real in my mind. Carrot and a stick, I think of it like you make that comparison to like when you're training an animal, right? A carrot and a stick. When she kept saying this, and we read those transcripts, kept saying that over and over, right? And it literally did sink into me what that was, right? Like whether it was the house, the renting of the property, or the career, the fame, the carrot and the stick. I just have never heard anybody use it in terms of like a trafficking situation. Here's a carrot and a stick type of situation, like almost to train you to get into compliance to a situation. Never heard of that. Yeah, the dangling of a carrot, and then they would use the stick, right? It's like, wow, to even make that comparison. I think that kind of resonated with me. If there's one thing I remember from the prosecution summation is that like the dangling of diamonds, or the house, or a career, like when you're training horses, right? Guys, like, I don't know what, like, to me that stood out. If I don't remember anything, oh, thank you for that. Shout out to Miss Toby. If I don't remember anything, guys, about what the prosecution said, it literally reminded that piece right there when they were talking about that was just like, whoa, quick pro quo, carrot and stick, carrot and stick. I've just never, that stands out to me. It really does. I don't know. Okay, Inner City Press is not updating, so we're gonna go ahead and continue with the Washington Post. Okay. Here it is. Let's see. So Combs declined to testify, so he repeats all of this with the girlfriends. Repeat of all of this for another of Combs' girlfriends, a woman who went by the pseudonym of Jane. Okay. So affection and the dangling carrot of Alex's life, which she would have access to only if she participated in his freak-offs. She required rugs to get through the sessions, and they left her mentally and physically spent. They gave her urinary tract infections and yeast infections and made her feel ill. I'm not an animal. I'm not a prawn star, Jane texted Combs at one point. I need a break. I don't want to do anything. I've hit a wall. It's been 3 years of having to meet F strangers. I'm tired. Combs responded by asking her if she was breaking up with him. On the witness stand, Jane explained that she wasn't trying to end the romance. She was trying to remake it into the kind of relationship she craved. One time, he promised her that if she participated in another freak-off, that he'd take her on his yacht. She did the multi-day S marathon, and then he took another woman instead. That's like just to hear this. It's like, oh my God. And let me ask you guys a question. Wasn't there, I don't want to be making this up, but I do remember that there was a part, they didn't talk about pregnancies or anything like that, but one of the rumors that was put out there, not in this trial, okay, to be clear, but that there was instances where people got pregnant. I might be thinking of Gina, because Gina did that interview with Tasha K where I think she said she had gotten pregnant or something like that, and he was forcing her to have to terminate or something like that. That's what something that had happened, and I might have been through Gina, if that makes sense. Okay, let me move on. Okay, and I'm gonna go and refresh here. Here it is. Thank you. So prior to that, Inner City Press says, the evidence is the testimony, the answers, and the exhibits. Arguments are not evidence. You are the sole and exclusive arbiters of the facts. What is reasonable doubt? It's based on your common sense. After carefully weighing all of the evidence, you just weigh each witness' credibility, the truth and importance of their testimony. Size him or her up. You must decide. Sean Combs has been formally charged in an indictment. An indictment is not evidence, okay? Size him up. Damn. Just to double check that we are here. That is the latest update. Size him up. Guys, do me a favor and get me to 1,000 likes. I really would appreciate it. It does help us in the algorithm. Thank you so much. Thank you for those that are being here. You don't have to be here, and you are. Thank you for supporting the channel. Let me make sure that I am sharing. Size him up. That's what they said. Gina was the one who said it, right? There's a lot of medical occurrences that they were hiding. Well, that's the thing. Will we ever know? Didn't they have the rug user that did the Plan B? You're right. He had everything, including Plan B, in his little rug collection, if that makes sense. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to everybody. Good morning. Good morning to the people. Thank you, Tony, everybody. Shout out to everybody. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. You said if this deliberation, todo Puerto Rico says, if this deliberation goes into the holiday weekend, the jurors will become the people, friends, and family will influence their decisions at gatherings. This is what I was wondering. Like, wouldn't they have to like sequester them or something? I don't know. But let me know what you guys think in the comments. Because I'd be like, you guys are not going to 4th of July. period. All right, we have an update. Mel, thank you so much for being a member for 18 months. Thank you, my love. Shout out to you. Thank you, Mel. All right, we have an update. Judge says, count 1, charges from 2004 to 2024, a racketeering enterprise. Count 2, from 2009 to 2018, trafficking of Cassie Ventura. Count 3, from 2009 to 2018, transporting individuals included but not limited to Ventura for the purposes of prostitution. I need to copy and paste this because this is not available to us yet. Count 4. Let me put a note here on my side of my laptop. Count 4, he says. From 2019 to 2024, trafficking of Jane. Count 5, from 2019 to 2024, transporting individuals included but not limited to Jane for the purposes of prostitution. Each count is separate. I think he meant to say count. Okay. Each count is separate. I'm copying and pasting this over so I don't lose it. Okay. That's interesting. So these are the counts. Okay. Thank you. What happens if the jury comes back in deadlock? Well, that's up to, that they could very well do that. They could go back, and the judge is probably going to push it so that they don't come back deadlock, if that makes sense. Constance Still Brown, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. If you guys have been blessed by Constance, put some confettis or hearts in the chat. Thank you, Constance. Appreciate your support. Thank you. Shout out to everybody that got gifted. They could definitely, they can go back. They can redo this again next summer, which is what happened. If you guys remember the Karen Reed case, they had a mistrial, I think, with the first time. They had issues with the jury instruction form, and then they went to redo it again, and she was acquitted. So, yeah. Deadlock, I think, would be like a mistrial, or they could go back. Doesn't mean he's going to be freed. I think that there's that too. Let me see if I can put this down. So for those, I'm going to bring up the legal term for it, since I'm not a lawyer, y'all. In law, a deadlock occurs when opposing parties in a legal dispute are unable to reach an agreement or decision, often due to the fundamental disagreement of an inability to compromise. The jury, for example, a deadlock occurs when jurors cannot unanimously agree on a verdict. Okay, this usually leads to a mistrial, meaning the trial ends without a verdict and may be retried. So, could be a mistrial. They can go back at it again. Okay. In a criminal case, a deadlock jury means that the defendant remains legally innocent. Okay. So, legally innocent. That's what that would mean. All right. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I think we have an update from Inner City Press. And Inner City Press says the charges continue. For attempt, the U.S. must show intent and a substantial step taken. Mere intention does not amount to an attempt. Aiding and abetting means knowingly doing some acts to aid or encourage a crime to be committed. I think this is an important statement right here. Hold up. For attempt, the U.S. must show intent and a substantial step taken. Mere intention does not amount to an attempt. Aiding, abetting means knowingly doing some act to aid or encourage a crime to be committed. Okay? Letting us know what the definition is here. The judge is reading it to the jury for those that are now coming in. Okay, people are dropping breakdowns, and again, I think that these breakdowns aren't like the end all be all. I think that that's something to kind of keep in mind. I mean, I think that there's other things to kind of consider when it comes to this stuff. Yeah, I thought they did too, right? Like the language of it, the attempt charge at least. Um, Legally innocent, legally, right? I mean, yeah. You said based on this, people focus on how freaky Diddy is, but the case is not about that. Well, I guess that's totally up to what's going to happen here. I mean, it's a lot to be said. Welcome, everybody, for those that are coming through. We are waiting on updates. Okay. I think we have an update. Refresh this. I think Jules Mancy is in the court too. This was 3 minutes ago. No update yet. And let me see what CNN is not reporting anything yet. Let's see. Nothing on Washington Post. Guys, don't forget to hit that like button, please, and thank you. I would appreciate it. You said for the sake of education, they should have described how that infection feels, like to show men no women would want to engage in having one. Oh, you mean have like a little quick education for the jury? Man, oh man. Good morning, everybody that's coming through. What happens if this goes all the way to July 4th? I think that that's what they're going to try to do, is not go all the way to July 4th, right? I don't think that like somebody was saying, a lawyer was saying that you could tell a lot about, like when a jury comes back and forth, like if they're asking specific questions or if there's specific things that they want, if they have a question about a specific charge or a piece of evidence, or maybe the charging document, that you could tell a lot about a jury and kind of where their mindset is at based on what questions and where they're landing at. Make sure you guys are answering the poll though, okay? Because I do have a poll there for those that are wondering. And one of the questions, I did it on the Discord too for the members. We have over 2,000 votes, or excuse me, 1,200 votes in here. How long will it take for the jury to deliberate? That's the question. 3 to 4 hours, 20%. 24 hours, 31%. 41% for 3 to 4 days, and 5% for 5 days. Excuse me, 8% for 5 days. What do you guys think? Some of you guys feel like this is going to take 3 to 4 days. This is 41%. The highest is right there. It's going to take 3 to 4 days for some of you guys. Wow. What if it takes 24 hours? It's gonna be an interesting jury watch, you guys. BJ, speaking of BJ, right? Shout out to BJ. When we first started covering this, I'm gonna have to have her back on the channel because we were live. I'll never forget. It was the week before jury selection or after jury selection. It had to be after jury selection. We were live together, and we were talking about how nervous we were about this trial because we didn't know what to expect. This trial isn't anything what we thought was going to be. I'm pretty sure she'd probably agree. Okay. Judge says, for RICO, the U.S. must prove that from 2004 to 2024, there was an agreement between two or more individuals for racketeer enterprise that impacted interstate commerce, that the defendant joined and committed at least two predicate acts. Now, for those on the side of This is not RICO. This is what people have been saying in my chat a lot. For the RICO, and where's Lindell? Lindell, I know, is in the chat because he's been on this other side. A lot of people have been on this other side. Let me read this again. For RICO, the U.S. must prove that from 2004 to 2024, there was an agreement between two or more individuals. I'm assuming this is what this says. For a racketeer enterprise that impacted interstate commerce, that the defendant joined and committed at least two predicate acts. Was that Christina Coram, D-Rock, the other assistants that took immunity? Did Christina Coram know what she was signing herself up to? That's the question, right? Did Christina Coram know? Let me know what you guys think in the comments, okay? Shout out to everybody in the chat. Yeah. Is it Landa? Like the employees who set up the rooms got those and arranged to travel. Did they know? Was there an arrangement to do this? Is not, what is the word? What is he saying? Like knowledge of the law or not knowing it? Ignorance of the law. That's what it is. Ignorance of the law does not, absolve you of any type of accountability. Shout out, y'all. Can you guys do me a favor in the chat? Shout out the babysitter who's been helping me with Baby Bunny. Guys, drop some hearts for the babysitter that's been helping me with Baby Bunny, who comes in and takes Baby Bunny. Shout out to my sitter. You guys don't even know. Shout out to my sitter. Okay. Here we go. Government continues. The U.S. must prove a mutual understanding to cooperate. You may infer its existence from the circumstances of this case. Actions may speak louder than words. You may consider the act of all of those you find to be participants. Let me reread this again, okay? The U.S. must prove a mutual understanding to cooperate. You may infer its existence from the circumstance of this case. Look at this inference. Remember, direct and circumstantial evidence. From circumstantial evidence based on the bricks that they've built on, can you make an inference to this happening? We talked about this yesterday morning, okay? The U.S. must prove a mutual understanding to cooperate. You may infer its existence from these circumstances of this case. Inference, keyword. Actions may speak louder than words. You may consider the acts of all of those you find to be participants. Actions speak louder than words. Okay? You may consider the acts of all of those you find to be participants. Let me know what you guys think in the comments about the way in which this is being read out. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, guys. I'm telling you, shout out to the babysitter. Definitely feel like KK is going to have her own case. I've said this yesterday. I told you guys I was live. I said, feels like KK is going to have her own case. Feels like D-Rock's going to have their own case. And if KK has her own case, I want to cover it. We're going to be here for that one. You know it. You know it. You think that they knew what they were doing? I mean, I do wonder, to be a fly on the wall, I do wonder what the jury is thinking. I do wonder where they land. And mind you, for those that don't know, we have an engineer in the jury, okay? We have a lawyer. We have some teachers in there. We have some students in the jury. We were here for jury selection. We reviewed them. We were looking at their professions. We were. Mm-hmm. So we have a very interesting pool of jurors. Now, juror number 6 left. What happened to juror number 7? I don't know. Sounds like everything got resolved. Harvey Levin and TMZ and company, which we know tend to push one agenda, in my opinion, and I'm sure it's everybody's opinion. They kind of like stopped talking about it, and they changed their article so they wouldn't look as slimy. That's what it looks like. D. Miller, thank you so much for the 25. This has been news for the people by the people. Thank you. Oh my God, this makes me. Oh, thank you for this. Just the first sentence. This has been news for the people by the people. That's right. Thank you. Would not have it any other way. This is a case about appetites, satisfying the criminal appetites. For whatever reason, the super chat's not showing there, but I'm going to read it here. This has been a case about appetites, satisfying the criminal appetites of a monster at all costs. T. Miller, thank you so much for the $25. I'm telling you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. Let me put a little heart in there. Thank you, my love. Appreciate it. I think we have an update, guys. Judge, if you find that Combs Enterprise existed, you must find whether it continued in a substantially similar form from 2004 to 2024. The people can change. As to the defendant being a member, he had to know of the existence of the enterprise. Okay. Let me reread that. If you find that the Combs Enterprise existed, you must find whether it continued in a substantially similar form from 2004 to 2024. So many years in between. The people can change, meaning, I think he means like staff members can come and go. As to the defendant being a member, he had to know of the existence of the enterprise. Okay. Thank you. Not Auntie Quorum. Who said Auntie Quorum in the chat? Auntie KK? It literally, you can do, if we can actually do a deep dive, like I don't know if anybody's really done a deep dive into Harvey Levin. Probably BJ has done a deep dive, but I'm talking about, let's go back to when Harvey Levin was in law school. Let's go back to like maybe when he was in high school. Like I want to know who this man is, because I remember him from the People's Court. Remember when he would be outside interviewing people? Remember that? I have a lot of questions. Katie did. Thank you so much for the $4.99. Thanks for covering all of this for us, Rabbit. And thank you. Appreciate it. I want to go back to Harvey Levin. I want to go back to like, wait, he did? He called her Auntie Quorum? No way. Morelli called her Auntie Quorum? Oh my God. How messy is that? Not Auntie Quorum. Lord. That's crazy. That is crazy. He did. That's funny. That's funny. Remember his humble beginnings. The People Court reporter. He was out there interviewing people. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Kind of makes you wonder. And wasn't it for Judge Milian? Whatever happened to Judge Milian? A lot of questions about that. All right, let me see what CNN is saying and what Washington Post is saying, which, by the way, I had to buy a subscription to Washington Post. Wah, wah, wah. It is what it is. But I'm not trying to go to their opinions. I'm trying to go to Diddy updates. And they keep taking me to their opinions. Let's see if I can search. Diddy Trial updates. Let me know what you guys are drinking on in the chat. What's the drink for today? Let me know. Some of you guys said matcha, and I told you guys I've never had matcha in my life. No, it's kind of weird, but it's the truth. Okay, let's see. No update yet. Ooh, that looks good. This looks bomb. I don't know about you. Oh my God. Okay, sorry, y'all. I need to not look at food. I haven't had a bite of my sandwich yet. Coffee, me too. Iced coffee. Let's see. A life is like a box of chocolates. Can he be arrested after this verdict for the crimes? I guess it just depends what the verdict is. What do you mean? Like, can he be recharged again? For the same crimes, probably not. Because I think that would be like double jeopardy. Like you can't. They'd have to figure something out. But thank you so much for the $4.99, by the way. But depending on what the verdict is, I guess the question is, what do you guys think the verdict is? And maybe I'll do the poll after I'm done with the poll that I have right now. Once the charging document is read, this is only going to be for an hour, right? Let me ask you guys a question in the chat. Do you guys feel like the jury should have been sequestered at any point in the trial? Some of you guys have said to me that you felt like the jury should have been sequestered a long time ago because of some of the issues that we had earlier on. All right, we have an update. The judge says the U.S. alleges 8 predicates: kidnapping, arson, bribery, witness tampering, forced labor, trafficking, transportation for prostitution, intent to distribute narcotics. The U.S. has to prove 2 offenses within 10 years. Okay. No update yet. You think that they should have been sequestered? I'm looking at the chat. You think that the jury should have been sequestered? Gotcha. Hold on. Give me one sec. Sorry, I'm sending a text message. Okay. You think he should have been? Okay. I mean, everybody feels a little bit different as far as sequestering. I mean, the thing is they should have maybe done it sooner rather than later because I don't know. These jurors will have PTSD. Well, guys, the jurors had to watch FO tapes all day. After watching all those FO tapes all day, oh my God. The like literally it's just so crazy. Sitting there watching those FO tapes, listening to stuff that we never got to see clearly. Keep that in mind. So much more to this. Hey, Lisa Ann. Welcome, everybody. You said federal court, no cameras, no need for sequestered jurors. Diddy's going to be fine if justice is real. Okay. So no need to sequester them. I don't know. Well, don't forget that the media tried to get a glimpse out of all those S tapes. They did. Ahmad, thank you so much for the $9.99. Not sequestering the jury was a mistake by the prosecution. Too much coverage everywhere, too hard to avoid the opinions of others. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. So I'm not really understanding. Maybe I need to talk to like a criminal lawyer or a prosecutor, but I do wonder who petitions for a jury to be sequestered. Like I remember we were reviewing this was like maybe 4 summers ago. Who makes the request for a jury to be sequestered? I mean, I know change of venue can be a thing that they can do, right? Where they change the jurisdiction where they hold the trial. But who requests for something to be sequestered? That's the question. Franny Law says yes. And thank you so much, Ahmad, for the $9.99. I appreciate you. Thank you, love. RICO is a broad statute, easy to pick and choose. Eddie, my angel, bribe, Cassie's mom, extortion. That's what I meant to say yesterday, by the way, extortion. I was talking so fast. Alone makes it done and dusted. The lawyers have to either side, right? Like they could say, can we sequester them? You know what? That's a good point because in today's sequestering and electronic, this is such an age where it's like you're sequestering them away from their phone. Like you're just gonna do the code of honor. I sat in jury duty. I told you guys this, and I, listen, I was excited about jury duty. You guys are gonna think I'm crazy, but I would do it again if I could do jury duty again. I would do it again. It was a very interesting case, and I don't know if I told everybody, but the case. So this was, I want to say, a year before the Aurora Theater shooting. Well, the judge that overheard that case, who's now in like the Supreme Court, he was the judge for the case that I sat jury duty for. Really, really cool judge from El Salvador. Really cool to hear his story, and he was really respectful of the jury, making sure that we were taken care of and making sure that these attorneys thanked us for our service. Like he just made the experience so awesome. When you have a judge that does that, it just really makes a difference on a case. You said Adrian Jones says most deaf decision making time. Thank you so much for the $2, my love. Shout out to you. Where do you land with this decision, Miss Jones? Let me know in the chat. Thank you. But yes, you know, you don't get paid much when you're sitting in jury duty. You really don't. It's not like you're gonna, you know, I was in my 20s when I did it, so it wasn't like a lot of stuff that I had on my plate as far as debts and stuff. So I could do it. I don't know if I could do it now, but I could definitely do it. But yeah, I definitely recommend it. It was on my bucket list to be in jury duty. If you know what I mean. Yeah, you cannot talk about your case at all. At all, at all. You have to wait till afterwards, which it's been many years since mine. I really think they should have been sequestered because this case has been everywhere, dominating news since it started. I think it'd be impossible not to be influenced by outside sources. I agree. And please note, like this isn't, you know, somebody that people don't know. That you know who Diddy is. Everybody knows who Diddy is. Everybody. Hell, my dad who's a Mexicano, who's doesn't speak, you know, English fluently. He knows who Diddy is. He calls him El Diddy. He says to me every morning, "Hey, fíjate lo que está pasando con Diddy," in Spanish. Univision, Telemundo's keeping up with the case. Fíjate lo que está pasando con el Diddy. You guys are laughing, but it's true, okay? And my dad is more Mexicano than anybody, I'm telling you. So he's like, you see what's going on with El Diddy? Yes, Dad, I see what's going on with El Diddy. Okay, Dad? Yes, we said El Diddy. But it's true. Anyways, y'all should see we be talking Spanish. You know how when you're and that's a lot of you people can relate in the chat. You're like around people that speak Spanish and we speak very fast because we're very fluent. We talk very fast and people just look at us like, what the hell are they talking shit about us? Yes. They said, ¿Sabes lo que está pasando con El Diddy? Yes, Dad, I know what's going on with El Diddy. I'm covering El Caso. Yes, I do. Anyways. Shout out to everybody. Okay. Here we go. We're waiting for an update on Inner City Press, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. CNN hasn't updated in 42 minutes. They're probably he's just reading the charge document. And Diddy's no bueno. And Diddy. Hashtag El Diddy. Oh my God. I'm glad I made you guys laugh, but it's the truth, you know. That's how we are. We talk about this case. You said if the jury comes back deadlock, the judge will give them the Allen charge, also known as the dynamite charge, and ask them to keep deliberating. Yeah. I don't think the judge is going to allow it. I think that they're going to keep pushing it. Um, and Rabbit, you're my favorite. You're my favorite. You're sweet and be honest. Thank you. Aw, thank you, thank you. Sorry if I no worries. Shout out to everybody in the chat, y'all. You guys are gonna learn. El Diddy. Yes, El Diddy. Um, anyways, welcome everybody. Racketeering, if convicted, Combs faces potential life sentence. Yes, he does. He does, if convicted. What is Dad's opinion of El Diddy? So Dad said, because he's been following it, on Univision. He doesn't watch my channel. He doesn't watch my channel, which that's fine. But he watches a lot of noticieros, Univision, and he's just feeling like, hey, was he really doing this? All of this under our eyes? I said, I don't know, Dad. We'll see. He's like, well, he might be guilty, but who knows? He might be innocent. He's kind of in between. He's kind of like, let me hear the facts. But he's getting his facts from Univision, or Telemundo. So who knows? He's kind of in the middle, if you know what I mean. Okay. Let's see. Do we have an update? Welcome everybody. Thank you so much for everybody sharing my life. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my God. Shout out to everybody on Twitter. It's giving us some shout outs. Thank you. Gotten to know a lot of people on Twitter. Thank you guys. I kind of stay to myself on Twitter because I always get, I don't know, but people be trolling people and they just waiting for you to say the wrong thing to troll you. I'm like, don't troll me. I'm a nice person. Leave me alone. Sometimes. Okay. We're waiting for an update. Washington isn't even writing anything. What's going on with Washington? Let's see. Where are we at? Let me see if I can pull up. What's going on? Diddy. They just have the opinion up, nothing else. They wrote a pretty lengthy opinion. I wonder if they're in court right now. Yes, transportation for pros. The charges carry a max of 10 years. Tax fraud can be intertwined with interstate commerce when other crimes were knowingly being committed. I doubt the escorts reported the cash payments. Yeah. Federated States of GM, thank you so much for the $5. Think about it. If P. Diddy knew what he was doing was a crime, why did he continue to do it after the settlement with Cassie and Jane? Because a man has an addiction. Federated. I asked you guys the other day, I said, listen, guys, why would he tell Cassie to ask people if they were cops? Why would you do that? Why would you ask the S workers if they're cops? I think the reason why he did it, at least it's an addiction. The man couldn't stop himself. That's a really sad S addiction. And it's real, honestly. He knew that this was coming. He knew that the feds were he knew that he was being investigated. He knew all of it. I think that it's just he couldn't control it. That's what it was. Like his addiction was too much for that, if that makes sense. But thank you so much for the $5. Mary says, for your adorable dad, thank you for the giggles. I'm glad I can make you laugh. Shout out to everybody. Thank you so much for the $4.99. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. Word. I don't know if El Diddy was putting out and producing albums among the foolery. Yeah, I think he had it's so crazy. It's like so much money to not invest in getting treatment for that addiction. It's an addiction. That's what it was. The man was addicted. Thank you so much for the $2. My dad says El Diddy es cochino, cucuy is waiting. Thank you, Shelly, for the $2. Shout out to y'all. Oh my God. Great. Now everybody's talking about El Diddy. And I'm just telling you how Univision and everybody reports it. And my dad says El Diddy all the time. Predators continue to prey even after serving time. Yeah. They got to get treatment. That's how it is. You think it's because he thought he was untouchable? Well, it's the same reason. Wasn't he arrested with pill bottles? Wasn't he arrested with, rugs? He was arrested with all kinds of things, guys. I don't think he was, uh, it was something that he maybe felt like he wasn't going to get in trouble with, you know? This is why, and not to, there's been children that have been mentioned, but nothing in the charging document pertaining to children. But why do you have offenders register? Because there's a situation happening there. There's an imbalance in the brain. He's got to get help. And he has to get help for that. Shabby Fab, thank you so much for the 9.99, my love, for the super sticker. Thank you, Ram. Thank you for the 1.99. Está canijo con el Diddy. Oh my God. Thank you, Ram, for the 1.99. Y'all are showing out with your Spanish in the chat, okay? You're going to come out of here. You're going to come out of here being bilingual. Be like, listen, I went to go watch the Diddy trial at Rabbits, and I'm out here bilingual now. Yeah. All right. Fail Pessimist, thank you so much for this super sticker. I appreciate you. Shout out to everybody. The God complex could be it, right? But I think that the man was very sick, and he just wasn't getting the help that he needed because he needed help. Okay, here we go. Judge continues. Let me read the one before that, and that'll get us to the update. The U.S. alleges 8 predicates: kidnapping, arson, bribery, witness, tampering, forced labor, trafficking, transportation of prostitution, intent to distribute narcotics. The U.S. has to prove 2 offenses within 10 years. Judge says kidnapping does not occur if the victim consented. Kidnapping does not occur if the victim consented. Consent may be withdrawn. Arson under California law means the conspirator set fire or caused the fire willfully or maliciously. Okay. Look at what the judge said. Kidnapping does not occur if the victim consented. Consent may be withdrawn. Arson under California law means the conspirator set fire or caused the fire. I think that's what he meant to say, fire, willfully or maliciously. This consent thing is going to be a point of contention. Matter of fact, in the transcripts, in one of the sidebars, I remember the prosecution saying that they expect the jury, there's going to be a point of contention in consent. It's going to be brought up, and it might be the thing that really makes or breaks some of this stuff right here. If they consented, did they consented? Was this consent? When did she withdraw? Did she realize that she didn't consent after the fact or during this time? What do we make of this in this, text message? What do they have to work with between direct and circumstantial evidence to determine consent? Because I'm going to tell you something. If I was a juror and I'm right there, that would be the thing that I would look at. What text message do I have to tell me when they didn't want to do it or when something happened? Like that would be where I would totally hang myself, if that makes sense. But let me know what you guys think in the chat. Shout out to everybody. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. It really does help in the algorithm. Thank you. Hold up. Let me see what you guys are saying. I wouldn't have made a great juror. I'm old enough to remember all of the havoc he's caused, stuff he hasn't even been charged with yet. It's been a lot. Those hotels, did you guys see I don't know if everybody saw, I'll show it to you guys. I did show it yesterday. I'll show you guys the dump of evidence and stuff like that they did. Let me see if I can go to my bookmarks. Megan Cuniff, actually. By the way, did you guys know that the Yin Yang twins were performing at SeaWorld? I missed it. I didn't know that they could perform at SeaWorld. The Yin Yang twins were performing at SeaWorld, by the way. Heads up. Okay. I have this ready. You had people singing "To the Windows, to the Wall." Insert the lyrics. I'm not joking. They were really singing at SeaWorld, okay? Thought that was hilarious. Okay. Bribery of a witness under California law requires that a conspirator gave or promised to give a bribe to a person giving or about to give information to law enforcement to unlawfully influence it. That reminds me of Eddie, my angel. They didn't call police. Okay. This is interesting how it's being broken down. Bribery of a witness under California law requires that a conspirator gave or promised to give a bribe to a person giving or about to give information to law enforcement to unlawfully influence it. My friends, let me know what you guys think in the comments about this one. Okay? Let me know. Let's see. I have the clip. We're going to have to watch it later, okay? I promise you guys. Allegations go back to the 1990. Little let me whisper. Years ago, his cousin Joe had a large law firm lawyer and served as a foreperson on a gun trial for weeks. The firm paid him. Wow, dang. Bribery? Eddie my angel. This is what Eddie my angel, the narrative of Eddie my angel. Okay. But see, here's the deal. Were they going to call the police? If I'm understanding this correctly, bribery of a witness under California law, so that happened in Intercontinental, requires a conspirator gave or promised to give a bribe to a person or about to give information to law enforcement, or giving the bribe or about to give, one or the other. Gives a bribe, doesn't have to give information to law enforcement, to unlawfully influence it. They called it a PR situation. They're trying to keep a PR. Guys, celebrity fixers do this all the time. It's true. Celebrity fixers aren't a PR firm per se. They're regular people like you and myself. And they go out there and they fix narratives to fit, to make sure people are getting caught up. I interviewed one in February, a celebrity fixer, who told me about various things that they did for Chris Brown, for Danny Masterson, for other folks. They fix the narrative. It's a little bit different than a PR person. A PR person is out there, being like the face of a situation. A fixer is actually moving things around to make things happen, if that makes sense. But yeah. Ooh, hold up, y'all. I'm trying to catch up to the chat. Let me see, my love. Hold up. Wayne, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you, Wayne. Thank you. Shout out to Blue Skies. He thought he could buy his way out of this one. Thank you so much for the $4.99, Blue Skies. Thank you. Federated States says, fam, if he mentioned comps, meaning he was well aware, according to you, then why wouldn't he be aware of it after the settlement? It sounds you bias. Why? Because I mentioned cops. I'm just telling you what they said. But if I'm biased, that's okay. I mean, I'm reporting the news just like everybody else. Thank you so much for the. You don't have to, like, if I'm biased, there's other outlets that might be, less for you. Like if I have an opinion about something, it's my opinion. The man will still face a jury, and and depending on what this looks like, I mean, he's allowed to his trial. But I mentioned the cops because that's absolutely correct. There's a message that says, hey, make sure that the prostitute asks them if they're cops. Why would you ask an prostitute if they're a cop? Let's paint this a little bit different. What would have happened if a cop would have been the prostitute and then both Cassie and Diddy would have been caught up? This would have been a different story. You don't ask an prostitute if they're a cop unless you're worried about breaking the law. But that's just common sense to me. Common sense is that would be to me. But hey, that's okay. Thank you for the $5. Fam. Okay. Moving on. For witness tampering. Okay, here we go. He's reading some laws. For witness tampering, a violation, 18 section 1512b3. It does not matter if the subject of the threat is in fact fearful. Only a threat is required, but it must be knowing. For forced labor, 18 section 1589a requires use of force or use of force of physical restraint. Okay. So they're reading violations, the judges. He's got about, maybe he's in page 29, you know? Thank you. And I'm just saying, like, thank you. Empowered Wendy, thank you so much for this 199. I appreciate it. Great job, Judge Rabbit. Amazing. I'm an ADHD or two. Shout out to you. Yeah, that's true. I do. Like, you guys are entitled. I told you guys, have opposing opinions all you want. Have opposing opinions all you want, but just don't be rude. That's it. I'm not, if you ask an prostitute, hey, are you a cop? When do you determine whether you're breaking? That's intent. That's knowledge right there. You wouldn't ask an prostitute. You wouldn't go on a date with a person knowing, if you met somebody, guy or girl or whatever, right? You go on a date with them. Why would I ask a guy or girl if they're an prostitute if there wasn't anything more that I was looking for? Like, why would I be worried about that if I wasn't going to offer them money for S services? And this is not escort service. I'm talking about S services, like actually exchanging of the fluids. It doesn't make sense to me, but hey, okay. I don't think it's the same. Thank you. Cops don't tell you that. You know it's not. But hey, we're waiting for an update, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Because if you mention money, you'll get arrested for solicitation. So you know that you need an prostitute, therefore breaking the law. You just answered my question, T. Thank you so much. I mean, I know that I'm just letting you know. You ask if they're an prostitute, because otherwise you'd get arrested for solicitation. Hello. Hello. Oh, what about the fingerprints that were lost? That's a trip. Look, I told you guys, I don't feel like the prosecution did a good job, in my opinion. In the Kid Cudi thing, they fumbled there. Uh, it was a lot of like indirect, a lot of circumstantial, but not enough to get us to where we needed to go. And I think that I've said this, I've been very vocal on it. I think they fumbled on that one. Um, that's right, Moni. It did. They did. Savannah, thank you so much for the 499. If not for this case, I would not have found you. I will continue my membership. And Savannah has been like, shout out to, first of all, Savannah has been one that has been like, Rabbit, I feel this way. I know you feel this way, but I hear you're saying this, but you've always been of the like respectfully opposing, I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you. And thank you so much for the 499. Like I said, I'm open to it. People just have to understand that there's some things you're going to get pushback if there's something that I find. Terry, thank you so much for this 49.99 super sticker. Thank you, my love. Shout out to you. Thank you, my love. All right, we're waiting for an update. Let me tell you guys what CNN is saying. No, there's no update anywhere else. Well, while we wait, I want to show you guys. You guys want to see the evidence, the photo dump that they did? Let me know. Put a one in the chat if you want to see the photo dump. And Terry, again, thank you so much for this. Let me know. Put a one in the chat if you want to see the photo dump, and I'll keep an eye on the notifications. Have you guys seen this right here? I'm going to make myself smaller, okay? This is the photo dump of the evidence. Let me make myself, it's kind of hard to see here. But this was from Megan Cuniff. She dropped it. So this is the London West. This is just damages that they did. So the one thing to note about this is that these are different dates. Okay, these are different dates, and you guys can't see like the pictures, but there's literally oil stains on the walls, on the bed sheets, on mattresses. They're soaked in oil, like baby oil and body fluids. Somebody reported body fluids on on the hardwood floors of these hotels. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So I have hardwood floor. Listen, I know you can clean a hardwood floor with like a specific kind of, what's the oil that I buy? I buy oil specifically for hardwood floors, but body fluids and the smell, that's a whole different thing. Okay. So they had to really like clean up and sometimes remove some of this stuff. Mo, thank you so much for the $5. Hiring an escort from a legally established business is okay. Thank you. Knowing rugs are involved is the reason to ask if he's a cop. Okay. That's a good point, Mo. Thank you so much for the $5. Maybe asking like, hey, since we're going to have rugs, we need to make sure that the escort is not a prostitute, that you're not going to be doing something, you're doing, because drugs are, depending on what you're doing, right? Like, you don't want to get arrested for that. This is a good point. Thank you, Mo, for the $5. I appreciate it. So on Saturday, August 27, 2022, S.O. Regalado was dispatched to a room. So these are people that work in these rooms. And let me keep an eye out on the notifications for Inner City Press. We might have one actually. Hold up. We don't. Not yet. Okay. After housekeeping attendant reported damages to the bed linens, there was a guest smoking evidence found. So they have these pictures, okay? Now, I'm going to see if I can find bigger pictures. London Hotel. Diddy exhibits. Let's see if we can find them while we have a little bit of time. I could show you guys. No, they didn't blow them up. Anyways, that's okay. A person wrote from the London Hotel. Now, this is a different date. The first date was August 27, 2022. Now, on a different date, July 20th, 2022, Tello was dispatched up to room 904 per housekeeping supervisor Bertha regarding the damages inside the room. Upon arrival to the room, the floor had some type of oil or lubricant across the floors, making slippery to walk. Don't forget, Jonathan Perez testified that he slipped twice trying to clean up, twice in oil. Okay. A total of 37 towels, 20 bed sheets, and a bathrobe, one comforter, one mattress pad, and 4 pillows with pillow covers were damaged. Also, 5 interior chairs, balcony chairs, and living room sofas were damaged with oil and lubricant. One book, the bedroom frame. So, like, this is what I don't know if you guys can see this, but there's oil on this chair right there. This one was the chair that took me out. So this is one of those like weave chairs. So somebody with oil on their ass, on their AAS, would sit in there and they soaked right through that chair. Right there, guys. Y'all see that? I don't know if you guys can see that, but this chair right here. This reminds me, those weaving chairs. Somebody was sitting on those. Okay, I think we have an update, but I need to show you these wooden floors before I move on. They said that there was body fluids in these oil floor, like all of this. If you missed that, that was yesterday. All right. We were looking at those pictures yesterday. That was too much. Yeah, that explains the 50K damages, right? Okay, judge says, let me read. So the judge is reading some violations, right? Then he continues. A person may withdraw consent and it may become forced labor. S trafficking will have the same definition as in count 2 and 4. And transportation to engage in prostitution, the same as count 3 and 5. Okay, they're reading the counts for us. A person may withdraw consent and it may become forced labor. S trafficking will have the same definition as count 2 and 4, and transportation to engage in prostitution, the same as count 3 and 5. Right? I'm going to try to read it twice just so people, if I misread something, and because inner city press will type very fast, and sometimes it's hard to kind of capture everything right away. Now, CNN does have an update for us. We're going to go over to CNN real quick. Judge details 8 alleged racketeering acts for jury in Combs' trial. Okay. While we wait for this, let me stop sharing this. Somebody asked if I had Dolly Parton on my shirt. Yes, I do. Shout out to Dolly Parton. Okay. Let's see. The judge is currently defining the 8 underlying acts the jury can potentially find were committed by Sean Diddy Combs or a co-conspirator. To convict Combs of racketeering conspiracy, the jury must find that he agreed with at least one other member of his alleged enterprise to commit 2 qualifying crimes within 10 years of each other. Okay. The indictment charges Combs with conspiring with co-conspirators to commit kidnapping, arson, bribery, forced labor, transportation to engage in prostitution, S trafficking, witness tampering, and possession with intent to distribute controlled substances. The government alleged that Combs conspired with his enterprise to commit this pattern of racketeering activity from at least 2004 through 2024. Racketeering conspiracy is charged as count 1 in the indictment. The judge will still instruct the jury on counts 2 through 5. Each juror on the main panel will keep a copy of the complex and lengthy instructions during deliberations. Okay? And that is what CNN has to say to us. But let's go to Inner City Press. See if we have an update. Giving you guys an idea of what that breakdown is. But yes, thank you. Hold up. Do I need to shout out some people? Sorry, guys. I get a little behind. Yes, it is extremely hard to get stains out of hardwood floor. It is. There is this oil that I use, but it's like I forget what it's called, but it's really good and I like the smell of it when you clean your hardwood floors. But body fluids, stains out of oil, like I love hardwood floors, but they're so hard to keep up with. I do. NCM, thank you for the $4.99. I had no idea you're Mexican. Me too. Thank you for everything you're doing. Hello to your dad. Hashtag El Diddy. That's what's going to come out of this channel. Hashtag El Diddy. Thank you. Shout out to my beautiful Latinos out in the chat. Thank you. All right. Old English. That's what it is. Murphy's. Thank you. Murphy's oil. I use Murphy's oil. I like Murphy's oil. I do. I use it, but you got to be careful with it because if you use too much of it, it could stain your wooden floors. So you got to. There's a way to use it. I buy it all the time, and I got to read the instructions just so I don't mess up and stuff like that. But body fluids, Murphy's oil is not going to remove body fluid. Murphy's oil is meant to like shine your wooden floors. You know what I mean? The oil, you love Murphy's. I love Murphy's too, Savannah. The Murphy's oil is not going to take out body, fluids out. It's just not. It's not. You're going to have to remove those or treat them some way or another. Okay. The judge speaks. Next is distribution of narcotics, including this long word that you see here. Knowingly and intentionally, distribution means actual transfer to deliver to another person. For possession, physical custody is not needed. Control is enough. Okay. The judge says, next is distribution of narcotics, including this long word that you see here. Why didn't he read the word? Knowingly and intentionally. Distribution means actual transfer to deliver to another person. For possessions, physical custody is not needed. Control is high. Here's my question to the chat. Why do you guys think that, maybe because they're going to charge them separately, but why do you guys think that they work so hard to conceal the identities of One Stop, Baby Girl, and Guido, the rug dealers for Diddy? Why do they work so hard to conceal their identities? Let me know what you guys think in the comments about it, because I feel like they did a better job in protecting their identities than they did the other people. But let me know what you guys think. Okay. Let me know. A lot of people believe that too, Savannah. And you guys are entitled to your opinion. Shout out to you. A lot of people. Okay, floor sander will remove body fluids. Okay. It will. It will. You said if you buy 100 pills and you give one pill to a friend, that's distribution. Okay. You already know who Baby Girl is. Okay. You want to see more pictures while we wait? Drop a one in the chat if you want to see more pictures of the it's disgusting, y'all. I didn't even want to show you everything, but it's like, I hate carpet. I'm a wood person. But anyways, hold up. Let me see. Let's look at these exhibits. And I have to be careful because I need to make sure that I'm looking at them before I just show them willfully, because some of the stuff I just can't show on YouTube because we'll get flagged. See, these ones aren't available for everybody to see all the way. You want to see some of them while we wait? Okay. And we have to order the transcripts for today too, while they read the instructions. So, okay, so this was, so the employees were writing reports. Now, mind you, these pictures are from different dates. They're not all the same dates, okay? So, like, they were reporting the oil stains. You guys can't see them here, but I mean, you can a little bit, okay? Oil stains on the wall. There's the wall right there. It's almost like they did the, when Rose and Jack were in that vehicle and Rose did the handprint. Y'all know what scene I'm talking about, right? They have handprints of oils all over the walls of these hotels. Okay. Here somebody wrote, this is June 18th of 2023, that they were dispatched to a room 411. So these were different dates again. They were looking at the damages and they inspected them. Here's the list of the damages: 10 bed sheets, 26 towels, 1 comforter, 1 cover, 4 pillowcases, 3 robes, 1 green blanket, 2 bath rugs, 4 wash clothes, 2 mats, 3 hand towels, a bed. They damaged a whole bed because they poured a lot of oil into it, I guess, and a sofa cushion. Okay. And they included evidence to it. So all of this damages occurred at the London hotel. They periodically went to the London hotel to do these acts, which then I have to wonder, like, I know that they're not asking their guests, are you soliciting prostitution? What are you doing here? But these businesses are out there, are they getting sanctioned for any of this? Outside of the damages, they just stay quiet and get paid. Like, you could see the stains there, guys. Here's another incident. This is October 31st of 2023. Yeah. So there's more oil stains. And don't forget, I had mentioned this yesterday. Cassie would talk about how they would get the bed sheets and they would tuck them into the couches. They would tuck the bed sheets in the couches to avoid staining the couch. But clearly they were using a lot of it. I mean, they were using a lot of oil that it would seep through it. Okay. No update yet on Intercity Press. I'm keeping my eye out, guys. Okay, somebody wrote, this is April 14th of 2022. I was dispatched to room 421 for a damage that was being claimed by HSKX Martin. I arrived to see the damage done. Mentioned the bed covers were filled with baby oil, and the chair and the table inside the room was also filled with baby oil. The second photo, you can see a dark stain that where most of the baby oil was drenched into the covers. So they took a picture of the mattress with the baby oil and then the chair and then you could see the fingerprints on 421 right there, the walls. Okay? All baby oil. Yes. So it just shows you the damages of the hotels. Here's another one. Now this is room 917, linen and smoking in the room. Did they get like non-smoking rooms and then they would smoke in the room? The towels in the room 917 appear to have been soaked in baby oil. The towel have permanent stains. The oil is on the carpet as well. There's also evidence of smoking in the room. Damn, it's like so much baby oil. And mind you, they were getting cases and cases of this baby oil, right? Yeah, to the windows, to the walls. Okay. Yeah, more pictures. Here you see more towels on the corner. Everything's in the corner, okay? Nothing further to report. Look, you see that they would leave the baby oil empty bottles there. See, with all this money, somebody said in the comments yesterday, why didn't Diddy just check out like a dungeon room or something? Because he's going and damaging all this property. Why not just check have your own, or why not just do this at home where people aren't around? I don't know, man. It's crazy, huh? Okay. I think do we have an update? We don't. We don't. But let me see. I'm going to see if we can find more photos of this. And let's see what else. CNN doesn't have an update as well. Washington Post hasn't posted anything other than opinions. Let me see what NBC News is saying. Pretty sure they're in the courtroom too, reading and listening. Nope, they haven't even updated anything. I wonder how many people are out there in the court. It's probably not a lot this time. While we wait, let's see. Diddy. I bet you we could probably find more exhibits here. We just need to be careful because you know how Twitter is. They like to post way too much stuff in here. Way too much stuff. Different people saying different things. Janice Combs, is she in the I guess this is family coming through? Okay. Pretty sure Janice is probably there too. Okay, I think we have an update. Okay. Judge says RICO has a 5-year statute of limitations. You must find that it continued past 2019. If you find that the government had not proved this beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. I think he's getting right at the end of reading, guys. Wow. You must find the defendant not guilty. It says. Okay. RICO has a 5-year of statute of limitations. You must find that it continued past 2019. All right. So would that be with Jane Doe? Because Cassie had left, 2017? If you find that the government had not proved this beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Okay. You said X trafficking was part of Cassie's civil case. Why then go and do a freak off if knowing wrongdoing? Make that make sense? I don't know. What do you mean? Like, why did he did it? It's the same reason. Why would he have rugs on him when he was arrested? What? I mean, there's a lot. I don't know. You gonna say that he doesn't know? He was being investigated after the civil lawsuit. I highly doubt this man did not know that he was being investigated, or he didn't even know. Federated States of GM, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, what do you want me to say? X traffic was part of Cassie's civil case, yes. And this is what led them to investigate. Why then go and do a freak off if knowing wrongdoing? That's the question that we have. Why would Diddy continuously continue to break the law? If this is in a civil case, and let me say this, Christina Quorum, and they all knew this because they talked to Jane. And when there was a separation, there's a dialogue between Jane and Christina Quorum. And Jane is telling KK, hey, I want Diddy to leave me alone. Leave me alone. So what does KK do? Reach out. Like, she's like, we don't want another thing happening like similar to what we're dealing with, AKA Cassie. So they were well aware. We are making threats to releasing this woman's S tapes to the father of her child. Whether you like Jane or not, I mean, I'm not a fan. Like, I get it. But at the same time, it's like, he's breaking the law and then he continues to do so. You can call that ignorance, or you can call that just being willful, right? Let's not forget that Diddy twice has escaped any type of really being held liable, legally liable for things. College City being one of them, the New York nightclub shooting being one of them. Okay, people forget that. I don't know why. I don't know how you could forget that. Federated law, thank you so much. Federated states, thank you for the $5. So I don't know. I think Diddy didn't willful, not wanting, not caring. I don't think he cared about the law, quite honestly. Jude, thank you so much for the 1999. Thank you for covering this. No, I appreciate you. But honestly, what do you guys think? He's an addict? What do you guys think? We can't convict him for things that he has been found innocent in the past. That's not what the case is about. It's just an opinion. I said, he has escaped law before, where clearly there was some liability before, and he paid for it civilly, right? But he was able to escape any kind of legal repercussions before. So basically, I'm not saying that this is what this trial is about. And the people in there I would hope would know that. Okay, give the people some credit. Thank you. Let's see. Maybe he's an addict. That's what it sounds like. Sounds like he struggled with his addiction. He had an S addiction. That's what it was. But anyways, thank you. Hold up. Let me do something real quick. Ooh. Sorry, guys. This chat is very slow and I'm missing. Diddy's untouchable. Let me not have an opinion. Because then I got people like, you want him to find? No, I don't. And it's not on me. I'm just a commentator. Thank you. Shout out to the mods. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hold up. Yeah, make sure you guys are hitting that like button. I think we have an update, but let me see, okay? Yeah. Let's see. It's crazy. Y'all are going off in the chat. Is everybody okay? It's okay to have a difference of opinion. Like, it's just when it gets a little like people are attacking you for no reason, then that's when I start like, maybe you need a timeout, or maybe you need to go to sleep for a little bit. And that's okay. That's what it sounds like. You said KK was the boss, or they were carrying orders for KK. Power addiction, maybe. We will never know, honestly, to get in the mind. To me, it's like you would think that exactly, you can be an S addict all day, every day, but your S addiction behavior can't be criminal. Listen, when is the fine line of that, to the point that like you can have freak offs all day with consenting adults, with adults that want to be there, right? You can do that all day. That's what you can do. I know people go on timeout, go to sleep, take a nap. You look a little tired, take a nap. We don't have an update. Reasonable doubt. You said, oh, hold up, y'all. KK should be brought up in next. Shame on her as a woman helping participate in abuse of other women. That's what it looks like. KK might be the next. We were talking about that. We said that KK might be next. She might be brought up. We just don't know. You said, I just don't think he struggled with. You don't think he struggled with S addiction. I think he gave himself to it. He enjoyed it and didn't want to escape it. You don't think that he struggled with it. He just did it. Gotcha. People don't see S as an addiction, if that makes sense, you know? They just don't. I know. It happens. You said the time frame was different. A lot of us come from the don't ask, don't tell. Yes. Yeah, I definitely understand that. Don't ask, don't tell narrative. I mean, even it hasn't quite changed, guys. Like, there's still that environment that you're not supposed to speak out about certain things at all. Lord have mercy. Hold up. Thank you. Are we waiting for Jane off due to the fact that she's still receiving money from Diddy? Oh, and what do you guys think about, so in the closing arguments, while we wait for an update, I mean, there's the closing arguments where Jane is still living in the property of that Diddy's paying for, and the lawyer was paid for by Diddy as well. Agnifilo said something to the effect of, well, Jane Doe, she's out there living in that property, you know, living it up. Kind of throwing it out there that she's kind of enjoying herself in that property, if that makes sense. I was like, oh my God, I don't know. How do you guys think that landed, you know? Thank you. Hold up. Michelle, now, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you for your coverage. You do an incredible job. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. Thank you. You said he had Jane flying with packages. Did she know? That's the other thing too. Or like, well, and then there's TriStar. When is TriStar going to be held? Like, is TriStar going to be held accountable? Are they held liable in any way? Are they going to be questioned? Or are they going to take the stand, you know, in another indictment? What's going to happen? You said Jane had a 2-year contract signed in 2023. So maybe she's still living in the property per the contract. The love contract. Yeah, I know the bots are botting today. That's why I just ignore. Shout out to the mods. I don't think the defense did a good job. I'm gonna be honest with you. They could have done better. They could have done better, but they didn't at all. Thank you. You said Jane knew because KK told her it's okay. She delivered it all the time. Oh, man. Many things. You said TriStar and Rock Nation are in trouble? You said you can't wait to see TriStar, KK, and Roger Bonds held accountable, and D-Rock. And D-Rock looked like he was playing both sides. Honestly. Okay, here we go. Judge says, on S trafficking, okay, maybe I need to read the one before just to refresh our memories because it's been 11 minutes, okay? It says, Judge, RICO has a 5-year statute of limitations. You must find it continued past 2019. If you find that the government had not proved this beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Then the judge says, on trafficking, count 2 and 4, transportation means to take or convey from one place to another. Reckless disregard satisfies the statute. The deliberate closing of eyes. You must be unanimous on at least one specific instance of S trafficking. Okay, this is interesting. Reading it again. On S trafficking counts 2 and 4, transport means to take or convey from one place to another. Reckless disregard satisfies the statute. The deliberate closing of eyes. The deliberate closing of eyes. I don't see nothing. Don't see nothing. Don't say something. You must be unanimous on at least one specific instant of S trafficking. The deliberate closing of eyes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, shout out to the mods. You think all that wasted money Diddy paid for those horrible lawyers, lol. If he appeals or hung jury, the money he gets to fork out again. But here's the deal. He could be found innocent, guys. He could be acquitted of it. We don't know. That's what I'm saying. Is like, I am open to hear a little bit of like, what you just don't know. I don't know how. If you read the indictment and you hear everything, we just don't know. We don't know what, you just don't know what's going to happen. Let's see. We have an update. Counts 3 and 5, knowingly transporting or arranging for the transportation an individual for purposes of an act of prostitution. Buying or arranging a ticket is enough. Prostitution does not need to be the main purpose. Let me flag this. Let me read this a little bit slower so I understand, y'all. Okay, I am hooked on phonics. It is what it is. On counts 3 and 5, knowingly transporting or arranging for the transportation an individual for purposes of an act of prostitution. So flying those prostitutes, using company money to fly those prostitutes, knowingly transporting or arranging for the transportation an individual for purposes of prostitution. Buying or arranging a ticket is enough. They had that travel, what's her name? Jessica, the travel agent. Prostitution does not need to be the main purpose. So if prostitution doesn't need to be the main purpose, but it will be at some point because there's an exchange of money for fluids, right? They could have said, well, I just came in to see Cassie, and then later on it turned into something else. Right? 3 and 5. Those are counts 3 and 5, guys. 3 and 5. And for the time, right? For the escorts time. Right? Oh my God, let me put my pay links up here. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to try to get the transcripts for today as well. Let's see. Pin. Thank you. Oh, man. You said awareness doesn't matter. You break the law, you're guilty. Minds y'all, thank you so much for the $10. If RICO can only be considered from 2019 to 2025, doesn't that take Cassie, Kid Cudi, Mia, Capricorn out of the equation? For them, yeah, that's a good point. If RICO can only be considered from 2019 to 2025, we'll have to reread that. Doesn't that take Cassie, Kid Cudi? Well, Cassie for sure. Mia and Capricorn, yes. I don't know about Kid Cudi. We'll have to look into that. Hold up. I'm reading, guys. I think we have an update, but I'm going to pin this so I can go back to it. Thank you for the super chat. Mind y'all. Let me put this here. Prostitution does not need to be the main purpose, okay? Inner City Press further writes. Prostitution is engaging in sexual activity for money or its equivalent. You must be unanimous on at least one specific act of transportation with intent to engage in prostitution. On venue, the U.S. must prove at least one act occurred in SDNY, Southern District of New York, 8 counties. Let me reread that one more time. Prostitution is engaging in sexual activity for money or its equivalent. You must be unanimous on at least one specific act of transportation with intent to engage in prostitution. On venue, the U.S. must prove at least one act occurred in the Southern District of New York, 8 counties. Okay. Here's what we have. There it is at. There is that. But this is an interesting point. Hold up. Let me see if I can. Hold on. Where did your minds y'all said if RICO can be considered from 2019 to 2025, doesn't that take out Cassie, Kirkari, Mia, Capricorn out of the equation? Let's go back to the tweets real quick. Let me refresh just because I don't want to miss anything. Let me go back to the thread a little bit where the judge says RICO has a 5-year statute of limitations. You must find that it continued past 2019. So what does that do for Cassie? No, you must, because it's you. If you find that the government had not proved this beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. RICO has this. Let me Google this. Hold up. SDNY RICO 5-year. Okay, in a criminal RICO, federal criminal RICO charges include substantive violations, conspiracies that are generally subject to a 5-year statute of limitation. This period typically begins to run from the date of the last alleged criminal act committed by the defendant. Okay, so then he says RICO has a 5-year statute of limitations. You must find that it continued past 2019. Well, what about all the stories before that? And what? Okay, but the prosecution did say that this was 20 years of a criminal enterprise. That we're gonna definitely need some clarification on that one. I'm gonna have to pin that. He's still he's still up to his antics. He just didn't get caught before. Is that what we're saying? Yeah, so not between 5 years, but it continues. I take that to be. That's what I take it to be. Okay, Diddy Doc says no. The RICO has to continue past 2019. If it okay, there you go. That makes sense. The RICO has to continue past 2019. So there's the way in which this is written that kind of makes it confusing. If it continued past 2019, it doesn't matter when it started. It can still be charged. Okay. That makes sense to me. Susan, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Thank you. Thank you. But this, what Diddy Docket said, makes sense to me. So it doesn't matter. It's just the way that it's written here. Just because something has a statute of it says RICO has a 5-year statute of limitations. You must find that it continued past 2019, that it kept going past 2019. I think it's just the way that I read it. Thank you, Diddy Docket. Y'all drop some hearts for Diddy Docket. Thank you. Appreciate you for clarifying that. Susan, thank you so much for becoming a member. Shout out to you. That they're alleging RICO conspiracy ongoing. Yes, ongoing from 2004 to 2024. That would bring it all in. That's right, Julie. That would make sense. There we go. We figured it out. I think we figured it out. Adrian, thank you so much for my goodness, Adrian, thank you for the support because he said past there's a beginning X Cassie. Thank you, my love. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Make sure I put some hearts on this. Y'all, but the chat is going by fast. I think the mods, shout out to the mods. I think they slowed it down. I just can't catch up. On my end, it's just going too fast. Yeah, Cassie counted. Well, we're going to order these transcripts, so we'll be fine. That's right. If it started 20 years ago, it doesn't matter. I think where it throws us off is this statute of limitations, but it doesn't matter because it's still ongoing. That's what the argument has been. Okay, here we go. We have an update. So prior to that, prostitution is engaging in sexual activity for money or its equivalent. You must be unanimous on at least one specific act of transportation with intent to engage in prostitution. On venue, the U.S. must prove at least one act occurred in SDNY counties. Judge says, we are in the home stretch. In weighing expert testimony, you should not accept it just because I allow it. The testimony of the government officials are not worth more or less weight than any other witness. Let me read that again. We are in the home stretch. In weighing expert testimony, you should not accept it just because I allow it. The testimony of the government officials are not worth of more or less weight than any other witness. So, Dr. Hughes, judge continues. Witness given immunity should be examined with greater care than ordinary witnesses. Charts and summaries, demonstrative aids are not evidence and will not be available to you in the jury room. Oh, they can't use that. Hold up. Witnesses given immunity should be examined with greater than ordinary witnesses. I think that's what he meant to say. Witnesses given immunity should be examined with greater than that ordinary witness. Charts and summaries, demonstrative aids are not evidence and will not be available to you in the jury room. Oh, okay. So they won't have those little like charts and stuff like that? That's interesting. Joy Miller, thank you for the $9.99. Shout out to you, my love. Thank you. Thank you, love. Yep, that's right. Hold up. Yeah, so they can't use the aids. So they went through charts and charts and charts. Thank you so much for the pronunciation. Demonstrative. I think I said it right. Thank you. Thank you. And then what's the point of the trial, says Latina. Then what's the point of the trial? Are they supposed to rely on their memory for everything? This doesn't make sense. Well, you can write notes in the trial and you could take those notes. And there might be some things like the exhibits will be available to them, like the pictures and the videos, those will be available to them. But it sounds like those demonstrative. Thank you so much for the person that helped me out. This is what I thought. No aids, but the actual exhibits will go in. So like pictures can go in, the videos can go in. Yeah, so that's it. You said, I think they get the evidence, but not the charts or anything like that. Yeah, the charts they won't get, which it's a good point. It's like they spend a lot of time with the charts, right? There's that. Okay, hold up. We have an update. Okay. Judge says certain witnesses were permitted to be identified by pseudonyms. That should bear on your evaluation of credibility. I think he meant to say that shouldn't bear on your evaluation of credibility. The defendant had no responsibility to testify, and he did not. You must not attach any significance to that. Let me repeat that again. Certain witnesses were permitted to be identified by pseudonyms. That should not bear on your evaluation of credibility. The defendant had no responsibility to testify, and he did not. You must not attach any significance to that. So just because he didn't testify doesn't mean that you can hold that against him. I mean, that's his right not to testify. And he did say that he didn't want to testify. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pika. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I think we might have, hold up. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. So, like the charts, right, is like lawyer's argument, but that's not the proof. So they can't consider that. Absolutely. They will probably they're going to have the exhibits, but they won't have the charts. Okay, I think we have an update. Let me see. Keeping my ear on the updates, guys. No update. And let me see what CNN is saying. Oh, we got 2 updates from CNN. Okay. Put a 1 in the chat if we want to move to CNN while we give Inner City Press some time to catch up. Put a 1 in the chat if you're okay. Let me know. Let me know. Thank you, Misty. Yes, tell them to hit that like button, please, and thank you. Do you guys want to? Okay, let's do CNN real quick while we wait for Inner City Press to. Oh, never mind. Hold up. Since I'm here, and then we'll move to CNN. Voluntary intoxication may negate the intent requirement of RICO predicates. Uncalled witness, you have heard names of people not called as witness. Each side had an equal opportunity to call them. Do not speculate or consider this. That would be so hard not to speculate on why Gina did not go to the stand. I'm just being honest. Like, that would be so hard for me to be like, where's Gina? Why didn't she make it? What happened? Why didn't Gina make it to the stand? Very difficult not to speculate. Again, let me read it again. Voluntary intoxication may negate the intent requirement of RICO predicates. Uncalled witnesses, you have heard names of people not called as witnesses. There were so many people that were dropped. Each side had an equal opportunity to call them. Do not speculate or consider this. Do you guys remember the names of all the celebrities that were dropped? Kanye West, of course. Michael B. Jordan. Dallas Austin. Who else? Was it Leanne Gibson? Another person? It is a lot. It's a lot of people. You said Gina seems scared and quiet. I don't know, guys. Is it Verity J? Thank you so much for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Thank you, love. I have a lot of Lorianne Gibson, right? There's a lot of celebrities that were dropped. Okay. All right, let's keep going, guys. Let's keep going. Let's see. No update yet. I'm going to move to CNN real quick for an update. Because we have like 2 updates on CNN and I kind of want to see them. All right. Make myself smaller. Judge instructs jury on S trafficking counts against Combs. So the judge is now instructing the jury about the S trafficking counts. 2 counts in the indictment charge Sean Diddy Combs with S trafficking by force, threats of fraud, force, fraud, and coercion. Count 2 in the indictment charge Combs with S trafficking Casa Ventura from roughly 2009 to 2018, and count 4 charges him with S trafficking Jane, an accuser who used a pseudonym at trial from about 2021 to 2024. The judge instructs jury on transportation for prostitution charges. So the judge is now instructing the jury on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Count 3 in the indictment alleges Combs transported Ventura and commercial S workers across state lines from roughly 2009 to 2018. And count 5 alleges he transported Jane and commercial S workers from 2021 to 2024. Okay. There is that. Guys, let me know what you guys think in the comments so far. Now, let me go ahead and move to Inner City Press as we are continuing to update. I think we have an update on Inner City Press. Let me remove this. Just wanted to catch up on the CNN updates. Here we go. So, and we go. He goes, okay, we read this part. Voluntary intoxication may negate the intent requirement of RICO predicates. On call witness, you have heard names of people not called as witnesses. Each side had an equal opportunity to call them. Do not speculate or consider this. The judge further goes, any notes you took are only for you. No outside reading. You are to consider only what was presented within the 4 walls of this courtroom. You may not communicate about this case, including on X, Instagram, or YouTube. If you see this, tell my deputy. Not YouTube, not X. Hold up, time out. Let me read this. The judge had to say YouTube, right? Calling people out. Any notes you took are only for you. That's correct. You're allowed to take notes during the trial. I took a lot of notes when I was in jury duty. No outside reading. You can't take the notes with you. Even when the trial's over, you can't take the notes with you. No outside reading. You are to consider only what presented within the 4 walls of this courtroom. You may not communicate about this case, including on X, Instagram, or YouTube. If you see this, tell my deputy. That's what they said. Okay. Somebody in the comments, shout out to this person. No one, her name is Amber Speaks, judge to jurors in the Diddy trial. No outside reading, no Instagram, no YouTube, no X. You decide this case based on what was said inside the courtroom. If they see trial content on social media, they must report it. We're officially in a lockdown mode. You guys, they're officially on a lockdown mode, y'all. Here we go. Update. Whew, we're getting closer, guys. We're getting closer. Do not be swayed by biases, including implicit bias. These hidden thoughts can impact what we hear and see and how we remember it. You will now retire to consider the case. Each of you must decide the case for himself or herself after deliberating. Oh my God. Are we really going on jury watch now? We really going on jury watch soon? Guys, we're almost there. No, they're on official lockdown. Okay. I'm checking sources. Let's see that white smoke. Oh my God. That's what it sounds like. Sounds like we're going to be waiting. We're going to be waiting. People speculated this Jesus baby girl that this might have happened, but I'm not really sure. Welcome. You're nervous? We're getting there. Implicit bias, power control, and social norms. Y'all are stressed out. Why are y'all stressed out? I mean, I think it's the waiting. We've been okay. I need to know, have you guys, if you've been following this from day one, put whether it's on my channel or BJ's channel or another channel, let me know in the chat. If you put a 1 in the chat if you've been following this from day one. Put a 1 in the chat. Let me know. Because this is what we've been waiting for, like literally, and I mean from the time that the jury started. You might have maybe the trial initially, but from the very beginning. Let me know if you've been following from the first day. I've been following from way before, way before, if that makes sense. Look at this. There's a lot of ones in this chat. I mean, I started following, hell, way before the Cassie lawsuit. I think I started following, I want to say, when Keefe D and that whole situation went down. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, way before some of us have been following. I would say since day 14. Gotcha. But some of you guys, all right. So then if you didn't follow it from day one, let me know from what day did you start following? So like Eternity follow from day one. A lot of you guys said once. All right. I think we have an update. Here we go, guys. We're on the long stretch. Your verdict must be unanimous. If you are divided, do not report the specifics. Your foreperson will send out any notes and any verdict. Any communication with the court must be in writing. With the holiday coming up, I really do hope that they take the time to consider everything, everything. And they make a decision that is of, just what needs to happen. The judge says your verdict must be unanimous. If you are divided, do not report the specifics. Your foreperson will send out a note. Any verdict, any notes, and any verdict, any communication with the court should be in writing. Dang. This is like legit happening. Let me see. Well, a lot of us aren't on trial, but we're invested in trying to find out the outcome. And I think it's okay to say, well, it makes us nervous because of that. At the end of the day, this is a man that's, he is, regardless of where you stand, he's fighting for his life too, to a certain degree. But I think a lot of us are just wanting to know what's next and what is going to be found next. And we're allowed to feel that way. Okay. The alternates do not have to be there, but give your phone number to my deputy. Oh, the alternates get to leave. You may be called to replace a juror. You will be called when a verdict is reached. The alternates are 234, 247, 292, 321, and 333. Those in the top row. So the alternates can go. Okay. Let me repeat this again. The alternates do not have to be here, but give your phone number to my deputy. You may be called to replace a juror. You will be called when a verdict is reached. The alternates are 234, 247, 292, 321, and 333. Those on the top row. We have an update from CNN too. Okay. The update from CNN: jury asked to choose a foreperson. Okay, the judge instructed the jury to choose a foreperson and send a note informing the court who that will be. The panel has also been instructed to send a note to notify the court when they've received a verdict. Damn. It's official, man. They're getting at the nitty gritty now. I think we have an update. Do not read any news reports to this trial. If there would be any, Please accept my heartfelt gratitude for your service. Hold up. Do not read any news reports of this trial if there would be any. Please accept my heartfelt gratitude for your service over the past 2 months or even more. My deputy will provide my personal contact info. I could give you a tour of the courthouse. I guess once the trial's over, he can give you the tour of the courthouse. He'd be like, "You've been here for 2 months. You really want to tour the courthouse now?" Do not read any news reports to this trial if there were to be any, which we know there are. Please accept my heartfelt gratitude for your service over the past 2 months or even more. My deputy will provide my personal contact info. I could give you a tour of the courthouse. I think it's after the trial he can give you a tour. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, thank you. You said the 4-person better not be Aunt Bertha, the grandma. She was laughing along. They called her Aunt Bertha. Was it because of what Mims said? Shout out to Mims. I was listening to Mims when he said that. I said, "Oh, Lord have mercy." Oh, man, guys, we're getting there. It won't be Aunt Bertha. It has to be somebody in the seat, right? You'd be surprised how many people, aviators want to be in that court. You know what? You are so right. The spectators and everything. They gave her a name. Absolutely. Let's see. Was she laughing at him or with him? I don't know. I didn't like the jury was very there was one specific juror that was very engaged, according to Mims, that he was watching. Very engaged. I've not seen the interviews with folks or anything like that. I've honestly been keeping my head just on the transcripts in the trial. Part of it is because I don't want to not that my opinion matters, but I'm trying to really understand how the evidence applies to the crime. And even though I hear initially when I started reporting this, I was listening to a lot of things. Then I was like, I'm just going to stick to the transcripts and the updates, and that's it. Because I can only do so much in one day. Okay, I think we have an update. The alternates leave. Here's the verdict sheet. Okay, so the alternates are gone, which would be what? 234, 247, 292, 321, and 333. They're gone. Okay. They have the judge's phone number. Judge says, here's the verdict sheet. Only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, answer as to each predicate, not prove or proved. And did S trafficking involve S trafficking of Cassie or Jane? Count 2, 3, 4, 5. Not guilty or guilty. This sheet is not available to us. I wish it was. It might be afterwards. Here's the verdict sheet. Only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, answer as to each predicate, not proved or proved. And did S trafficking involved S trafficking of Cassie or Jane? Count. Oh, sorry, y'all. Give me 1 sec, guys. Baby buddy's protesting. All right. She was here and then she left. She's with the sitter now. Okay, here's the verdict sheet. Only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, answer as to each predicate, not proved or proved. And did S trafficking involve S trafficking of Cassie or Jane? Count 2, 3, 4, 5. Guilty or not guilty? Okay. No other updates. Oh, hold up. I think we might have one. Judge says, from now on, your schedule is your own. You will be provided with meals. Now the marshals will swear you in. Done. Now the jurors can head back into the jury room. All rise. Oh my God. Here we go. So when he says from now on your schedule is your own, you will be provided meals, what does it mean your schedule is your own? Oh my God. Now I feel like I can take a drink of my drink. Moment of truth. They're deliberating. CNN has an update for us, guys. Okay. You're not blocked. I see you. If you would be blocked, you wouldn't be seen. You're seen. Okay. Let's see. All right. Thank you. They can choose what they want. It's officially verdict watch. Okay. Maybe we should do this as a breaking news. Hold up. Let's see. Let's do this as a breaking news. With a quote. Breaking news in the hashtag Diddy Trial. Officially verdict watch. Can't even spell verdict watch. Here we go. Okay. There we go. It's officially verdict watch. It makes you kind of wonder what's going to happen. All right, let me tell you what CNN is saying. We're going to head over to CNN, and then we're going to go see what people are saying outside of the courtroom, because I think that's important. Let me stop sharing that. Let me share what CNN is saying. Yeah, BJ, I saw that she posted on her community wall. Shout out to BJ. I think she'll be there later on today. I think that's what she said. Shout out to BJ. Here we go. So judge excuses the alternate jurors, which we talked a little bit about that. He told the jurors that they don't need to be in the courtroom or in the court while the main panel deliberates, but warned the 5 remaining alternates that they must remain reachable in case they're called to join the main panel. He also reminded them to continue following the court rules and avoid media coverage in discussing the case. He thanked the alternate jurors for their service and said his deputy would provide them with the personal contact information so that they can be reached out if anything, including a courthouse tour. It's the very least I can do for your immense service in this case, the judge says. Okay. Jury can choose to stay late to keep deliberating, the judge says. The judge is now telling the jurors that they can choose how long to deliberate each day. The 12 jurors can decide to stay later than 5 p.m. to continue deliberating, he says. Well, what if they want to leave early? Can they do that too? Okay. Jury begins deliberation in Combs' trial, officially reported by CNN as well. The jurors are now heading to the jury room to begin deliberations. Where do you start? Do you start with the sheet and then kind of work your way through everything? The judge told the alternates they may say goodbye to their fellow jurors as long as they do not discuss the case. Okay. That is interesting. Like where do they start with this? This is what I want to know. Like, if you were a juror member, what would you do first? Would you go look at the sheet to figure out? Now, let me see what Inner City Press is saying, because he just posted something. Hold up. Let me stop sharing. What is this? Okay. So the marshals will swear you in. That's done. AUSA Johnson, we object to including the subject lines of BlackBerry message like "I am so corny." Estavio, it is common for exhibits to include subject lines. BlackBerry messages are more akin to emails than to text messages. They're still objecting? But the jury's deliberating. What are they objecting to? Uh-oh. So somebody said they're mad posing objections about evidence at this stage? Yeah, why are they opposing objections to this stage? Aren't they deliberating already? You can't make this up. They're supposed to be in the court. Like, aren't we done? Aren't the objections done? Just kidding, guys. We have another 5 weeks of this. That's what it sounds like. Just joking. Okay. Judge says, let's have only neutral lists go to the jury. I'll trust the parties to provide an appropriate laptop to the jurors. I'm going to stick around for a bit, but we'll just stay here as long as they wish to deliberate. At the end of the day, we'll bring them in. Okay, let's have only neutral lists go to the jury. I'll trust the parties to provide an appropriate laptop to the jurors. I'm going to stick around for a bit, but we'll just stay here as long as they wish to deliberate. At the end of the day, we'll bring them in. This is what the judge said. I'm like, are we still really deliberating? What's happening? Oh my God. They're filing an appeal. They said that this morning. I did read it. Okay. I'm like, why is it just now showing up though? Okay. You're right. I am just now getting the notification for that though. So hold up. That was this morning. Whoa, is something wonky going on with why am I just now getting notifications from this morning? Yeah, I think you're right. I think that was this morning. I was like, wait, what are we doing? Because everybody's confused in the thread too. No, I think that was from this morning. Look, this one says it was posted a minute ago. Okay. And the one before that was 3 minutes ago. There's something going on with Twitter that it's like posting late messages. See? And if you click on this, people are like, people are talking about, wait, are they still looking at talking about this? I thought they went over everything. Yeah, there's something going on with Twitter notifications that it's like posting late or repeating them. And it keeps, here it is. Okay. I appreciate the, how do you say that? Is it the collegiate? I don't want to say it wrong. Hold up. Let me, y'all be knowing I got to look into things. Collegiality, excuse me. The collegiality. I appreciate the collegiality on both sides in this case. Anything before we adjourn? Comey says, no. Can we go to another floor of the courthouse? The judge says, just give us your cell phone number. They're adjourning because they're deliberating. Damn. Guys. The exhibits on the laptop. So they're still objecting on that? Or is that like an old post? Yeah, only neutral list, no titles allowed. Okay, you are doing way too much. Like, Lord have mercy. You want people to have an opposing view, but then when they start saying like the stupidest shit, it's like, go away. Now you're done. Thank you. Instructions already finito. That's right. No, it's something going on. It's either before that or after that. Tell me I have not been very welcoming of an opposing view. I probably have been one of the only creators that has been. We have adjourned, by the way. We have adjourned. But then people still want to make it about your children or you and don't have the decency or respect. Like, get out of here with that. This is a trial. It is what it is. Thank you. So I have a poll. Let me see what you, okay, we got 3,000 votes so far. How long do you think it's going to take the jury to deliberate? That's the question that we have. CNN doesn't have an update for us. Oh man, are we going to stay live? Let me know if y'all, should we stay live until, I don't know. Do you think they're going to leave at 3? When are they going to leave? I know. You said, Thank you so much, Mirta. I appreciate this comment. You don't even know how much that means to me. Let me know. Okay, I'm looking at the poll, and you guys said it's going to take them the top is still 3 to 5 days to deliberate. I'm going to end this poll. Now, I want to go and see what the people have to say. Let's go on the streets of the
Here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here,
earlier this
Superior
morning.
Courthouse. Today, Monday, June 30th, 2025. It's day 33 of U.S. versus Sean Combs, including the possible verdict today. I mean, deliberations will begin. Whether the verdict is today, we don't know. Jury instruction will be read by the judge. It wasn't put into the docket, which is kind of unfortunate. And then deliberations will begin, and at any time. Now, I'm assuming that there'll be some notes, and we'll be obviously live tweeting that. The notes that come out. Often then there's a negotiation of how to answer an oral question, legal question. And sometimes they'll ask for testimony, and then they got to go and redact it. Hopefully they've done a lot of the groundwork for this, because they're facing a deadline, and we'll get to in a moment, as with the quote unquote, and I'm putting it in quotation marks, big beautiful bill, there's a deadline. Now this deadline, whatever, July 4th is a holiday. So if the Diddy verdict jurors do not reach a verdict, they'll just have to be coming back on Monday. They could conceivably come in on Thursday, but I don't know. I don't know if we'll get that long. Let's transition. Actually, no, it's still yet more on the Diddy docket. We put up week 7, the book, closings to deliberations. It's actually the longest one so far because there were a lot of words last week. 2 long closings, and we covered them, and we also have some analysis and some other additional material. You'll find the book, Diddy on Trial, week 7, on Google Play for reasons that are explained in the book. Also, that we covered, I think, on Friday or Saturday, one of the many civil cases here against Diddy. There's also one out in LA that we'll have more to say on anon. But this one is by Sarah Rivers. They're getting some summons against various people, close allies and people that could have been in this case but weren't. So check that one out. I think that's on Patreon. We have some of the summonses. Okay, now let's turn to the big beautiful bill, because we were live tweeting that over the weekend, because there was a lot of Tom Tillis is the main protagonist in this one. He voted no on moving the bill forward. Switching, of course, was Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. That made all the difference. That for it going forward, whatever you think of it. J.D. Vance didn't have to vote, but J.D. Vance did negotiate with Lisa Murkowski, Rick Scott, Cynthia Loomis, previously on these airways, mostly in the context of crypto. Speaking of which, Do Kwon, we had reported not only the mention of the Genius Act, but that his filings in the Do Kwon case were due July 1, which is tomorrow. But on Friday, they both asked for an extension to July 15th. So we'll be covering that and then numerous other crypto cases. Now, we cover the United Nations, okay?
Shout out to
On Friday, we reported the United Nations once again doubling down, saying that it's entirely immune for its role in October 7th. It's not that it wants to defend it. It's not that it wants to say it was just a few bad apples. They're saying even if we did October 7th, we're not responsible. That's a shameful position. And the man behind it all, Antonio Guterres, is not even in New York. He's in Spain, pontificating about how bad it is that people aren't paying for his luxury accommodations on Sutton Place.
I'm going to try to fast
It's an absolute restored. We ordered a number of scoops over the weekend, corruption at UNESCO, corruption at WIPO, but this now is today's work. Diddy, to be continued. Okay, here we are, Matthew.
Shout out to Matthew. All right, hold up. I have to switch over. So there was a man over the weekend that sued Diddy as well. That's also part of like what's happening. I didn't catch up to that. I'll definitely catch up to this. Hold up. Tasha says, how will we find out when a verdict is reached? So there's going to be a person the foreman will come out and let the deputy know, and then that is going to be kind of more formal. Everybody's going to get called back in. Diddy's probably in his holding cell right now. They'll bring everybody back in, and then that's when they'll announce it, and it'll be very public. I bet you anything and everything that's going to be probably the biggest tweet verdict is in, and we're all going to be right in it to talk about what the verdict is. Okay. Yeah, so we're all gonna find out about the verdict for sure. And is it gonna happen today? We don't know. Is it gonna happen tomorrow or maybe Wednesday? We don't know. Is it gonna happen before Friday? We don't know. That's the question that a lot of us have. So thank you so much for the $2, my love. That's how we will know. We just gonna keep an eye out. Judith, my thought: monitoring room activities is not in hotel's best interest. Diddy pays for service, use of room, and discernment. He can blacklist businesses, hotels, as easily as he can blacklist individuals. So, like, it could really harm a business if they're monitoring things like prostitution or FOs or stuff like that. Thank you so much for the $9.99, my love. Thank you, Judith. Thank you, Nicole, for this $3. I appreciate your guys' support. Thank you, guys. Okay. Did you guys hear about this other person that filed the lawsuit? And I guess Busby's in it. And I'm still like not a Busby fan, nor am I a Tyrone Blackburn fan. Then you guys heard about what happened with Tyrone Blackburn last week. Apparently, he got arrested and charged for running over a man's foot. Okay, a process server to be exactly. Yeah, that's crazy, right? Like he was like, I'm a lawyer and I don't want to be served, so I'm gonna run off your foot. I don't know what happened, but let me hit play on this.
Love. Okay. Yeah, so closing arguments finished today. The defense has, I believe, rested, if I'm not mistaken. I know his daughters left the courthouse crying. The prosecutors came pretty hard in their closing arguments. They made some valid points about, the racketeering and the RICO, and as far as the trafficking and all of that, it's, apparently it's not looking good. For Diddy, his defense team did get up and state that, yes, he was involved in a swinger lifestyle. Yes, he did beat a few women's asses. And yes, he, did traffic a few prostitutes, but that is not an organized human trafficking ring. And it's not what they're trying to make it out to be. Like I said, there's $400 million at stake that the government has asked to be forfeited from Diddy, every single dime that he's made over his career. And I mean, karma's a, because if he is convicted, he is facing up to life in prison. And I mean, everything that he's pretty much took from his artist, they're taking from him. But instead, it's going to go to other federal witnesses and to their, retirement bonuses and, things like that. Okay, so it's just interesting how this we just don't know what's going to happen. But what we are prepared to do is we are going to be doing our own verdict watch while the jury is deliberating. I believe they'll be charged on Monday, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, and so we'll be live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Maybe it may start on Tuesday. If they're charged on Monday, we'll go live Tuesday, because I don't expect the jury to be back that fast. That's kind of.
Can you imagine if they were back fairly quickly? Like, that is gonna be insane. If they were like, no, fuck it, we're just gonna be we're gonna do this quickly. We're gonna do this quickly. We're gonna like, it just makes you wonder where everybody stands. Literally, I wonder. Everybody's outside the courtroom waiting too. Oh man. This is the other thing too. She is sponsored by Ray J. I did see those commercials. I was like, I don't know how I feel about that, Tasha. And what do they call him? The rug dealer? Was he really the same one that was mentioned? That's the question. Was it really the same one that was mentioned? Oh man, let me see what the people are saying. Is everybody, because there's people outside the courtroom. Let me see if we can find something to figure out here. I don't see infamous Sylvia out there. No update. I'm checking, y'all. I'm checking. Everybody's outside looking at the courtroom. There's no update yet. Law and Crime is out there. Verdict watch. Everybody's doing the verdict watch. Oh, hold up. We have an update. Hold up. So soon? Hold up. Okay. Okay, 11:48 a.m. We have received a note from the jury. They have elected juror number 5 to be as the foreperson. Okay. It is signed by juror number 5, and there is an agreement on the laptop. I was like, what? I thought this was decided. I'm like, oh my God. Okay. It will be taken into them. Now they'll have a longer break. There you go. That's what we have so far. I was like, wait, what? What do you mean they're back? What happened? I thought they chose a foreperson. Okay. Whatever. Telling you. Um Thank you. Let me see what you guys. Let me see if I can read some of these comments. See what's going on. Oh, well, there's a lot of people wearing free Diddy shirts out there. I mean, that's their belief, and they're allowed to do that. You know, it's crazy. You said Tasha did not want to report on this story. He energy was like, "Pooh, I'm reading on this." She looked like she didn't want to talk about it. Um, I noticed that too, that she wasn't really like talking about it too much. Tyrone is crashing out. Busby from my town, he's an ambulance chaser, but he's effective. He got Deshaun Watson. Oof. Dang. They would have usually chosen by now. Ooh. No, it's going to take them a minute. I know they have to choose like a 4-person or something like that, and then they go there. Okay, so how long? Let me look at the poll real quick. We have a poll here, y'all. 640 votes. Verdict you said is going to be guilty. 17% said not guilty. They're on a laptop. They're on a laptop. This is crazy, man. I thought they did land up, but then they said that they sent out a note to let the court know that it's going to be juror number 5 who's going to be the 4-person. It makes you wonder. Do I remember what juror number 5 profession was? Listen, I have a list of all the jurors on my legal pad. Okay. I can't remember. Let's see. 224 had relatives in security. One of them was a teacher. 292 was a social media influencer, but they got let go because they were a little worried about, of course, social media influence. 330. What happened to the UN guy? I forgot. Did we let him back in or no? Remember the juror that was the PR person? I'm looking at my list, guys. So I have a whole, y'all, it's like chicken scratch. Okay. Let me tell you what I have on my list. All right. So there was celebrity list, Michael B. Jordan, Mike Myers, who now we found out Mia was working for Mike Myers. Okay. Kanye West, who we know made an appearance. Okay. Kid Cudi. Okay. We know what happened there. Dallas Austin, Don Richard, and those were just some of the. There was more celebrities, but those were just some of the ones that were mentioned. Juror number 117. There was a conflict with juror number 117 because juror number 117's wife was a lawyer that deposed Diddy in the the College City situation. So that was interesting. I was like, that's such a small world. I just figured there'd be like more options. What would be the chances of any of that? That's the question that I had. Okay. And then hold up. And I think we have some updates. All right. We're going to read CNN here in a minute. Juror number 29 was out because of the HBO situation. You guys remember that? Let's see. Hold up. I'm trying to see what else notes I have. There was a juror that was a female attorney too. Then when juror number 6 was replaced, it was replaced with an engineer. Okay. I'm looking at my notes. And I think I have some other notes over here too on my computer. Let me see if I can pull them. I'm gonna see BJ, and I think I might have sent it to her. Yeah, I don't know where my notes are at. I'll have to check later. But anyways, I did have some jury notes. Was it day? Oh yes, day 3. I have the numbers of the people that were selected. One of them was a teacher. One female, no social media, about dogs and food. There was a people there. One specific juror that got selected that had no social media, did not know Diddy whatsoever or any of it. So they were like, that was their ideal pick. The person that we didn't know about was a UN guy. I think the UN guy got let go. And then there was juror number 324 who was resisting arrest, and he was a Star Wars guy. There was a Star Wars guy, if you guys remember that. Seems like such a long time ago, guys. I don't even know what to make of it. Power Soul, thank you so much for this. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. There's that. Now let me go to CNN because I want us to read CNN real quick. Here it is. Jury begins deliberations. Judge praises prosecutors and defense attorneys for exceptional tried case. Oh, so the judge gave the flowers to the attorneys. After sending the jury out to begin deliberations, the judge addresses the lawyers and Sean Diddy Combs, praising both prosecutors and defense for great lawyering. The case was really exceptionally tried by both sides in this case, the judge told the attorneys. He said that he appreciated both sides' cooperation throughout the trial. He also commended the parties for allowing younger attorneys to deal with substantive issues in the case. Okay. The judge grants requests for Combs to have books in holding cell. So Diddy's requesting for books in his holding cell. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo asked if Sean Diddy Combs could have books back to his holding cell while he waits. He's going to be waiting there for a while. The judge granted the request. Okay. And then the jury selected juror number 5 as a 4-person. The jury sent a note. We have elected juror number 5 as a 4-person. The judge is off the bench. The parties are leaving the courtroom. So the courtroom is probably now slowing down. Things are kind of getting back to, whatever that normal is. We're going to probably start seeing people leaving and everything. Let's see what people are saying. People are they going that crazy outside? That's what I'm hearing, that people are wilding out outside. Don't know what's going on out there. I heard that depending on what this verdict is going to be, that there might be a protest outside. That's what I heard. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. I guess it just depends on where things weigh. Let's see. No update. You said give them the green. Oh my gosh, y'all are crazy in this chat. Thank you guys so much for supporting. You said I wonder if Diddy has a Bible. He said books. He might have all kinds of books in there. They said who's juror number 5? I don't know. I don't think I have notes on juror number 5. I don't have notes on juror number 5. Let me know what you guys think. People are hanging outside the courtroom, which I would suspect. I don't think they're going to have a verdict today. I don't think that they will, but what do you guys think? It's definitely not going to be a verdict today. Where do you guys stand with that? You said we may in fact have a verdict today. These jurors have been lied to for 8 weeks. Oh, Lindell. Oh, Lindell. Wonder if juror number 5 is the lawyer. Yeah, remember the lawyer? You think they'll have it by tomorrow? Hold up. Let me see. Do I have lawyer number? I can't remember what the lawyer was. You guys, I'm telling you, I'm not a very good note taker. I was when I was in school because I had to be. Let me see. Hold up. I can't remember the lawyer. What lawyer? Let's see. Remember the lawyer that was he was selected. He was going back and forth with everybody. They were a little worried about him too. Agnifilo was really pushing for him to be in there in the jury. I don't have juror number 5 here on my list. But it's still mostly men, though, right? In the jury that we know of. Let me see. Maybe we need to do a poll. Will they have a verdict today? That's the question, guys. Will they have a verdict today? Ooh, I think YouTube is acting up a little bit. Will they have a verdict today? Let me see. Will they have a verdict today? Go vote and hit the like button, please. And thank you. I'd appreciate it. Hey, thank you guys for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, yes. No verdict today? You don't think so? Okay, some of you guys say no verdict today. All right. 8 men and 4 women. Thank you. 8 men and 4 women. I do wonder about it. No lawyer on the jury? I thought there was one lawyer on the jury, if I remember correctly. No teacher either. How do you know this? Remember this correct? I mean, unless my notes mistaken me, I remember that there was a teacher and a lawyer. Thank you. That's a huge list of charges that they have to go through. Let me ask you guys in the comments, is this case everything that you thought it was going to be? Let me know. Is this everything that you guys thought it was going to be? Is this like they did it at all surprise anybody as far as I don't feel like this was what I thought it was going to be. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't know, guys. It's definitely the white parties didn't really get mentioned at all. You know, like it's definitely not what we all thought it was going to be. You thought it was worse, but there wasn't like, remember all the stories out there that like Adria English, for example, is one that I remember specifically because she sued. Okay. There's no Adria English, and she was a go-go dancer. Y'all remember her? Okay. She was not mentioned once. Okay. Some of these people weren't even mentioned. You said I was expecting more charges and well, I was expecting more witnesses, like more definitely more victims, right? None of that. You said the R. Kelly, it's just like a lot of the people that were said to have been mentioned, none of these people were mentioned. None of them that we thought. Because I honestly thought, you know how they talked about these white parties, right? Well, the white parties, and then it was the FOs. There was that party, and then it was the after party. These FOs didn't involve any of these people. These FOs didn't involve any of those people at all. It didn't. It literally involved his partner, who at the time was Cassie or Jane or whoever. And that was that. And I do wonder though, like, what about Young Miami? How does Carisha kind of take all of this in, right? Because she wasn't made to testify at all, you know? I have a lot of questions about that. No, they said that they were pending. I mean, in this criminal case, there were no minors mentioned. They said that there was going to be minors or something, but they weren't mentioned. It wasn't part of the charging document or indictment here. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. It's just it wasn't part of that. Let me say, if there was minors, I would think that the prosecution would completely take over that and completely say, oh yeah, this is what's going on, and we're going to get right at where we need to go, because it's a whole different story with minors. I mean, R. Kelly, my understanding, had minor victims during the RICO. So there's that. There is that. Hold up. Let me shout out Allison. Thank you so much for the $5. I hope they go do a vote to see where they are and everyone raises their hand for guilty. Wouldn't that be something? Allison, thank you so much for the 5. I mean, well, I guess we'll see. You said G Love Wallace says, I can't wait for the Lifetime movie. Well, I don't even know. Is the Lifetime movie going to be about Diddy's trial or the people outside the court and the madness over it? Because this is literally like, this was a lot. For the 2 months, I will say there were some moments that were like, oh man, this is like, is everybody still awake? And it's typically when the government witnesses were testifying, but nothing, you know, nothing too big. Now, Inner City Press tells us, here's a note from Inner City Press. They say, during this court adjournment, at least for now, Sean Diddy Combs, so Sean Combs is still in the courtroom. Okay. Family members are standing in the second room. Combs goes back to speak with them, holding his hand behind his back, then goes back to the table, staring at a laptop. Staring at a laptop. Wow. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just texting real quick. He's going back and forth. You said juror number 5, investment analyst who admitted to having seen hotel video. I'm confused by this comment. SUV. Olivia Benson. A Netflix series. It's a lot of questions that we have. You said number 1. Let me see what people are saying in the chat. You said, I don't think our government really wanted to hold his feet to the fire here because this man has so many bodies connected to him and so much they could have got him for. Wow. I don't know. I mean, there's one thing to speculate. I do wonder what evidence didn't make it through. I mean, I do wonder what was left. I do wonder, guys. I mean, listen, let the jury see what happens and see what they say. He could very well be, this could very well be a case where, he's not found guilty, or maybe he was overcharged. People do feel like he might have been overcharged and it was a stretch. I mean, you guys are entitled to your opinion. Everybody's got a different opinion to this situation. No update yet on that. Now, let me see what CNN is saying. No update on CNN while we wait. Everybody's waiting for verdict watch. Hold up. Everybody's on verdict watch right now. I'm looking at people. They're literally, everybody's like, all right, we're going to sit here for 5 hours and wait for the verdict. Are they going to be deliberating all day? And I bet you some of them are like, listen, we got to be done by 4th of July. Let's figure something out, because I don't think it'd be a good idea for them to not have something in the books before 4th of July. That's what's going to happen. It just, I don't know. This is crazy. This is crazy. Give me 1 sec, guys. The feds never take a case unless they're able to win it. If there's a 98% conviction rate, we are patiently waiting, guys. We're going to wait here. We are patiently waiting. We are. I would appreciate it. Amy, tell the people to hit the like button, please, and thank you. Stay in the light, Rabbit. Okay. I don't know about Young Miami. Young Miami has not been mentioned as a co-conspirator. If anything, she's been mentioned as far as like if I remember correctly in the transcripts, he's more so along the lines of somebody that they're seeing as a victim. Because I think Young Miami kind of came on later, you know, and not really so much. So it does make you wonder, like, was she also calling S workers and stuff like that? It does make you wonder a little bit about that. Okay, I think we have an update. Hold up. Shout out to everybody coming through. All right. Update. As we said would happen, now between juror notes, Sean Combs has been taken into the holding cell. At the defense table, his lawyer Driscoll is typing away on his laptop. Okay. As we said would happen, now between jury notes, Sean Combs has been taken into his holding cell. So his lawyer is typing away on the laptop. It's probably still like working on an appeal as we speak. Okay. Where's the family? That's what people are wanting to know. Where is the family? Okay. We have a little bit of a
Trey level. We've been
my
talking
camera
throughout
went off.
this
Give me 1 sec,
6
guys.
weeks of testimony, the prosecution trying to connect the dots to get a conviction here. How difficult will it be for this jury just to understand the task at hand, and how will the judge instruct them today?
It's going to be difficult because these are complicated charges, racketeering, sex trafficking. They're not your garden variety criminal charges. And so a lot of attention is going to need to be made to make it simple for the jury to understand, you know, to meet this element, to meet that element, so that they're not getting confused and we come up with the wrong verdict. So it's really a challenge with those jury instructions and the jury verdict form. They're going to be very meticulous to make it as easy and straightforward as they can. Because that's really the roadmap that allows the jurors to determine, you know, whether or not there's there should be a conviction or there's a crime here.
So given that, are we expecting that this deliberation will take longer than usual? What should we know going into this about timing?
I think it's going to take longer than normal. Usually when there's a quick verdict, it happens one of two ways. First of all, it's a slam dunk case. And it's clear that there was a crime that happened and there should be a conviction. Or it's just absolutely not a good case at all and the jury comes back fast. There's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of things to consider. And I think the jury is going to have to take its time to go over everything. All the pieces of evidence. We're talking about 34 witnesses, hundreds of exhibits, a lot of testimony. So there's a lot to go over. And most juries take their job very seriously. They don't want to rush it. They understand, you know, that somebody's life's at stake, the liberty of that person, and they want to get it right. So I would assume that this is going to take a little bit longer than normal.
Do you think, Trey, given all of the testimony that you heard as you followed this case, it's more likely they'll find him guilty on one of the charges? And if so, which one?
You know, I think it's an uphill battle with RICO and the racketeering.
Hold up.
Just because there's a lot of questions there.
Hold up.
Whether or not this was a personal lifestyle or
oh my God.
It was an actual criminal enterprise.
Okay. First of all, let me shout out. I don't want to say your name, but somebody just emailed me and said, I'm not going to say your name. You're welcome. Somebody sent me the verdict sheet. So it's available to us. Let's read this verdict sheet. Come on, guys. Everybody come through. Here we go. We have the verdict sheet, which is what we've been waiting for. The person who just emailed me, I want to thank you for emailing me. We have the verdict sheet. Here we go, okay? Let's stop sharing this. Let me share you my screen. Thank you, thank you. I don't know who emailed me, but thank you for emailing me this sheet. This is very helpful. Let me close out of this other stuff that I have. Don't save. Sorry. I had to get so many applications, y'all. Sure, save. Okay. All right, here we go. So let's read this verdict sheet, okay? This is not, I guess it just must have bumped into a pacer. Thank you to the person who sent it to me. And whatnot. Is this the most recent one, though? Let me make sure. This was file 621. This can't be the most recent one. This has to be the old one. We've already seen this. Oh, I thought it was the new one. Okay. This is the prosecutors. This we've already seen. They fixed the language. This can't be the new one. So, how do you find the defendant Sean Diddy Combs with respects to count one? If you have found the defendant guilty of count one, then please indicate whether the pattern of racketeering activity that the defendant agreed would be committed involving kidnapping. Yeah, this is not the recent one. Thank you to the person that emailed me, but I don't think that's the recent one that's landed. We're waiting for the new one. It's not on Pacer yet. And I'm keeping an eye out. I'm pretty sure that we are all keeping an eye out. That's not it. That's the old one. They updated the new one. They did. Yeah, that's the old one. But thank you for the person that oh, did you email it to me? Yeah, I don't think they have the new one up there. Otherwise, a lot of us would be looking at it right now. But thank you so much, that pretty girl, for sending it to me. We've been waiting for the, what's it called? I know, false alarm. False alarm. Thank you. Belen, what did you do? Oh my God, Belen. Hold up. Did you? Belen, thank you so much. Oh, Belen just sent me a cash app and said, thank you for your hard work in this trial. I am definitely gonna do. I have to do so. Listen, I had a seafood broil over the weekend, and it put me on a food coma, and it was amazing. Thank you. The husband cooked it. Thank you. Loki, how you doing? Thank you so much for this cash app. Thank you. I'm just shouting out some people. Don Marie, thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, you guys are so nice. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. Thank you, Belen. That was really sweet of you. Thank you. And everybody else that helped out today. You said it took 11 hours for the R. Kelly one? We waiting, my friends. So this is not the new one. This is the old one, but that's okay. So I'm going to try to, hold up. I'm going to go to the, stop sharing this. Let me see. We have to keep an eye out and see if they post it. I'm sure we are all going to be on it because we want to see what is going on. Oh my God, that's Scott Driscoll. Yo, let me show you guys something. This is Scott Driscoll. Yeah, he's young. This is Diddy's lawyer. I think he's the one doing the appeal. Wow. Shout out to Diddy Docket. Let me see. There's probably a lot of people out there right now. We're all waiting, guys. Hold up. See if we can get an update from the courtroom. I've been waiting to see one, but I have to be careful what I play because I don't know who and what's out there. I wonder if what's his name? Dodge is outside. That would have been nice to have Dodge hit the link if he's outside. I know Lovely T is there. Everybody's talking about it. This horrible situation with an Idaho sniper being up there, too. There's that. I'm looking to see Sky News. Everybody's got their camera set. Thank you for this super sticker. I appreciate you, Vanessa. Thank you. Totally appreciate it. Thank you, guys. One joyful ladybug. Government. Hold up, y'all. I'm like right there. Government with most likely hold back in cases with HV to retry of hung jury. Also, HV might have kept some in case get pardoned, so could come back with new case, and some come out when they charge co-conspirators like KK, like D-Rock, like, hey, what about Roger Bond? Who else? Polly, Uncle Polly, Rube. Oh man, I can't think of all the names. There was a couple of names. Fahim was in the courtroom on Friday, sitting on the family side, while he was being talked about being part of this whole little spiel. While he's being talked about, he was outside of that courtroom, guys, completely outside. Crazy, huh? It's a lot to say. It's a lot to kind of consume. Oh, don't forget. Oh, please, Life with Lara. Don't forget. We waiting to hear about TriStar. Who else? TriStar. The other lady, the Lou Taylor lady. We are all waiting to hear what that's all about. And shout out to BJ because she called this out a long time ago, talking about somehow all of this was going to be connected to Britney Spears and all of that. I mean, that is just intense to even think about, just the deep connections. And again, BJ called this out, I would say, what, 8 months ago? Lawsuit alleges Diddy owns TriStar reaction. Let me see if I can play a little bit of it. Hold up.
Buddy, how are you doing this fine Thursday?
Shout out to BJ.
So, today we have to go back to another lawsuit that was filed 2 years ago, and it has to do with that nanny who.
Now, you know, this was 8 months ago because literally BJ had this set up 8 months ago, and now she's like in a different setup. So she was like behind you could tell she was like behind the window was behind her, and then she had the little piñata. I think she still has the piñata. Shout out to her.
Allegedly sued P. Diddy after she got fired because she got pregnant. Now, here's the lawsuit. And just to remind you, it was against Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, but also against TriStar Sports and Entertainment. Now, this is Lou Taylor's company, the one that has Robin Greenhill at it, the one that was allegedly, according to the Lil Rod lawsuit, paying off S workers, orchestrating the payment for the S workers. So this is a lawsuit for gender discrimination, sex-based discrimination, violations of the California Family Rights Act, employment, wrongful termination, failure to pay for hours, stuff like that. And it is a 33-page long document. And pretty much the gist of the arguments is as follows. This lady claims that she is Kim Porter's niece, the late Kim Porter's niece. Okay. Now, I did kind of start looking up a little bit, like, does Kim Porter have any siblings? Does the siblings?
So what happened with this lawsuit? I'm sorry. It's been a minute since I've looked at the other lawsuits.
Have any kids, but I just started realizing that these people call anybody a niece and anybody a goddaughter. It doesn't have to be, necessarily ordained in a church or something. So, I mean, I don't know who this person is. And she does say that she's deliberately obscuring her name. She's going by Jane Roe instead of her real name. Now, in this lawsuit, what she alleges is that the day after her aunt, Kim Porter, passed away, that Diddy apparently contacted her the very next day and asked her to become a full-time 24/7 nanny to the twin girls. And this would have been all the way back in 2018. The person, we'll call her Jane, the niece, Jane, in the lawsuit, she says that was going well, but, she was working a lot. She was working pretty much 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. She was staying in the same bedroom with the twins and her son. And she's also saying that there was no other nanny. She was the only one. She loved the girls. She was there for them during obviously one of the hardest times in their lives of losing their mother. She says she did get pregnant and she told everyone around that she was going to need some time off for maternity leave. And apparently Diddy got upset. Now, in this document, it also names the house manager, who I just kind of glossed over the first time that I read this lawsuit. But I do want to mention it here now because it may end up being important somehow, some way. Paragraph 17, page 4. In or around August 2020, plaintiff Jane Roe, the anonymous, pregnant lady, she announced she was pregnant and would need to take maternity leave. Combs, including but not limited to his family manager, April Butler, well, they were both infuriated and reacted with hostility to the news. In retaliation, Diddy began a campaign to get this lady fired, Kim Porter, the late Kim Porter's niece, allegedly. Diddy's representatives, including without limitation that family manager April Butler, even concocted rumors that plaintiff was resigning from her position, which was completely untrue. Right. When she was set to begin her maternity leave in or around January 2021, Diddy terminated her employment. He communicated that she was being fired because she was pregnant and unmarried, which purportedly set a bad example for the twin daughters. When she pleaded with Diddy to keep her job and for her health care coverage, Diddy responded by yelling and cussing at her and refused to honor his promise to get her and her then 5-year-old son the best health and dental insurance. Also, she claims that she was misclassified as a salaried employee because she never got paid overtime or anything like that. So what I really wanted to discuss, what I really wanted to bring to y'all's attention today, the thing that I kind of seem to have missed the last time, is on this first page where they're saying who they're suing. Okay. Yep. So the parties. First, Jane Roe, who resided and worked in Los Angeles County, California. She's commencing this action under a pseudonym in order to protect her and her minor children's privacy and to prevent harassment, ridicule, personal, professional embarrassment, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So then paragraph 3 is nothing out of the ordinary and it's not unexpected. It's to be expected. Plaintiff believes based on the allegations that defendant Combs Enterprises was and is a New York limited liability corporation doing business in LA. And then paragraph 4, TriStar, one of the defendants, she defines, and it says she's informed and believes, and based on the allegations at all times relevant, TriStar Sports and Entertainment was and is a Tennessee corporation doing business in Los Angeles County, California. Then she's suing this other entity called 200 South Mapleton Drive, which I wasn't going to do this, but I just had the idea to do it. So let me do it now. I'm just going to look up 200 South Mapleton Drive.
I'm pretty sure that's an address that was brought up, and I'll have to look at the court transcripts.
And see if it's registered at Lou Taylor's address or her business address. Okay. Yep. There it is. Yep. Lou Taylor's address right there. Okay.
Wow.
So I'm on
So that just tells you how ingrained, how deep they're into this whole situation with TriStar. Okay. Shout out to the person that sent this to me via email. I have to show you guys. These are the 12 jurors. We got a breakdown. So 12 jurors. Here we go, guys. And welcome everybody. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. We're just doing a little jury, not jury. Verdict watch. I think we consider this the verdict watch at this point, which is crazy to me that all of this time, now we're here. We're up to here. This is where we're at, guys. I just can't believe it. I can't believe we're here. But okay. The 12 jurors, there's a male juror, age 69, who's a massage therapist. He works as a massage therapist, has a BFA in acting, and lives alone in Manhattan. What is that? Sorry, I heard some music. I don't know where it's coming from. Okay, sorry. I got distracted. I'm like, what's that music? He works as a massage therapist, has a BFA in acting, and lives alone in Manhattan. He told the judge overseeing the case that an immediate family member was a victim of DV, but that experience would not bias him as a juror. Okay, so 69-year-old male. Okay, a 31-year-old male investment analyst. He works as an investment analyst, lives in Manhattan, and is an active member of his church. While he vowed to be a fair juror, he flagged that he has a moral objection to capital punishment. He said he saw the video of Combs assaulting his former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and is aware of the allegations against Combs. Okay. Then there is a male who is age 51 who's a scientist. He has a PhD in molecular biology and works as a scientist. He told the judge overseeing the case that he is vaguely aware of the allegations against Combs based on news reports. Okay. Then there's a female 30-year-old who's a deli clerk. She works as a deli clerk, generally doesn't watch the news, and lives with her family in the Bronx. She says she enjoys listening to hip hop and reggae. Female 42-year-old nursing home aide. Okay. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. I'm like, there's something Oh, I'm like, there's a noise and it's my screen. Sorry, y'all. I got distracted. Okay. Let me read the rest of this, okay? So, female 42, nursing home aide. She works in a nursing home, lives in Manhattan, has 2 children, and prefers getting her news by word of mouth. She says she got a ticket 15 years for carrying an open container of alcohol and says she's generally familiar with the allegations against Combs. So this is the 42-year-old nursing home aide. Okay. Male 41, clerk at correctional facility, which I thought was interesting that they had somebody that was a clerk at the correctional facility. Yeah, she said word of mouth. She says she gets her news through word of mouth. I don't know what that means. Okay. I guess she doesn't watch the news. She goes by what people tell her. Okay. This is the one that got removed, right? I don't know why they still list him. Well, maybe I'll say something different. Hold up. Let me tell you, I'm pretty sure this is juror number 6, right? That's what I think too. Male 41, clerk at correctional facility. Okay. He worked as a clerk in the correctional facility and he enjoys listening to 90s hip hop, lives in the Bronx. He said he was familiar with basic allegations of the case, but his pre existing knowledge would not prevent him from being a fair juror. He said he pled guilty to a misdemeanor fraud after the medical practitioner he used after a car accident was accused of insurance fraud. He got 1 year conditional discharge. Okay, I believe this is juror number 6 who got dismissed, who wasn't forthcoming about where and from and where he was living. Okay. All right. Male, 68 years old, retired. He's retired, but he used to work for a bank, lives in Westchester and has adult children. He said he enjoys listening to Indian music and playing cricket and volleyball. So early on, there was a juror who, and this is kind of coming to me, who lives in Westchester, who takes care of his wife. I don't know if this might be the same guy, but it might be different. I don't know. Male, 68 years old, retired. Okay. He is a retired man. Excuse me. He's a retired line man for a telephone company who enjoys listening to classic rock. He lives with his family in Westchester. Okay, this could be him here. I don't know. He said he was familiar with some of the names associated with the case because he watched Combs' reality TV series, Making the Band. Okay, so you have some people that are familiar here. When it originally aired in the early, despite having a distaste for looking at violence on videos, he said he watched the Ventura assault video. Okay, and there's a quote that he said, I seen a video of Mr. Combs, and it seems like this person was in this video and harm was being done to her in the video on TV, he said. I didn't exactly know the reason why he was doing that, but I don't think that would impede me from making a decision as far as if he went any further with it or what. I didn't see too much of it. Okay. That was male juror, 68-year-old retired. Okay. Female juror, 43, a physician's assistant. Okay. Now hold up. I'm keeping an eye out on notifications. See if we have one. No, not yet. No notifications. Okay. Female, 43, physician assistant. She worked as a physician assistant, lives in Westchester. There's a couple people that live in Westchester with their family, listens to R&B and hip hop. She's part of both the community-based organization for women in Harlem and a social justice public theater. Okay. There's a 39-year-old male social worker. Okay. He works as a preventative social worker for child care organizations, frequently handling DV cases. He is also a licensed security guard. Oh, yeah, this was I remember him. I think I wrote him on my list. The licensed security guard that worked as a social worker, because it stood out to me, because guess what, y'all? I got a master's in social work. And I've done security work actually in my 20s. So this is interesting. He is also a licensed security guard. He lives with his family in the Bronx, likes listening to R&B and Afro beats, gets his news from YouTube, and likes watching sports. He gets his news from YouTube. So I'm like, did you have to unsubscribe to various channels or at least block YouTube for the last 2 months in order not to get overwhelmed by the information coming about this case? Because I don't know how you could miss it. I don't know, especially if you listen to Afrobeats, how none of this stuff would come into your algorithm. Y'all are trying to find out who Bertha is. You guys are trying to find out who Bertha is. Bertha is, we don't know. We don't know who Bertha is. We called it that thanks to Mims. Shout out to Mims. Okay, hold up. Let's keep going. He gets his news from YouTube. That's what he said. Hold up, my friends. We're watching. Oh man. Okay. I think we have an update. Maybe. Keeping an eye out. Okay. Let's keep going with the jurors, okay? A male, 67, bank analyst. He works as a bank analyst, lives in Westchester, has 3 adult children, including one who works as a security guard. He said he once served as on a jury for a criminal case in the Bronx, but the jury did not reach a verdict. Oh, okay. All right. Then you have a 74-year-old female treatment coordinator. She works as a treatment coordinator for an organization dedicated to serving the disabled, lives alone in Manhattan, and enjoys classical music. She has a bachelor's degree in sociology. All right. So now we're going to get to our 6 alternate jurors, the one that they went home, but from my understanding. We don't know, because one of those we know was changed, if you know what I mean. Here we go. We're going to get to the alternates. Okay? Shout out to everybody in the chat. Okay, so you have a male 57 architect. He works as an architect, lives in Westchester, and is active in Boy Scouts. He said he is familiar with the allegations against Sean Combs based on media reports, but generally does not pay attention to celebrity media. I'm old enough, and I quote, I'm old enough to have heard a lot of stories before trial, and then when the evidence is actually presented, things are, the truth comes out, he says, and I quote. Okay. All right. Then we have another alternate who is a male, 35 years old, unemployed. All right. Says he is unemployed but used to work as a window cleaner, enjoys watching crime shows, listens to metal, R&B music. He said he was familiar with the basic allegations against Combs despite not watching the news. Okay, and I quote, he was accused of like the S trafficking, but that was about it, he says, and I quote. Okay, a male physician, 40 years old. He's a physician, lives in Manhattan with his wife. He said he had previously read an article written by someone who said Combs threatened her, but does not think the information is relevant to the trial. Okay. Then there was a female, 41 years old, nonprofit employee. She works for a dance nonprofit, lives with her spouse in Manhattan, and enjoys classical music. All right. Then there was a female, 24 years old, site operator. She works as a site operator for a coffee service company, lives in the Bronx, and is married. Though her spouse lives in West Africa, she listens to hip hop, rap, soul, West African music. She says she's aware of the Ventura video, but said he could still be a fair juror. There are both sides to every story. I don't know the full story, so I can't be completely one-sided, she says. Okay. Male, 37, officer at international organization. Is this the UN guy? Y'all remember the UN guy? Is this the UN guy? I have a lot of questions. Could this be the UN guy? Anyways, let's keep going, okay? Officer at international organization. He works as an administrative officer with an international government organization. We know what that's all about. Has a master's degree in international relations. He enjoys rock, pop, classical music. He said he was familiar with the allegations in the cases, but not liking celebrity kind of cases. And I quote, he says, no one likes hearing about prostitution and things like that. I mean, no one is not like pro-prostitution and things like that, or other rug charges and things like that. They're not good allegations, but I could still be objective and fair. I'm pretty sure that's the UN guy. You said Auntie Bertha might be 74 years old. I don't know. There's the mystery of Auntie Bertha. Inner City Press says they're outside. Okay, wait. That's a whole different case. That's a whole different case, my friend. Inner City Press reports on various cases at the same time. Let me see what everybody's saying outside. Let's see. While I'm looking to see what updates we have here, I don't even see Mims being live. I wonder if did Mims go home? I wonder. Okay. Hold up.
prosecution, headlined by two of Combs' former
I'm gonna see if
girlfriends.
I can
Last week,
find a
both
YouTuber
sides
live.
delivered their final arguments, and Combs did not present testimony or any witnesses at all. Here now with more. You've been combing this case, been telling us all about it.
Let's see.
Daryl Cohen, lawyer right here in Atlanta. Welcome back to the show, my friend. You've been giving us great insight on this, and now it's coming to the end here. Are you still in the same position you were at the beginning?
Well,
More so than then, more so now than then. It's a case where who cares, says the defense. So what, says the defense. Nobody was coerced, says the defense. We are not guilty of any crime or crimes, says the defense.
ooh,
That is completely different from what the prosecution has shown. We start with a video of Sean Puff Daddy Combs beating Cassie by the elevator. That is indelibly etched into the minds of the jurors. Then witness after witness after witness testified as to what he did and why they did what they did because they were afraid of it. The defense, as I mentioned early on, would be, so what? It's Hollywood. We didn't hurt anybody. We didn't coerce anybody. Well, that is contrary to what the evidence is that was presented by the prosecution. It will depend. There may be jurors who say, so what? It's Hollywood. Who cares? It's nothing but a soap opera from Hollywood. That's what they do.
So is that
Other
the big
jurors would likely say, look what horrible things that he did and happened as a result of him. We're going to find him guilty. I can't get into the minds of jurors. There are always rogue jurors that think in a way that's different from everyone else. But my guess, I can't tell you it's educated yet, but my guess, my thoughts based upon the evidence from the prosecution and the lack of testimony or evidence from the defense is they will find him guilty and he may very well spend the rest of his life in prison. We'll see.
You think that's the battle, but in the jury room right now, that's going to be the battle, whether or not it was, hey, this is Hollywood, this is what is done, and then those that have that tape in their minds, that's going to be the battle?
In my view, yes, because there was no evidence presented by the defense. There wasn't even a character witness put up that said, hey, he's a good guy, this didn't happen. So now it becomes a question of the credibility of the witnesses from the prosecution and whether or not they are credible and whether or not their credibility is enough to show that what he is charged with, he is guilty of, and as a result, they should find him guilty. I think I wouldn't be at all surprised if there isn't a juror or two who holds out, but I would be surprised if they don't find him guilty and convict him, at least of many of the crimes.
Given all this evidence and things like that, was it smart for the defense not to put up anybody?
I think when you have nothing to do, you do nothing. If they would have put on anyone who would say, yes, I was there, but it was no big deal, that person, whoever he or she was subject to cross-examination and made to look foolish. So I think the defense did what they could with what they had. They didn't have a lot. So they're just trying to put a different spin on it.
If he's going to be convicted,
political race where I have no chance, but my only chance is to say I have no chance. Maybe I'll come through. Maybe I won't.
Daryl, if Combs is convicted, what kind of sentence does he face realistically?
Depending on what he is convicted of, he is looking at the rest of his life in prison. But even should he not receive a life sentence, you would serve in the federal system. You serve 85% of your time. There is no parole. So, there's parole, but there's no early time. There's no way for him to get out of serving at least 85% of his time. That's the way it is. And there's no appeal to that. There's no, hey, he's a good guy, he should get out on parole. There is no parole. It doesn't exist. 85%, and then go to a halfway house. But look at his age. Look what he would be then if he's convicted, if he is sentenced, as I think he will be.
All right. So,
and this sends a message, Jesse. It sends a message to the rest of the world. If he is convicted, then they say this type of these actions are not acceptable, and it shouldn't happen anywhere. If, on the other hand, he's acquitted, it's a wide open book for anybody, whether it's the record business or the film business, television business, to do what they want, how they want to do it. I don't see him being acquitted. I just don't. At the best for him, a mistrial with one or two jurors saying I can't or won't convict him.
Gotcha. Attorney Daryl Cohen, thanks so much for
every legal person I feel like is telling us something different. Like I said, I always find a legal person that will say something like he's gonna be acquitted, to it's gonna be a mistrial, to it's gonna be deadlocked, to it's gonna be like, I don't know have you guys ever like if you're looking at all the legal commentators, it's very hard to find people that kind of agree all at once, because I feel like different people feel like this is going to land a little bit different for folks. Now, let me go to Sylvia. Shout out to infamous Sylvia. She's outside of that courtroom, and I'm going to play a little bit of this.
That young lady.
Make sure you guys check her out.
Who was with the other young lady. You know who the poor person is, right? You know who it is?
The old lady you said?
No. It's the young girl in the front, The one
with the brown looking braids.
the
thick girl.
The thick girl.
I knew
Oh, yeah.
I knew it.
And you know, the defense was like really, really ecstatic when they saw that. Yeah.
That's crazy.
So, okay. Mama Comb hugged me. She said she said, because she hugged me. She says, I want to get all the love I get before I leave here. So we hugged and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, she
I
got
did.
to-
I did.
to hug Diddy's mom. Oh my god! I guess Diddy's mom is like getting closer to people out there. I mean, let me know what you guys think in the comments. You know, I'm sure that after a while they get to watch these people that are out there filming them, and they're like, you know, we just get close to them. You know, like I said, it just seems like that's what happens. Let's see. Maybe people are a little starstruck. I guess she's hugging out content creators. I'd be like, I don't know how I feel about that. Are you trying to sway my opinion? Because my opinion is no. Now, hold up. Let me move over here.
Jury deliberations are currently underway, and Sean Diddy Combs' federal sex trafficking trial. Court heard from 34 witnesses over the course of 7 weeks. Among them, Combs' former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, who detailed years of alleged abuse. Prosecutors say that Combs ran a criminal enterprise and allegedly sex trafficked Ventura, as well as another former girlfriend. We'll call her Jane. The defense says the disgraced rap mogul is being unfairly persecuted for his sexual lifestyle. Well, now all of this comes down to those specific charges. Combs faces 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, 2 counts of sex trafficking, and 1 count of racketeering. He denies all of those charges. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas joins us now from outside that courthouse. Chloe, we've heard 7 weeks of testimony, north of 40 witnesses. When you look at it all over the 7 weeks that you've been standing outside that
I think it's 38 witnesses. We don't like Chloe Malas.
Courthouse, what are the key pieces of evidence that the jury is most likely really grappling with today?
I mean, Morgan, like you said, they have to go through a lot of testimony, right? When it comes to the sex trafficking, you're dealing with 2 alleged victims. You're dealing with Cassie Ventura, a former girlfriend of his, and another former girlfriend who testified under the pseudonym Jane. So they have to decide, is her testimony credible? Was she forced into these drug-fueled sex parties, nicknamed freak-offs, hotel nights, or did these women consent and basically have remorse after the fact? Because those are the elements of sex trafficking, and he faces a 15-year mandatory minimum on those. And what the government has to prove is force, fraud, or coercion. Now, when it comes to RICO, which is also racketeering, the RICO conspiracy charge, that's even more complicated. The prosecutors are alleging that Combs ran a criminal enterprise that they said was his kingdom, and that he had individuals working on his behalf, like former assistants, carrying out that illegal activity. And within that charge, there are something called predicate crimes. There are 8 of them that the jury has to consider. Things like bribery, kidnapping, witness tampering, arson. And these jurors, they have to decide if the government proved their case. Do they believe that Combs orchestrated kidnappings? Do they believe that Combs was behind blowing up Kid Cudi's car? I also want to make mention that Combs' family is leaving the courthouse behind me right now because that jury, Morgan, has begun deliberating. They've been in the deliberation room for about a half hour. And you can imagine that they're going to be nearby this courthouse in the event that they have to come back, because if there is a verdict, they're not going to have much time to get into that courtroom. It could be quite fast.
And with a lot at stake, of course, that racketeering charge alone carries a life sentence if, in fact, he's convicted of that. Chloe Malas there outside that courthouse, so much happening as the jury undergoes deliberations. Chloe, thank you.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch.
Chloe Malas. Isn't it Malas? Why do they say her name is Malas? Chloe Malas. Hold up.
All right, so we're learning that court is now back in session in the Sean Combs sex trafficking and racketeering case. 12 New Yorkers, 8 women, 4 men are currently receiving instructions from the judge. Prosecutors laid out their closing arguments over almost 5 hours, going over 6 weeks of testimony, and of course, that disturbing video of Combs beating his then girlfriend. And the defense, for its part, accused prosecutors of going.
Wait, is Diddy's, look at the way he got his face. I'm like, okay.
After Combs only because of his lifestyle. Joining me now, trial attorney Kelly Hyman. Let's first start here. So the judge is preparing right now to read instructions to the jury, which is expected to take at least an hour, if not longer. How significant are these instructions that the judge will now be telling the jury that they must follow in this case?
They are key because the jury instructions are a roadmap to the jurors when they go and deliberate. And what I mean by roadmap is,
you know what my biggest worry is? Let me say this, guys. I worry that the jury is not going to understand the instructions. And I don't want to put that out there, but I do feel like I do wonder if is as black and white. Yeah, Randall from Iowa, they got it wrong. They got it wrong. I know you guys picked that up. They got it wrong. I'm a little worried that they're not going to get the instructions. I'm a little I know they got it wrong, guys. They 8 men for they got it wrong. They got it wrong. I'm a little worried they're going to get lost in the instructions not because not that they can't understand it. It's just that it is complicated. It's a complicated thing, the drop down and everything. Like in general, it just seems kind of it's not as black and white. This isn't as a very black and white case, I don't think. But, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. The instructions, and it's not to say that they're not smart, because I definitely think that we have some. I just read you who the jury is. We got a lot of great people in this jury, but it's very easy to get lost. You know what I mean? So I do wonder about it.
it lays out each one of the charges: racketeering, transportation across state lines to engage in prostitution, sex trafficking, and each one of the elements as well. Also, the judge lets the jury know that ultimately they are the trier of facts. And what that means is they can weigh the credibility of the witnesses, because that's going to be key for the sex trafficking charge.
I do want to ask you how you saw both the prosecution and the defense, how they did in sort of doing their closing arguments, but also laying out their case to this jury. What did you see on both sides of this?
A tale of two different stories. From the prosecution standpoint, they told a story of Diddy as someone who used power, violence, and fear to get what he wanted. And from the defense standpoint, their position was this case was about love. This case was about jealousy. This case was about infidelity. And this case was about money. Ultimately, it's going to be up to the jury to determine whether or not which side that they believe. But it's interesting in New York that 95% of cases that go to trial in the Southern District of New York come back with a guilty verdict.
That's a really interesting number. This has been a very long and sometimes complex case of lots and lots of testimony, even testimony to deal with the finances of all of this. Was there any testimony to you that really stood out that the prosecution did well? Because the defense did not put on any witnesses. This was all about their cross-examination.
And they don't have to put on any witnesses because the prosecution has the burden of proof and they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. But from the prosecution standpoint, Cassie Ventura, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, was their star witness. If the jury believe her, then they will ultimately determine that he is guilty of sex trafficking of her.
You said that, the defense, rightly so, does not have to put on a case. This really is, the burden is on the prosecution. Was it any surprise to you that Sean Combs did not take the stand, that they did not bring in any other witnesses, but used only cross-examination really to tell the story from their perspective?
An attorney can advise his clients whether or not to take the witness stand, and ultimately it's Diddy's decision. But it was a very smart decision from the defense standpoint, because here's why. Once Diddy takes the witness stand and testifies, that opens the door for the prosecution now to come in and cross-examine him and ask him all types of questions. And that opens the door to a lot of things.
There's been a lot of talk about this case and the racketeering part of this case, racketeering conspiracy. Is that a very difficult charge to get a conviction on? A lot of prosecutors, I think, have struggled with this charge.
In regards to all the charges, the sex trafficking, the transportation across state lines, and the RICO is the hardest charge for the prosecution, but also the strongest penalty, because if convicted, he can go to life in prison for the RICO charge.
What makes it so difficult? I mean, obviously, when you hear RICO, you
hold up. Let me see. Oh, 3 minutes ago. Whoa, hold up. Give me 1 second. I think we have a little bit of an update. Hold up, my friends. Yep. Okay. It's 3 minutes ago. Jury sends note. Isn't the same one naming the foreman, right? There's a note from the jury. Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers are returning to the courtroom and prosecutors are entering. The note was first handed to the prosecution, then to defense attorney Mark Agnifilo. Combs is back in the courtroom reading the note, which fills 1/3 of a lined sheet of paper. The court is now waiting for the judge. So they're back in the court? Okay, let me just make sure, because I don't want to yeah, so this is an hour and 3 minutes ago. It was the jury's 4-person. What is going on? Oh, let me copy and paste this, my amigos. I think we got, let me let the good people of Twitter know what is happening. The good people of Diddy Trial. And I'm gonna tag let me tag BJ on this and at Inner City Press. He's probably in there anyways from CNN. Let me also tag Diddy Docket. This can't be it. There's no way. Let's see. There's a note. Oh, come on. You're going to make me pay? Not right now. Are returning to the courtroom. Prosecutors are also entering. See, the note was first. Here it is. Okay. Okay, here we go. They're back in the courtroom, I guess. I don't know. They're back in the courtroom. Yeah, she'll be on probably later on today. I just wanted to tag her so she didn't miss it later. That's too quick. There's no way they're back on. There's no way. It's probably just a question, right? But they had to bring Diddy from the holding cell for this too? That's interesting. There's no way that it's a verdict. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. There's no way. It's just a question, probably. But see, there's something to be said about the specific questions that they have. I was like, that's too quick, y'all. There's no way that there's a verdict. No way. I know, right, Lady E? And it would have been like publicly announced. It's just a question. Now, what is the question, though? That's the question. What is the question that they have? Right. Can you imagine what they had to bring Diddy? It sounds like they had to. It says they're waiting for the judge. So the note was first handed to prosecution. Then the defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo. Combs is back in the courtroom reading the note, which fills about 1/3 of the lined sheet of paper. Well, okay. Just what is the question that they have? That's the That's what everybody wants to know. What's the question? ¿Cuál es la pregunta? Okay, let me see what I'm sure Inner City Press is out there. Probably checking it out. You don't know right now. What do you think it's probably regarding to the instructions? I told you guys, I said, it's not about whether I don't believe that the jury is smart enough to decipher. The jury is very smart. It's just that sometimes stuff gets complicated in the instructions. It can get. And you might have a question and like it's okay to wonder if it's too complicated sometimes, You might need people. I think it's regarding the instructions. If they all have to come back to the courtroom, yeah. Okay, hold up. Let's see. Oh, no update on Inner City Press. Let me see. No update on. We're waiting for we're waiting, y'all. I thought there'd be more bloggers outside. I don't see a lot of bloggers anymore out there. Some of them started heading home already, I think, because some of them were traveling from far, far, far away. Today would have probably been the best day to go to court when nobody was there. It would have been the best day to go to court when nobody was there. Nobody's there. Best day to go to court. We're waiting, guys. Dios mío, ¿qué está pasando? ¿En dónde estamos? We're waiting for an update, guys. Is he? Is Mims still there? Shout out to Mims. Let me see. Make it. I didn't see any videos. That's why I was assuming. Make it make sense. Did he drop a video today? Because I would like to watch it. I like to watch it. Let's see. No video. No, his last video was 2 days ago. He hasn't posted anything. I'm assuming he's still there because I think he said he was going to stay there till all the way, which would make sense. But nothing yet on Inner City Press that I see on my end. Danielle, shout out to you for giving me the heads up on the CNN update. Thank you. Let's see. Give me one sec, guys. You said apparently Fahim is in the courtroom again, sitting in with Diddy's family. Yeah, he's been mentioned a lot in this case too. I don't think KK showed up once. Did it? You're checking Twitter too? Okay, thank you, Crispy Treat. Thank you. I know, right? The aggression outside hasn't pushing people away. People have said that they won't be there today. I know. I think I heard Mim say something to the effect of like somebody came after him with the what's it called? Like there was a lady with an umbrella or a cane or something, and they were doing the most. I'm like, they had to get like 4 rooms, right? Or something like 4 of the rooms, the overflow rooms for people. And it's like 80 people per room or something like that. I'm like, damn, what if I would have gone? I really did think about going actually. But I don't know if I would have been able to have been there because I got baby bunny, y'all. But summer break, I am on summer break with my middle child. So it would have been a perfect time to go because the kiddo wouldn't have been at school. Baby bunny, I could have had grandma watch her for me and stuff like that. But it just didn't happen. But it does open the question about maybe some other cases that I might attend. Like you never know. If I'm capable, baby bunny's becoming slowly a little bit more kind of on her own. She's not 100% potty trained. We're getting there. It's taking her a minute. But then again, she's only 3, so it takes the girls a little longer to potty train. I would love to go. That would be amazing. I don't see an update yet, guys. So are they in the courtroom or what? So this was 13 minutes ago. You said, Mim said that there was a homeless guy that was always farting too. That's crazy. That's crazy. How much did those ticket holders make? At first, the line holders were people who were needed money and they were thankful. Then it started getting crazy expensive and argumentative. Listen, how much I know. Remember the first week, they had people like they were there 2, 3 in the morning, sleeping outside, waiting in line for people. And then they would, I mean, they would, you only sit there in line for 2 hours and you make $500 or $1,000 an hour to hold your spot to get in court. I mean, I don't have that kind of money. I'd be like, listen, I don't have that kind of money to be spending every day on that. I'm going to go over there and sit there and, just, wait, even though I'm probably really tired, especially with the time zone and difference and everything. Oh, from Sylvia, the juror that is 5'4" woman, young, thick black woman who was very engaged in defense arguments. They say PD's team was ecstatic when she was selected. Really? Wow. I think she described her earlier, right? The people sleep outside of those tents, but I heard they make like a good money to being out there, but it gets out of control. Like people are hitting people with umbrellas. Yeah, I don't want that spot too much. I'll just go to the overflow room. I don't be going to, I just don't do that. I just don't do that. You said, Rabbit, Mim said that some were paid to stand in line and some stand asked for money for their place in line when people started showing up. Really? Wait, 500 to 2,000? That's insane, Lauren. That is insane. Oh, here we go. Inner City Press. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see what's going on. Remove. Let's stop this. Sean Diddy Combs. Oh, the thread is broken. Okay. Okay, we're going to go this way. Sean Diddy Combs, or Sean Combs, is back in the courtroom as lawyers are huddled behind him in discussion. There was a jury note. I wonder if he got the update from me. I was like, Inner City Press, CNN said, let me go and tag you on this so you're aware. Go in the courtroom and check it out. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. What's going on? It's a no. Okay. Were you Savannah? Okay. What did you confirm? I'm going up. Sorry, I missed the comments, y'all. I gotta go up. Just the tea, please. How are you, love? I didn't say hello. And everybody else, Nebby's in the house, all my regulars, Chico, everybody coming through. Yes. Everybody. I mean, they make it sound like they're going to a concert with all these prices. I know CNN is so damn slow with these updates. Danielle, shout out to you because you're the one that gave me the heads up on CNN. This is why I tagged Inner City Press on this. Hold up. I got a text message, y'all. You said, see, New York City is great to visit. I love it there. I don't know. Sounds like she had something to address or deal with. MD, thank you so much for the $4.99. Girl, I used to work front desk at the London when Diddy hit Cassie. There was staff telling everyone she got surgery done. Shake my head. Oh my God. Thank you for the $4.99. So you must have been around when a lot of this went down. Dang. Mm-mm. Listen, I just feel some type of way about the people that are having to clean those hotels. Like when Jonathan Perez testified, talking about, I slipped twice. He's texting Christina Cora. I slipped twice. I literally was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. Oh, you got to be. What you mean you slept twice? You slipped in the oil? Like, no, my friends. No, my friends. That just sounds so horrible of a situation. I can't do that. I don't know how. No, no, no. When I heard that, I said no. You think it's a plea deal? Is that why you got the note? But the note came from the jury. Mm. Yeah. So that's why there's no plea deal. There can't be a plea deal. The note came from the jury, guys. I'm sure that if there was a plea, they would have. I don't know. Highly doubt that this is where we're at. Oh, we're waiting. I think everybody's waiting. Let's go. Are we waiting? We waiting, my friends. We waiting. Oh my goodness. People are reacting. There's literally, I think all the YouTubers are gone. I don't see any YouTubers. So why did TMZ change the tune? They initially were like, they were changing their tune, and then they like kind of like I think they invited somebody, they interviewed somebody about freak offs or something like that. Did y'all hear about that? I didn't watch it because I don't like watching them like that. They come on my timeline all the time though. I don't know. Let me see. Trent Out Loud is there? Okay. So there's no verdict. It's a no from the jury. They have a question. Yeah, we're waiting. And they had to bring everybody out. I wonder what the question is. Are they going to say it out loud? Are they going to say it out loud? I want to know what the question is. Because that would be nice, because then we would get to really think about how they're seeing this case. I'm here for it. You said once you're I think you could, what happens to the plea deal? Does it stand? Said it cannot be a plea, it can't be a plea deal. There's no way. No way, you guys. The note came from the jury, guys. The note came from the jury. Just so everybody's aware. Hold up. Let me see what else. I'm looking at my phone notifications. Oh, okay. Hold up. What is this? Oh, it's a separate case. Inner City Press, you know how he posts various cases? He's doing that right now. Let's go. So many subscriptions. What do you guys, if you guys pay for Twitter subscriptions, what do you get from it? Because I don't find the benefit other than having a blue check mark. I don't see the benefit of having a Twitter subscription at all. Okay, do we have an update here? Let me check my phone. Okay. No update from this. Sean Combs is back in the courtroom. His lawyers are huddled behind him in discussion. There's a jury note. That's the last update that we have. No update other than that. Are you guys ready for this case to be over? Let me know. Less ads? Is that what you get with the subscription? Man, oh man. Thank you. Thank you. You want your afternoons and evenings back? Are y'all ready? I'm not ready. I'm like, wait, I'm having a moment. Like, I literally was thinking the other day, I was like, oh, I'm not going to see some of these people. These people, especially the ones that were antagonizing me, I'm not going to see them anymore because they're going to move on. And I don't want to like go back and forth with people, right? They're going to be like, it's just going to suck. I'm not going to see some of you guys unless you say subscribe, you know, which would be awesome. But, y'all are over, even my mods are over this trial. Well, damn, if we cover another trial, what are you guys going to say? Let me know. Rabbit was the next trial. See, and if I go and cover a next trial, you guys are going to be like, I'm so over for this trial to be done. What? See, I said the same thing about Karen Reed, and I didn't even cover it like that, honestly. I didn't. As long as, well, what if I cover Christina Coram? What if Christina Coram has a trial too and I decide to cover it? Huh? I might do that. Luigi is not until next year. So we still got a good, what, it's almost the end of the year. 6 months or 7 months before Luigi. Oh, you better believe I want to cover Luigi. We definitely going to do that one. But I need to get myself up to speed with Luigi. Because the last time I talked about him was what? February? So it's been a minute. I want to cover KK. I want to talk about KK. I can't. The Karen Reed trial was very intense, but I'm here for Luigi because I know that there's a lot of people that are like, you know, it's going to be a lot of controversy with that case. I'm here for it, and I suspect we're going to get a lot of people that are, he's innocent. Look at that eye candy. He would never. I'm just joking. People got mad at me because I said that Luigi Mangione looks like the Zac Efron's Ted Bundy version. And some of you guys really came for my neck, so I got to be careful what I say. Like, how dare you say that? Nobody does. Zac Efron, when he played Ted Bundy, kind of looked like Luigi to me. So I said that, and people got mad at me, and they started dragging me in the comments. I'm sorry. Isn't that, well, once I saw Zac Efron on that picture, and then I was thinking about Luigi, I could not unsee it, guys. So if Zac Efron and Ted Bundy had a baby, that's what it would look like. Yeah. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. Anyways. It does. If you have ever seen Zac, which by the way, Zac Efron, excellent actor. Not, let me just put that out there. Great actor, right? Zac Efron, when he played Bundy, which by the way, he did a phenomenal job. You said I'm biased again. I meant she called me biased. Zac Efron, he played the Ted Bundy character, right? So when the Luigi Mangione happened, I was like, oh my God, he looks like Zac Efron. I saw a picture and I just couldn't get it out of my head. So then I mentioned it to the chat and then I got dragged for a couple days because of it. I said, I gotta be careful what I say. People didn't just troll me for my opinion. Okay. No update. I wonder what's going on. There's already a bunch of problems with Kohberger. Well, I covered a little bit of Kohberger when it first happened, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm so unplugged from Kohberger. I couldn't tell you anything updates wise. Now, I know that a lot of the YouTubers, there's a lot of YouTubers that are true crime that are covering it too. So I don't know. I'm trying to understand what I can bring to it. And I could probably look at it from a perspective of like fresh eyes, given that I haven't seen it in a while. Are some of you guys in the belief that Brian Kohberger is innocent, that he's being framed? There's some people that believe that. That's why I was wondering. I don't feel like I'm up to date with Kohberger at all. There's other good creators that have followed it pretty well. You said they might need the baby oil in the jury room. Lord have mercy, Miguel. No, they don't. Are you from the Netherlands? Have been following me for a long time. You want to see the evidence? Peter, you have been here for quite some time. Shout out to you. Thank you. Do you guys, no way. You're kidding me. Are you kidding me? Hold up. Let me see, my friends. Oh, she is. Hold up. She is. Oh, what a surprise. She's out there. I don't want to stream her. You guys, if you guys want to go over there, go support, please do. She is. Oh my god. And I don't want to stream her cuz I want her to get the view. Yes. She's outside. Oh my gosh. We're waiting, guys. I'm not streaming her because I don't want to do that. Shout out to her. Go send her the support and double click that she is outside. But I'm gonna play something else while we wait for an update. Oh wow. So she was inside the courtroom? Yep. Hold up, guys. I'm pulling up something.
Appearing in sex crimes trial just got the case about 30 minutes ago.
It's a trial that has captivated much
Yeah,
of
she's
New
out
York
there. Make
City,
sure you
much
guys
of the
go
country,
double-click. I'm
and if
still
convicted,
streaming
Combs could
because I still have
spend
to
years
stream.
behind bars.
So I still
Eyewitness
have
News reporter
everything up.
Kimberly Richardson is live for us outside of the courthouse in Lower Manhattan with the latest. Kimberly.
And we're learning the first order
Yes.
of business is complete. The jury has picked its foreperson. We're told it's juror number 5, a 42-year-old nursing home aide from Manhattan. Unlike many other moments during this trial, which were colorful and explicit, this morning it was tedious and detailed. At one point, the judge joked he was
She's
going to try and
outside.
make it interesting as he was reading. The judge spelled out legal definitions, what the 5 charges mean, and what the jury's responsibility is, telling the 8 men and 4 women they are, quote, the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. The Combs family is here. 6 of his 7 children sat in the second row, at times fidgeting and writing a notebook, passing it between each other. Combs' mother was at the end of the row. At 9:15 this morning, the judge began going over 2 documents. First, the jury charge, which he talked about the credibility of witnesses, presumption of evidence, the burden of proof. As for the verdict sheet, in terms of count 1, racketeering, the prosecution maintains from 2004 to 2024, Combs headed up a criminal organization, quote, Combs Enterprise. The judge detailed 8 acts that fall under that charge, telling jurors they only have to agree on 2 to find Combs guilty of that count. The judge made it a point to say when it comes to conspiracy, one's actions can speak louder than one's words. Testimony began May 12th. Combs did not take the stand. The judge told jurors this morning that was not unusual, that the defendant is presumed innocent. The other 4 counts have to do with transportation to engage in prostitution and sex trafficking, all tied to ex-girlfriends Cassie Ventura and another woman that testified under the name Jane. Prosecutors in closing arguments say Jane Combs did not act alone, rather relied on his innermost circle, what they called loyal lieutenants or foot soldiers. A lot of focus was on those so-called freak-offs or hotel nights, sometimes days-long sex-fueled sex sessions with paid male escorts and the women, sometimes videotaped. Combs allegedly used the footage as leverage, but the defense characterized Combs and Ventura's relationship as, quote, one of the great modern love stories. Though filled with jealousy, infidelity, and even domestic violence, the defense told the jury the women were willing participants in any and all sexual encounters. During the trial, attorneys said, you may think Combs is, quote, a jerk or mean, but he is not charged with that. The judge spent, again, roughly 2 hours this morning going over jury instructions and going over the verdict sheet. The case, again, is now in the hands of the jury. It is worth noting one other thing. Whatever happens here in Lower Manhattan, inside this federal courtroom on the 26th floor, Combs is facing dozens of civil lawsuits filed by men and women. For now, we're live in Lower Manhattan. Kimberly Richardson, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Kimberly, thank you for bringing us detail by detail.
Andy also did a video. We're going to watch that real quick while we wait for an update.
There is fighting on Diddy's behalf, and this is going to be a mess. That's my guess. I'm with you. The news to me was the they can stay late because clearly the judge is trying to encourage them to like get it done this week. You guys tell us. And you're right. I bet you a lot of them are just like, can we please? It's interesting, jury deliberations, all this, because now they get to finally speak. They haven't been able to speak to each other or do anything this entire time. So to be able to go to be a fly on the wall, to go back in that jury room, and for the first time now you get to all sort of do it. And like 12 Angry Men style, sometimes they'll put your verdict in a hat, like vote and put it in the hat. Let's see where we stand right now. Sometimes they do it right away, Kim, depending on how it all goes, right? Just to sort of get a gauge of how long are we going to be here? Are we all on the same page? Are we not? Are we, do people need to go break off and do their own things? Do you want to hammer it out with each other? It's a fascinating process where these, is it 12? It is 12, right?
I believe so, yes.
Were these 12 individuals?
Yes, the alternates are no longer in with the jury at this time. The information to contact them has been given to the judge. If they have an issue with one of the juror can be replaced. There were some instructions given as far as like, you guys shouldn't be communicating with anybody outside. You shouldn't be looking at social media. Your notes are your notes. That's it, And so there's those types of things. So I could see if there is somebody who is maybe doing something that they shouldn't do. The judge has basically said, tattle on them all, tell me immediately, and we will get them out of here and we'll bring somebody else in. So, I mean, I could see that happening, to be honest with you. So I think it's going to be interesting as they move forward, the way that this is going to work in the negotiations that they have. Because, I mean, as much as I want to believe that the jury has not seen anything from the public to do with this case, that would be a very tall order, in all honesty.
Well, so the charges that they are facing, that Diddy is facing, just to remind, right? Count 1, racketeering enterprise from 2004, 2024. Count 2, ST of SMEX.
I really like how they did the breakdown here because it's pretty clear. Oh, Kim, this is an amazing. I don't know if you're watching, probably not because you're busy. But this breakdown was pretty good. So count 1, racketeering enterprise from 2004 to 2024. Count 2, STF Cassandra Ventura from 2009 to 2018. Count 3, transporting individuals, including but not limited to Ventura for the purposes of prostitution. Count 4, STF Jane from 2019 to 2024. And count 5, transporting individuals, including but not limited to Ventura. This is exactly how it's laid out, except it's a little bit more cleaner version. It's exactly how it's laid out on Inner City Press as well. So shout out to Kim for doing this. Pretty good.
Trafficking of Cassie from 2009 to 2018. Count 3, transporting individuals, including but not limited to Cassie, for the purpose of adult working. Count 4, SMEX trafficking again of Jane from 2019 and 2024. And then count 5, transporting individuals, including but not limited to Cassie, for the purposes of
Jane. Sorry, that's
Jane, of adult work. That's Jane. Each juror on the main panel will keep a copy of the complex and lengthy instructions for deliberations. But these are the 5 counts that he's facing.
Wow.
Now, the RICO one, right? That's what we went through. They only need 2 of those things that are happening throughout that. That's part of it, which some still speculate whether that'll get count. That'll be in there. But to me, they got that. She did a very good job doing that, Kim. And and then it comes down to like counts 3 and 5. I don't know how you can dispute them because they did.
That's a good point because the rugs. What is the? Hold up. No rugs. That's what you said. There's an update. Okay, let's get to the update. I don't see it. Lord have mercy. I don't see it. Where do you see it? I'm going to his page. Here it is. Yes, we have an update. Okay. So it is at 1:27 p.m. We have an update. Judge says, we have received a note from the jury, and we have a juror number 25, who we believe cannot follow your instructions. What? I would like to meet with the court about it. The judge says, I ask for more information. Didn't I tell you guys? And you guys were like, some of you guys, not all of you guys. Oh, they're smart. What are you thinking? They're not little kids. No, I told you guys that there's going to be some confusion about the instructions. Look, did I not call this shit right there? Didn't I say that? I said, I'm not worried about their level of intelligence. I'm sorry, I'm cussing because it does get to me because I called this. I'm not worried about their level of intelligence. I am sure that they're very intelligent individual. That is not at all what I was going at. What I'm going at is, guys, these instructions are not easy to follow. They just aren't. And the way in which they've laid them out, they're just not. Even I would have problems with the instruction. I'd be like, okay, if I say this, is it this? Is it that? I mean, anything is left for interpretation. So, and that's what they're avoiding. There you go. The judge, not even 2 hours into deliberation, they're already having issues with the instructions. At least one of them, juror number 25. Juror number 25. We knew it was going to happen. Didn't we call it, guys? Didn't we call? I'm pretty sure. It's when I called it earlier, I said, listen. And some of you guys were like, well, you know, it's just they're smart. There's a lot of people in there. I'm not talking about being smart. Shit is confusing. Hell, I have a master's. I get confused too. It's got nothing to do with intelligence. It's just things are confusing. Okay. Hold up. All right. 15 seconds. Comey says we have an update. May we have a moment to digest what Your Honor has proposed? This is very sensitive. Agnifilo speaks. I suggest we just tell them it is early. You're just getting started. If there is further issue, please let us know. What is this in regards to? And let me go back up because I could be wrong. Listen. We have received a note from the jury that we have a juror number 25, who we believe cannot follow your instructions. Okay, who we believe cannot follow your instructions to the lawyers. I would like to meet with the court about it. The judge says, I suggest I ask for more information. Comey says, we have a moment to digest what Your Honor has proposed. This is very sensitive. Agnifilo, I suggest we just tell them it is early. You are just getting started. If there's any further issues, please let us know. Like, this not even 2 hours into this. What? Hold up. You said, I don't think it's that, Rabbit. I think someone didn't follow the instructions as far as no outside research. Really, Savannah? Could be. Listen, I'm not always right about stuff, okay? But let me just say this. I did say, watch, somebody going to come out here and they're going to say they're confused about the instructions, okay? This is what somebody told me to scroll up. This is what we were reading, okay? So 25 minutes ago, Sean Diddy Combs is back in the courtroom. His lawyers are huddled behind him in discussion. There has been a jury note. Okay. And then the judge says we received a note from the jury and we have a juror number 25, who we believe cannot follow your instructions. I would like to meet with the court about it. The judge says, I suggest ask for more information. Comey says, may we have a moment to digest, and we have an update. What Your Honor has proposed is very sensitive. Agnifilo speaks. I suggest we just tell them it is early. You are just getting started. If there's a further issue, please let us know. Okay. Comey says, if we go that route, we suggest instructing jurors it is important not to include any information about what is going on in the jury room. We are looking at U.S. versus Baker, and then they cite case law on it. What is U.S. versus Baker? I'll have to look into that. Let me see if I can find it real quick. U.S. versus Baker. Quick summary. I'm looking. The case focuses on whether the trademark counterfeiting act required Baker to know his conduct was criminal for a conviction. Okay. The case illustrates that ignorance of the law is typically not a defense to a criminal charge unless a statute explicitly requires knowledge of legality. A defendant does not need to know their actions are unlawful to be convicted for engaging in specific prohibited conducts. So that's what they're citing. Hold up. Let me see. Do we have an update? Judge says confer on a response. I'll stay here. Okay. They're arguing about a response, conferring on a response. Okay. Some action going on in there. My goodness. You wouldn't have wanted to go to trial? Lindell, I would have wanted. Are you from New York? I would have met you in New York, Lindell. Shout out to you. Not following and not understanding them are different. Maybe, right? Yes, they're not allowed to go to the judge about any disagreements going on in the jury room. I don't think they're going to remove 25 yet. I think it's just a conversation that they're having. Maybe there's specific instructions. And then also, if they're citing this Baker, U.S. versus Baker, okay, Comey says, if we go to the route, we suggest instructing the jurors, it is important not to include any information about what is going on in the jury room. We are looking at, I don't know if it's relation to what's going on there or to the case. So U.S. versus Baker, the case illustrates the ignorance of the law is typically not a defense to a criminal charge unless a statute explicitly requires knowledge of legality. A defendant does not need to know their actions are unlawful to be convicted for engaging in specific prohibited conduct. It's giving me a KK on that one. I didn't know I was breaking the law. Okay, so let's see. Hold up. Let me see what else we got. Confer on a response. That's where they left it at. For those, confer on a response means to discuss something with someone else, often to reach an agreement or decide on a course of action. It implies a conversation where opinions are shared, ideas are exchanged, and joint decision is made. So I think that's going to take them a minute. Now, are they going to do it off the record or on the record or what? That's the question. Oh my goodness, guys. Here I thought this, like it was going on. Oh my God. So BJ's not live anymore, but let me see if I can play a little bit of her video. I think she'll be okay with it. Shout out to BJ. I'm so, man, that took me by surprise, guys. Okay, let's watch a little bit of
outside the Patrick Moynihan courthouse. I was in there this morning for the jury instructions. I got my on. I mean, it is hot, but also I like to be a little, protected from the energy vampires. We just not finished eating a little bit of pizza. Got a little pizza slice. I looked for something else to eat. Girl, I looked for something else to eat, but it was like that was the closest thing, and it was like I was ready to eat. And so, girl, the jury instructions happened this morning. I was not in the actual courtroom because, girl, I was not trying to pay a line sitter. I cannot be bothered to do all of that. But maybe I should have because I wasn't able to see the main inside the courtroom. Shout out, hello. I am outside the court, y'all. So it ended quite a bit of time ago, but you know how I am. People kind of freak me out. I like to see in my house. I'm behind this fountain. I'm hiding.
She totally hides. Look at her.
Anyway, don't get used to it. Do not get used to seeing me on the scene, okay? But we're outside the courthouse. I didn't get to see the judge or anything, but it was basically I think I chose the most boring day of the whole entire trial to come. I don't know how to do this. Hold on. Hope I don't turn it off on accident. There we go. Okay, I think that would work. I did get recognized by a couple people, and it was kind of awkward because I was okay, hey, hi, oh my God. But, like, some people are not YouTubers, so I never saw them before, so I didn't really know what to say other than like, nice to meet you. So if that was one of y'all, sorry. I was like, I don't know how to act sometimes, really. I don't know what to say sometimes. I'm like trying to be nice or whatever. And then some guy walked right up to me and he was like, I don't have any chance with you, do I? No chance at all. And I was like, nope. My fiance's right over there. So anyway, I'm not about to be out here in this place of life.
Wait. I don't have a chance with you. No chance with you. Leave it to BJ to react like that. Okay, let me hit play.
So I also got to see some of the attorneys. I don't think Teeny was here today. I mean, I saw him on the TV. I was in the overflow room. Also, I cannot stay focused because like people keep walking in front of me. I don't know how they do this all the time, y'all. So it was like super boring. I'll tell you that. It was very boring. It was very dry. And like even me, like I have legal training and all that. Girl, I didn't know what that man was talking about. I would need to have that list myself. I would truly need to have the list myself. The jury instructions, they were very long. So thankfully, the judge did say that the jury gets to have a copy of the instructions. And I don't even know how you can even possibly have a fair trial if the jury didn't have a copy of those things. Because like it took him, I don't even know how long, maybe an hour, maybe more, to actually read the jury instructions out for the jury. And it was stuff that we already knew he was going to say.
I heard it was over 100 pages, so keep that in mind.
Like just because Diddy didn't testify on his own behalf or whatever, or in his own defense rather, that doesn't mean that he's that shouldn't be taken one way or the other way. Like he had a right not to do that. The expert witness testimony shouldn't be taken as more like substituted for your own judgment. He went through each and every rule, an element of all the different charges that Diddy is facing. He did say, it was kind of funny, he was like, if something that I say when I'm instructing y'all on the law differs from something else one of these attorneys has said, take my instruction on it and not their instruction on it. I thought that was funny. Also, previously, I had said that Diddy was not charged with possession with intent to distribute narcotics. I guess that's not true. He is charged with that, but he's also charged with just straight up distribution, which I think is what they really did prove. I'm not sure that they necessarily proved intent to distribute, but I don't think you need to...
Intent to distribute and distribution? Wait. I'm going to have to go back a little bit so I understand. What did she say?
With intent to distribute narcotics. I guess that's not true. He is charged with that, but he's also charged with just straight up distribution, which I think is what they
intent and distribution. Okay.
Really did prove. I'm not sure that they necessarily proved intent to distribute, but I don't think you need to prove intent to distribute if you can prove the underlying crime. I did decide kind of just like last minute. Oh my God, those dogs are huge. Hey, Poopy. These dogs are huge. So it was pit bulls and they were giant. But one of them was like, and I was like, hey, puppy. What else? So I did want to correct that because I did say like with my full chest the other day that Diddy was not charged with possession with intent to distribute, but he was actually charged with possession with intent to distribute. So yeah, that's why I wasn't live during the jury instructions this morning as promised, because I was in the overflow room. So they did kind of like kick us all out. They were like, this room, everybody has to get out. But it seems like maybe there's still people inside the actual like main courtroom. I don't know how it works. I'm trying to like figure it out. I did see Tisa and I saw Mims. Those are two people that I did actually recognize. Who else did I see that I recognized? I think that was pretty much it. Yeah, so this is what I've been doing. This is where I've been. What else? I don't know. I was just kind of like nervous this morning. I took some clips of like this morning. I made some shorts and stuff. And I don't know. I've just been kind of nervous, like anxious. Like, I don't know. Like I'm trying to stand by the marshals. Let's help pay for her trip. Slay Queen. Thank you, Empowered Wendy. Oh, wait. Somebody else had sent a super chat and not went away. Oh, shoot. Okay, thank you to the person who sent that other super chat. Girl, it just disappeared. This is going live on... Oh, wait, hold on. Thank you, Leona Carrillo. Love you, BJ. Coverage has been amazing. Thank you so much for that $1.99 super chat. Let me see what else y'all are saying. Bear with me. I think this might be my first time going live like this ever. Thank you, Maddie, for the $4.99 super chat. Yes, BJ, represent. I'm out here, y'all. I am out here. Okay, let me see. I'm scrolling. Okay, wait.
That's really
Let's
cool.
help her pay for your... Yes, thank you, Wendy, Empowered Wendy. Shout out to you. If y'all give another super chat, I'm so sorry. I was not paying attention to that. There was a lot of things going on, and now I'm beyond it. So thank you so much. Yes, I did see that the jurors already sent a note back, but y'all, I don't know what it is. I think I'm gonna go to like back to my hotel or Airbnb or whatever And then I'm gonna maybe go live just like in the traditional way that we usually do, where I'll have my little tabs up and stuff. That's just like a lot more comfortable for me. I am just not fully comfortable out here, to be honest. Like with all the news that we've seen, with like how crazy these people are acting out here, and like there were a few pro Diddies. Some of the pro Diddies I did see, like the one that wears RICO is not a RICO shirt. He's out there in the front. All these people out here in the front. Somebody told me
There's a Frico is not a RICO shirt. There's a I didn't know that. Okay. Well, okay.
me salam alaikum or something, and then we're like, you're pro Diddy, right? And I was like like assalam, and I just ran away. So I need like personal security, girl. And shout out to the cousins, but I'm like right out here, y'all. But like I am not even 11 and a half feet from the nearest federal marshal, so don't worry. It's like it's safe, it's fine. It's just, you know, like I already told y'all I don't like to leave my house. I like to stay at my house, but I did feel like, you know, it's so close to my house that I would just be remiss not to come for one day of the trial. And truly, it just happened so fast. I mean, it did end up taking about the time that they said it was going to take, but it simply happened so fast. Thank you so much to Elsa for the $2 super chat. H2O SPF, girl, I got my SPF. I got my parasol out there and everything. Oh my God, a man in a kilt. A man in a kilt is passing in front of me. Welcome to New York. Girl, what? So I was in the overflow room. There was a lot of people in there like that were like seemingly like journalists. Thank you so much, Tiffany, for the $19.99. I didn't meet Inner City Press. I need to text message him. I have been on the lookout for him. Thank you so much, Tiffany, for the $19.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Great Gig, for the $2 super chat. Thank you to Toxic Bay for the $2.79 Canadian. Thank you so much, Corey, the Frugal Flower, for the $5 Canadian. Should have known you were gonna surprise us with this. Y'all, look, I'm like up against this block. Thank you so much. Shout out to Rob gifting a membership. Bear with me, y'all. I'm trying to get to these super chats. I did not meet. Thank you so much, Shelly, for the $2 super chat. I did not meet Inner City Press yet. I think you might actually be in the courtroom. Like there are people in there that are like seemingly in there, because there's like one lady that was being like, they already have a note from the jury. Be on the lookout. Thanks so much, Sandy, for the 4.
I don't know what idiot troll thinks that they can come in here and insult BJ. Like that's ridiculous. You do realize that like that's a channel friend. You do realize, right? Like, and you think you're not gonna get blocked. Get the fuck get out of here. Get out of here. What troll thinks that they're gonna come in here and insult BJ? I sped her up. Wake up. Maybe you're listening too slow. Okay? Don't be rude in my chat.
99 super chat. Oh, I'm safe. Don't worry, y'all. Don't worry. And I'll be home very soon. But I wanted to come live out on here. I wanted to tell y'all hello. And I did see Diddy. I saw him on the screen. I didn't see, him. I wasn't in the main room. I was in the overflow room because I didn't get here on time. There's only apparently 14 seats for people from the public. So, I mean, those seats were long gone by the time that I, got here this morning. I got here like a little bit after 8 o'clock. And so like a.m. So I was not in the main room, but yes, I did see Diddy, y'all, and his hair, it is white. It is white. Dare I say white, and grown out a little bit. It didn't look like he had it lined up.
Hold up. Let me slow her down a little bit. So it is white. And that's like more than one person who has said that. So there's that. A lot of those AI pictures are completely accurate. I don't know her. Thank you for gifting a membership, love. Shout out to you. I don't know her. Thank you if you've been blessed by I don't know her. Make sure you guys drop some hearts. Let me see my reactions. And confettis and hearts in the chat. Thank you, love. Thank you. Let me hit play on this.
It looked like he was just letting himself go. Again, I was not in the main room. And my eyes ain't that good. I could probably use a new contact lenses prescription, if we're being honest. But from what I could see, he was wearing like a light yellow sweater.
Didn't he wear yellow last time? I'm pretty sure that's what it was. He wore yellow. He's recycling all of the the Mr. Rogers sweaters. We got yellow, we got red, we got white, all kinds of colors. Okay.
Maybe like a cream colored type of sweater. And it looked yellow to me, but again, it was on a TV. So, who knows if it was like distorted. I saw Mark Agnifilo. This morning. He's about my height. He's every bit of 5'3". Okay. I mean, the man, he packs a punch for his stature. I'll say that.
Oh my God.
I don't know. He might be 5'10" or something. I wasn't that close to him. I'm not trying to get that close. I also saw the family getting into the Sprinter vans. I have little clips of that, so I'll be able to put some of that up later. and they of course made friends with the nearest federal marshal in case anybody wants to act crazy, which someone did. So I'm glad he was standing right there. But everything's fine. Everything's fine. Thanks so much to Ebony for the $2 super chat. BJ is so effing stylish. OMG, Law Princess. Yeah, y'all. I mean, I'm like basically melting. Like I'm basically melting right now. I had my fan.
Is it really that hot?
Thank God I found a little breezeway. I'm in the shade next to this black box. Is this the black box security they were warning us about? That's what I want to know. Y'all, there's like a lot of people on.
Hold up, my friends. So back in May 5th, oh, we know who juror number 25 is, who was mentioned. So he is the guy we just talked about. The juror number 25 is a PhD in molecular biology. I listen to NPR. I like documentaries about climate change. My domestic partner, he is a graphic designer. Hold up, my friends. And I do have the 411 on juror number 25. How come I didn't look this up? But it's okay. Inner City Press looked it up for us. The scientist, here it is. NBC News. He has a PhD in molecular biology and works as a scientist. He told the judge overseeing the case that he vaguely aware of the allegations against Combs based on news reports. So that's the guy that was hold up. Let me go back because I don't want to make up things. Oh, and then we have an update. It is 1:48. Okay. See if you can come to an agreed upon note. I'll come back at 2 and we'll figure it out and we'll figure this out. Inner City Press has looked back at jury selection since the rules in this trial have been left so unclear. Put here. Yeah, I'll say that. Okay, hold up. This was back in May 5th. He's juror number 25. It's on the, I have a subscription, so this is why I can see it. But he also put this up here for everybody. Hold up. I want to go back. So this molecular scientist, somebody who's definitely, has got the PhD and smart and everything. And like I said, those instructions are so confusing. I'm confused. And it doesn't matter whether you have a degree or not. If they're unclear, they're unclear. Okay. So it first came out, I want to say 30 minutes ago. We have received a note from the jury that we have a juror number 25, the scientist, who we believe cannot follow your instructions. I would like to meet with the court about it. So they're going something about the way in which the instructions were written, or maybe something that has come to the attention that it's like they can't really do anything. They can't decide on anything until they figure this piece out. Okay. And so then Comey's like, when we have a moment to digest what your honor has proposed, this is very sensitive. Agnifilo, I suggest we just tell them it is early. You are getting started. If there's any further issues, please let me know. If we go to the route, we would suggest instructing the jurors. It is important not to include any information about what is going on in the jury room. We're looking at U.S. versus Baker. Okay. So this is where they left it at. And again, juror number 25, the judge, I think, is going out to lunch or something. It's 1:48 p.m. See if you come to an agreed upon note. I'll come back at 2 and we'll figure this out. Inner City Press has looked back at jury selection since the rules in this trial has been left so unclear. Now, hold up. Yeah, okay, CNN says, we're going to move to CNN and then we're going to finish BJ's video, okay? CNN says, let me show you. Okay. Jury note says they're concerned one juror can't follow instructions. One juror can't follow. The scientist can't follow instructions. Okay. There's something going on here, guys. There's something going on. Okay. The note from the jury reads, we have a juror number 25 who we are concerned cannot follow your honor's instructions. Why? The guy can't follow. Like, what is it? Refusing to proceed? Is he like, switch me up? I don't want to do this anymore? What? The foreperson also asked to speak with the judge or that the juror be interviewed. Judge directs parties to meet and confer until 2 p.m. Okay, the judge told parties to meet and confer until 2 p.m. when he'd return to the bench to determine how he'll handle the situation. The parties are proposing that the judge send a note back to the panel. What could it be? Why can't he proceed? Kiki's like, oh, we have a meeting and I'm going to miss it. You know what? It could also be a matter that some decisions are clear and others are. Some may want to deliberate while others don't need more time. He may be done thinking, is ready. It's not always combative. That's right. It's not always combative. Absolutely. The U.S. versus Baker, juror was dismissed after deliberations began. Oh my God. Is this going to be here? Is this going to happen here? Oh my God, y'all. Like, that's crazy. Let me see if I can, I'm going to finish BJ's video. Hold up. So BJ's outside and she's talking about how that situation is happening. This is like, this was in real time, guys.
Like doing what I'm doing right now. It is kind of crazy. It's like a creator con out here. There's like, everybody got a little stick. Everybody's out here, you know, some people are collabing, some people are not. Got a couple of these. Thank you so much to Great Gig for the $5 super chat. Go back to your B&B, put on your Snuggie, bring up your tabs and carry on. Exactly, girl. I'm not staying out here long. Thank you so much to Dawn Gibbs for the $25 super chat. Thank you for that. Thank you, Kate Smith, for the $2 super chat. Thank you for your coverage. So yeah, y'all, I mean, as far as like what's actually going on, shout out to the mods.
Hold up. The jury sent out a note to the judge signed by the foreperson. It can be as simple as, we want to leave at 5 p.m. or send us in post-it notes, or we cannot reach unanimity, or this, we have a rogue juror. We don't know what it could be. Post-its, it could be food, it could be anything. Somebody said somebody said TF is a juror note. Could be anything. We need post-its. A juror's misbehaving. A juror's not getting it. And when this happened, he just quoted a case, happened in U.S. versus Tim Shea, which ended in a mistrial. I don't know. It seems like they're confused about something else. Like, it seems to me that there's more of a confusion in terms of, I don't think it's about post-it notes, but I could be wrong. I don't know. It could be that they want to leave at 5 and juror number 5 is like, I got an appointment. I got to go at 5. I can't, but maybe they want to stay till 7. I don't know. It could very well be that. It's giving that. Man, you feel, I know, it would be like, let's go fly over there. You think it's the same guy from Vertigo? It's giving that too, right? But who knows? Maybe the instructions weren't clear. Mom and I believe he said sister. I think they said mom and sister. Okay, hold up. Now I want to move over here real quick.
In the chat, I see you, Oklahoma. Oh wait, nope, that's Diamond. Shout out to Diamond. So yeah, that's pretty much what's going on right now. The jury is deliberating. The jury is off to the races and deliberating in the Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs case. Okay, it's happening. It's happening. It's already begun. They have selected a jury foreperson for you to get some hydration. Thank you so much for that $2 super chat, Hiker Mom. It is like Creator Con out here, y'all. Creator Con, whatever. I mean, I've never been to one, but I would imagine everybody would have a little stick and be out here. I was kind of scared they were going to take my stick. When I got here this morning, though, is that
she said the stick. One can. Thank you so much for this super sticker. Thanks for being consistent throughout the trial. I really tried. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. You guys are, aw, y'all gonna make me cry. It's almost over. Spur and thank you, first timer here, enjoying your coverage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let me hit play on this.
Agnifilo? No. Y'all, there's so many lawyers that are like a Mark Agnifilo type. You just don't even know. That's not him, though. No, it's not. It's very, very, very hot out here. I will tell you that. It is hot out here. So the jury's deliberating. Within moments of them beginning deliberations, they chose a jury 4-person. That is juror number 5. The other jurors, the alternates, they have been sent home, but like all the notes and anything that they did take were collected in case they do get called back, and they might end up having to be, used in the trial. What else? Anything else of like extreme import? I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard.
Hold up. Inner City Press says, while still waiting in case AUSA Comey cites U.S. versus Baker Second Circuit upheld removal of a jury who refused to participate in deliberations as required by her obligations as a juror, despite the rule of Thomas. Full Baker. Remember we just read that earlier? Give me one sec, guys. Sorry, I'm texting my sitter, guys. Give me 1 second. Hold up. While still waiting in case AUSA Comey cites U.S. versus Baker, Second Circuit upheld the removal of a juror who refused to participate in deliberations. Is the juror refusing to participate in deliberations? Is that what we're seeing right here? Is that what we're dealing with right now? Let me know what you guys think in the chat, because I do have to kind of wonder, what is this all about? I have to wonder. Now, hold up. Let me see if I can. Give me 1 sec, guys. Let me get something at the door. Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Is that what we're seeing here? Anyone else feeling sick? The juror could be tainted? I don't know. I don't know what's up with this juror. Hold up. Let me acknowledge. Give me 1 sec. Auntie Penelope, thank you so much. What family members were in the court, if any? How is the weather? And I hope you stay safe. Good to see you out there. How long will you be there for? I'm so excited to see you. Love you. Oh, are you talking about BJ? BJ was out there, Auntie Penelope. So I think she said that Mama Combs was there, and that's what she saw in the sprinter and maybe the other children. But I think this was meant for BJ, which is amazing. Make sure you guys go over there on her channel and go support her as well. I don't think she's gonna be live right now, maybe later, but yes. Miss O, thank you for being a member for 8 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate the help. Thank you, thank you, thank you for supporting me. All right, hold up. I think we have a new update. I'm still stuck on this, like what happened exactly? Okay, it is 2:02 East in New York, okay? Judge says, do we have an agreed upon response? Agnifilo says, no, we do not. Comey speaks. Ms. Slavic has emailed it to Chambers, not in the docket. Do we have the defense proposal? Comey speaks. It will be in Ms. Slavic's email. Are we still not getting information? You know, Inner City Press has submitted so many filings. This is so unclear. Do we have an agreed upon response? That's what they were meeting for. Then they're supposed to go back at 2. Oh my God. They are citing the Baker case, U.S. versus Baker case, where apparently they, Alexandria, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you, love. Apparently they dismiss a juror because of, and I quote, refused to participate in deliberations as required by her obligations as a juror. So is juror number 25 refusing to participate? Oh man. Oh my God, Coco's mom. Oh, have a safe surgery, prepping for surgery. Told doctor not going in with the wait. Not going in with that rabbit. Coco's mom. Can you guys drop some hearts for Coco's mom, who's a channel supporter? Drop some hearts. She going into surgery. Some flowers and some hearts. I'm sending you nothing but positive vibes, Coco's mom. Okay. All right. I think we have an update, guys. Judge says, I would refer to have a neutral response, like the government's draft response. That's the one I'll use. I'll put it on the court's letterhead. Agnifilo speaks. There is no suggestion that the juror will not follow instructions. So our proposal is more inert. Inert? Wait, so what? Inert, lacking the ability or strength to move. I would refer to have a neutral response, says the judge, like the government's draft response. That's the one I'll use. I'll put it on the court's letterhead. Agnifilo speaks. There's no suggestion that the juror will not follow instructions. So our proposal is more inert. What? Oh my God. Well, the letter that Inner City Press is showing is just the same one that he's been showing when they haven't been wanting to, release information. He's been filing this. This is nothing. We've seen this a couple times. He filed this back in May 15th. So that's not new. There's a lot of documents that were missing from the court documents, and were kind of made I don't know, like to kind of like figure things out, if that makes sense. Ram, thank you for the 1 and 9. It could be a big birther. Thank you for the 199. I'm confusional too. So is there an issue with juror number 25? Let me find out. Juror number 25 is related to Eddie, my angel. That would be a mess, y'all. That would be a mess. MD Gonzalez, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you, love. Thank you. No, it's not Aunt Bertha. No, it's not. Juror number 25 is a molecular biologist scientist. Okay? He's got a PhD. All right, hold up. Judge says, I don't want to suggest to the jury that there's any particular time they must deliberate. I don't want to tell them they just started. I'm going with the government's version. We'll print out that and send it in. Okay. Hold up. Okay, what is going on? All right, I think they're adjourned, actually. Adjourn. I feel like, wait. Oh my God. The jury's acting up and they're not even 2 days in. You said Moya, it's like, I'm a biologist and he's making us look bad. God dang it. It wasn't the social worker. I'm a social worker. I got masters, all right? Worked in government for 10 years. It wasn't the social worker. The social worker was not acting up. Y'all can't blame us. It was the biologist. Those shout out to the biologists, but y'all are a different breed, okay? Oh my god. Oh man, I'm just like, what? Paula, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. They're adjourned. I have questions. I'm gonna need BJ's gonna go back to her place. Shout out to BJ. I'm sure she'll answer all of that. BJ, we have questions. Thank you, Paula. Oh my god. What did we just witness? Let me go back. Okay, let me go back a little bit and play this. They're adjourned. They're adjourned. Hold up. Let me see what CNN is saying. Oh, we have a bigger update from CNN. Let's let me show you guys. Okay, I think this is a pretty good update. Break it down for us, CNN. Break it down for us a little bit. The juror note about wild card juror is significant, legal experts say. Shortly after the jury began deliberations, which is literally like an hour and 20 minutes after they began deliberations. I mean, they haven't even been there for a full 2 hours. Let me just add that. The four-person sent a note to the judge expressing concerns that juror number 25 cannot follow your honor's instructions. This is significant development in the case because the concern is being raised so early in deliberations. According to Alan, is it Turkheimer, a jury consultant and attorney not affiliated with the case? There's a wild card on this jury, and that is significant. It happened incredibly quickly. There's a lot of give and take back and forth. Deliberations can get incredibly heated, and that's part of the process. Turkheimer told CNN for the jurors to say that one juror is not going to follow the judge's instructions, that is quite notable, especially at this early stage of the process. Let me tell you something. If I'm in the jury and somebody got selected as a foreperson and they went to go snitch on me with the judge talking about I'm not following directions, I'm gonna be very mad to be sitting in the next couple hours with this jury. I'm just saying, imagine the tension in the room that would have caused. I'm just gonna say that, okay? According to the note, the foreperson also asked to speak with the judge or to have juror number 25 interview with Turkheimer. Said is the next process. Oh my God. And then it's really up to the judge to decide. All right, I don't know if this juror could continue to deliberate, but they've already started. So there's already good grounds for any type of appeal by the defense should there be a conviction. He added. Okay. Turkheimer said this scenario is a possible massive headache at the early stage of the game, especially since the judge already dismissed a juror earlier this month. Juror number 25 is a 51-year-old male who works as a scientist and lives in Manhattan with his domestic partner. I think this must be the one that it sounds like it might be the same one with the was it Vertigo? I think it was Vertigo. It could be a different one. I don't know. On June 16th, the judge dismissed juror number 6 over the juror's inconsistent disclosures of where he lives. Okay. Now, judge to send jury reply note. So the judge will send the jury a note in response stating, I received your note. This is, and I quote, I received your note. I remind every juror of their duty to deliberate and their obligations to follow the instructions of the law. With that instruction in mind, please continue to deliberate. Was Vertigo the female juror, Deanna? I thought it, I don't know. I don't know. You could be right. The note also instructs the jury not to reveal any specifics about their deliberations in the future notes. The judge adopted language proposed by prosecutors. The defense had proposed a similar note. Oh man. Oh man, oh man. I mean, but they're not even, it's not even the full 2 hours. Listen. But the foreman said specifically, this juror cannot follow instructions. We're watching BJ's video, we're minding our business, and then we got the notification, you know, and then that happened and they're adjourned. And now CNN gave us a little breakdown. You know, you said get him out. You know, that's a good point. Why switch? Because they're not going along with everyone. Is that fair? I don't listen. Is there something going on with the instructions? I told you guys that the instructions, maybe there's an issue with that. There was one with the Karen Reed case. That was the issue that cost the mistrial. Remember that last summer? It could very well be an issue of instructions, guys. We don't even know, you know? You said they all can't get along. I want to be a mosca. I want to be a mosca fly right up on that wall. Yes, I do. I want to be buzzing all over, except when somebody wipes me down. I want to be there because I have a lot of questions. Let me hit play on this, and I'm gonna keep looking and see what else I find. Okay.
Hard for me to like really focus, y'all. I don't know how people do this. Going live outside the thing and like, you know, don't get distracted, girl, because I am just very, you know, I'm busy. I'm nosy. I'm looking at everybody's little cameras. I'm looking at everybody's little outfits, shoes they wore.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, now nobody can say that I didn't, you know, I was here. Nobody can say I wasn't here. I was here. And yeah, here we are. So yeah, okay. So what I think I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go. Do we know anything about who Juror 5 is? Thank you for that $1.99 super chat to Leona. Somebody might. If you're talking about me, no. Somebody might have kept track of who is juror number 5. I don't know who juror number 5 is. Juror number 25 cannot understand the judge's instructions.
She just got
so
there.
Maybe y'all, this is why I gotta get back to where I got my tabs, and so I can know what's going on, because y'all are reporting things. Juror note says, okay, Diddy docket in here. Okay, the juror note. Okay, okay. Update. According to Diddy docket, the juror note, the mystery juror note that they sent to the judge. Like the only way that they can do stuff is if they send notes. Thank you, Tracy, for the $1.99. I know, I'm here, y'all. Look. You hear the water? Listen. Hello. Oh
my God, they have water in there?
You hear it? It's a fountain. Anyway, so the Diddy docket, where are they? They said that one of these jurors can't follow instructions. Thank you so much, Online Income Burnett, for the $10 super chat.
You notice how BJ gets distracted? She was about to say something and she hasn't said it.
So yeah, y'all, I need to go. Oh, was it Maureen Comey? Oh my God, y'all, hold on. I need a new contacts prescription before I come out to do this again. No, it's not her, but it does appear to be a Maureen Comey type. Shout out to Fabulous Fab for those 10 memberships. Thank you so much to Rob. Or
wait, did you read the note?
For the $2 super chat. I mean, speaking of contacts lenses I need. Hold on, I'm going to show you who I thought was Maureen Comey. Hold on. I thought that was her. It ain't. Oh, my phone's hollering at me for trying to turn it to the side. Oh my God, someone's taking a picture of me, girl. Oh my God. Okay. So, breaking news update, apparently, y'all. One of the jurors can't follow instructions, even though they said that they were all going to be able to, and they all promised under penalty of perjury that they were going to be able to follow instructions. Apparently, one can't. This man just took a picture of me. But he had a nice camera. I think he's like a photographer. It wasn't like it was a creep. I mean, maybe, who knows, but like he had a normal camera. Thank you so much to Marielle for the 6 Oilo. I really enjoyed your live coverage these past weeks. I was so disappointed you weren't live today, but here you are. You look fab. Thank you so much for that and for the €6. So I wanted to come on here just to, say that I was here. Ting. So, yeah, that's all I really had for this one. We'll probably be back live later, but let me get out of the public. You know what I mean? I belong inside the Queen's Court, not all out here amongst the people, y'all. Not for long, anyway. I'm like, I start melting, withering, wilting, tripping on nothing, falling, feeling like I'm going to pass out for no reason. You know me. Y'all know how I am. Oh, wait, hold on. Thank you so much for the 249 euros, Danique Moss.
Oh, that's not happening here. I don't know who's bashing BJ. That'll get your time out. No, Moni, I think what we're trying to figure out, is it an issue of the instructions, or is it an issue of like them not being able to make a decision, or what is the issue exactly? Like, is it bad? I don't know. Maybe it's the way in which the instructions are written, or maybe the jury is like, we don't want to deal with this. That's kind of like where we're at. I don't know. I have a lot of questions. Is it an issue of the instructions or something else?
Shout out to you. Yeah, he probably was just like, what is this, girl? I need to take a picture. Thank you for the $9.99 lady logs. Awesome to see you at the courthouse. Here's a few bucks to grab some tea. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna go live again later, and it'll be like my more like traditional, like normal format. And maybe I'll be able to like go through some of the updates about what is going on with this juror situation. It's 1:30. I bet Rabbit is still live. Y'all can go check out over there. I bet you she's reporting, because it's like I'm on my phone right now, so I don't have my computer. I don't have anything to check. But they're saying one of these jurors is having problems following the judge's instructions. So that person, are they going to kick them off? Oh my gosh. Breaking news update according to NG Don 84. All caps. Juror 4-person request to speak to judge. The 4-person wants to talk to the judge, y'all. Oh my God. I got to get back to my computer. Thank you, Ebony, for the $5 super chat. Yes, y'all. It's like, okay. Fashion show moment. Okay, I'm about to go. All right.
I'm sure she's probably going to go live later and let us know what's up and what is going on. But shout out to BJ. Make sure you guys check her out, because I know she'll be live later. I have a lot of questions. So what is going on outside? Is it an issue of them not being able to follow directions, or there's something more to this, or what exactly is going on? Look at how many people are outside.
With the shiny stuff, we was from Army fatigues, Timberland boots, and all that from Brooklyn, New York. So think about it.
Yeah, subscribe to Uta Ongo.
God just let the evidence
Uta Ongo.
They said they were going to go and give us 20 years of crime. They gave us the man relationship. Okay, cool. One person was a girlfriend. I need credit for that. The next person was his free.
Shout out to Dodge as well. Hold up. Do we have an update? Let me check. I think that needs to be a shirt. Do we have an update? We don't. Damn. Dodge is out there too. Thank you. Yes. You said this is a fairly new juror that was replaced with juror number 6. It makes sense. That's why maybe he needs a little more clarity.
The arguments are compelling.
Is it the same one? Marlene, is it the same one? Do we know? Remember how juror number 6, I thought juror number 6 was replaced with an engineer, not a biologist. I think this one was already there. I don't know, man. I'm wondering, look at all those media people, guys. All those media people in the tents, like they're all out there. That's crazy. It's crazy to be out there. I mean, I'm glad that BJ made it safe over there, but that is insane. Hold up. Let me see what else is going on. Oh my goodness. I mean, I heard it's like insane out there right now, being out in that area. Will Diddy walk? People are wondering what is happening. What is the sign with this juror? Let me see if CNN isn't saying anything else. Washington Post. Do we have an update? No. Not from Inner City Press. I wonder. Yeah, I think juror number 6 was replaced with an architect. It might be somebody different. Totally. He said that would be so much fun to get out there. So much crazy drama. I mean, I don't even think I could even stay focused. I have a hard time doing it right now. Kind of supportive. You said all loves to intel, great things you explain. Thank you, Lynn. I appreciate it. I know. It's a lot. This is like one of those cases where it's like, people are very emotionally heightened by it. At the end of the day, like, listen, we don't know what's going to happen. Not juror number 6 was replaced by a rubber ducky. No, he wasn't, James. No, he wasn't. Don't say that. He said juror number 6 was replaced by a rubber ducky. Lord have mercy. No. Hold up. Let's see.
Where jury members are now deliberating in the federal sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. So the judge gave the jury some pretty lengthy instructions in evaluating all the evidence that was presented them over the past 7 weeks, including graphic testimony from dozens of witnesses. So always a joy to bring in CBS News national correspondent and anchor Jerika Duncan, who's been following that story outside the pandemonium.
I don't think that that's the case. They're already, I don't even think they've gotten to deliberations. You said this means that one juror is voting different than others. So it does not tell us if he is voting to convict or not convict. I don't even think we're at deliberations. I honestly think that there's an issue with the instructions. There's something going on with the instructions that they haven't even been there an hour and 30. How do you go through that much information and you're already ready to vote? That doesn't make sense, guys. And honestly, like, depending on where you land, that's never good for them to just be like, all right, less than an hour, and they already wanted to commit with the verdict. I highly doubt it. I think there's something to do with the instructions of the jury, the way in which they were explained. So there's that. I don't know, but let me know. And they didn't say. Yeah, they haven't even started voting, so it's kind of hard to tell. Let's see. You think it sounds like a plan to you? I did not say intercity press paragraph say it's juror number 25, then began to say juror number 6. It's in the same paragraph. I don't think it's in the same paragraph. I think juror number 6 is somebody else, but I don't believe they were replaced by 25. I think 25 was already there. They were replaced by another number. We just don't know who. When you start with the jury, you pick a foreman, then you take a toll on who is voting what way. No. You go through the document, then you go through the evidence, and then you go which way you go. I don't think that's how it goes. I mean, I did jury duty. It's been a couple years, a good 10 plus years, but that's not how I remember it. Whoever the juror is voting differently than everyone else. That means that it's possibly 11-1. I don't think that they voted quite yet. I don't, but I don't know, y'all. Which means they will not interact with anything. That if that is a juror, that means that they're not cooperating. What are they not cooperating with? Yeah, they're talking about the whole case. That's why I'm like, I think it's a little too soon to say that they're not agreeing. We don't know that. We don't know that. I don't think they have enough time to even go there. Like, think of it. They're going over, what is it? Well, they're not going to go over the charts, but they're going over the exhibits. Exhibits is what? 3,500 pieces of exhibits? And then they're going over it with each other. And this is, again, 12 people. Like, this is intense. I don't know, man. I don't know. You said you still get a feel of how everyone is weighing the evidence. Yeah, to get a ground, to begin going over the evidence. That's how it's supposed to go. Yeah. Yep. I don't know, man. You guys are saying different things, but I could be wrong. Listen, I guess we'll find out. I guess every state is different because you can take a vote in the beginning just to see where everybody's at. I guess that could be a thing. I just don't remember taking a vote at the beginning. I think we reviewed the evidence and then kind of went over it. But see, I didn't have a case like this, so I don't know. They don't review all the exhibits, just the questions, and then use the exhibits to help them answer, says Linda. Okay. There's no way. There's no way. So juror number 25 doesn't agree? The foreperson aligns, Agnifilo says Mims. Wow. Damn. Listen, but why would they want to get rid of the person so quick if they're not voting? Yeah, I guess I'm confused. You think this is going to be a mistrial? A lot of people said different things. Okay. Gotcha. Rabbit, all the trial interviews with jurors have said that they do take a hand count before they start or right when they get started, then give a perspective and move forward accordingly. I always felt like it was review the evidence. Listen, it's been many years, But you could be wrong. Or excuse me, you could be right. I could be wrong. I don't know. Yep, they won't cooperate with other jurors in doing their job as a juror. Something is going on then, but an hour? Is there something specific to the charge that they're not agreeing to? Could it be that? Maybe they're not agreeing to a charge specifically or something else. The juror probably is having a temper tantrum. I don't know. They said issues with following instructions. That's what I heard. But you guys are hearing something about deliberations. I'm like, no, I heard instructions. So in other words, he can't or doesn't want to follow the instructions. So maybe he's hungry. Maybe he's hangry. Maybe they haven't had lunch yet. You said the juror's crashing out. Should we do a vote? Should we do a vote? Y'all are funny in the chat. All of these assumptions that we're making, y'all. I do think it's hilarious that you guys are just being hilarious in my chat. Hold up. Let me tell you. Let's do a vote, okay? Just because I think the lunch cart left. Maybe they're just mad that they didn't maybe they needed to eat. Maybe they needed a Snickers. You know what I mean? Like that could make anybody mad. If they don't eat, that could make anybody mad. Let's do a little poll, okay? Oh my God, look at all these votes. Juror number 25. All right, let me look at the various could not agree to verdict. Maybe because you guys said that earlier on. They're arguing already an hour plus, okay? They are hangry. Okay. I think they don't understand the instruction. Does not understand instructions. Listen, I could be wrong, but you guys hit the like button, please, and thank you. I don't know. I could use a Snickers right about now. That sounds beautiful. Beautiful. Go vote. Let me see what you guys are saying. They are hangry, could not agree to verdict. Some of you guys already believe what they're talking. I just think that they're going through things, but I don't know. Refusing to deliberate, Melanie? That's a good point. Yes, U.S. versus talks about dismissing a juror after deliberation started. They still have, 4 more to go if they need to switch one, or 3? I don't think they have agreed on the instructions. I'm kind of here on this one, y'all. The jurors are slipping away. Quick, somebody get them a Snickers. There needs to be an all of the above. Oh, I should have put an all of the above. Oh, well, I didn't. You got to vote for one. But see, look, it doesn't. I think it's just they told us they don't understand the instructions. Somebody's crashing out. Oh, my gosh. Lord have mercy. I don't know, man. There's many potentials. Let me see what do we have an update? I think we have a little bit of an update, guys. Oh no, Inner City Press is covering the UMG lawyer Drake opened the door, and the third person is that when Kendrick Lamar says heard you like him, there is no surprise. Is this another case he's covering? Is he covering UMG the Drake case? I think he is. The Kendrick. Oh, so there's another trial. There's oral arguments for the Drake versus UMG Kendrick Lamar case. And he's covering it right now. Okay. There's another case hearing. I don't even want to dig into that. My ADHD can only handle one at a time. You would disagree with the juror's interpretation. All right. Well, I'm looking at the votes. You guys are voting. So could not agree to verdict is 31%. Some of you guys feel like they're already talking about the verdict. They couldn't agree to it. That's it. 18% said they are hangry and they're crashing out. 52% said does not. I don't think that I'm there with the 52%. Shout out to the 52s because I'm there with you guys. I don't think they understand the instructions. You know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah, they're confused so much what to ignore, what to consider. This is what I was saying. It's like it is confused. Like it's not a black and white situation. And I'm not saying like, and I said this from the jump before any of this popped off. I said, you guys, I'm a little worried they're going to get confused. We don't have a copy of the breakdown of those of the charging document. So it's kind of hard to even like really tell or what to consider. But I agree with you, Moni, on this. So what to ignore, what to consider, what not to put into consideration. I'm not shocked someone is confused. I blame the prosecution. Maybe there's, I mean, I'm wondering. Maybe there's more, like, it's just confusing. Were the extra instructions requested by the prosecution allowed? I don't know. That's a good question. But why isn't this a public record? Why can't we see the instructions? This guy is, you know, this isn't a, like I said, all of this. No, it's not on Pacer yet. T. Smith, thank you so much for becoming a member. Shout out to you. I don't think this is as black and white as people are making it sound to be. That's not the recent, guys. It's an old document. That's not the recent instructions. They broke those down. Remember? Those aren't the recent instructions. Hold up. Let me see if I can. I'm telling you, if they were up there, people would be watching them now. Diddy Docket would probably have it available. I don't see them. Jury instructions. I'm going to try to see what people are saying on this piece. People are talking about juror number 25. Can't follow directions. They're back at it, though. I mean, it is what it is. Now, we got pictures, guys, of outside the courtroom. Jojo, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to you. Thank you for supporting the channel, my love. Thank you. Are the daughters out there too? Okay. All right. I don't know. Are these new pictures? Because I feel like, I think these are new pictures, actually. This is his sister, right? If I remember correctly. I'm trying to see. I got to be careful, though, guys, because sometimes Twitter will show too much. Let's see. What else are people saying? It just makes you wonder if there's something else going on. Hold up. What is this? Somebody said in the shout out to Cassandra Senendo Esquire. Okay. Put a heart in there. For those wondering about the government's proposed changes to Diddy's RICO predicates and how did they get to RICO, this is it. They're suggesting that the jury only find one instance of ST, Cassie, and Jane. Okay, so this is, and we broke this down, was it last week? Counts 3 and 5 proposed instructions. The government has argued that the defendant violated federal laws regarding transportation to engage in prostitution with respects to Cassandra Ventura, among others, for count 3, and with respects to Jane, among others, to count 5, over a year's long period. To find the defendant guilty on these counts, you must be unanimous that the government proved beyond a reasonable doubt that all of the elements of the charges with respect to at least one specific instance of transportation to engage in prostitution within that period. Okay. And then she highlighted, as that specific incident of S trafficking, you must agree that all elements were met beyond a reasonable doubt, but you need not to agree as to the way in which the elements are satisfied or all the details of this instance. All of this is very confusing. It's almost like you can agree to this, but you can't agree to that. Did she? Okay, I'll check it out, Christy. Let me stop. You can agree to this, but you can't agree to that. You said Rotten Mango has instructions on the latest video? She said that she has linked something about the jury instructions. Well, is it a new? Because it's not. If it's the old document, we have the old document. Let me see. Shout out to Rotten Mango. The Diddy playlists. I'm looking. I don't see anything new. There's nothing new. Hold up. Nope. It's a lot of ads, but nothing new. I'm watching different outlets to figure out updates, guys. I honestly think they're going to go all the way to 5 and then they're going to call it a day. I don't think we're going to get anything. You said Rotten Mango be late. Yeah. I mean, they're really good. First of all, they're great, fantastic at their commentary. I mean, they're kind of like the storytelling type of commentary, which is, if you like that, that's amazing. I think it's great. Sean Diddy Combs' family arrives. Hold up. This is them arriving. While I look for another clip here. Face. Rotten Mango is, right? Yeah, this is recent, so we got pictures arriving.
I'm joined now by our Lisa Evers from Fox 5, who's been in there more than I feel like anybody else has been in there. Can you just talk a little bit about what has happened this morning? How long did it take to get the jury to go to the deliberation?
Well, this morning, Judge Arun Subramanian, who's been the judge in this case, he instructed the jury. It's called a jury charge. He went through point by point with the laws that Combs allegedly broke with these charges and how they should consider them, giving them instructions about how to handle it. And it's just, Arthur, it's a day that, like, a lot of people thought, would never come at some points, because this trial is gone on for almost 2 months. So, there were dozens of witnesses. And then about 11:30, they moved into the, around that time, not exactly, but right around that time, they moved into the jury room to begin deliberations. He's the judge. I want to say something about him in terms of the charges, because he's been very much trying to keep everything on track in terms of time, giving both the prosecution and the defense time when they needed it, giving jurors time.
I mean, but this is a speedy trial, so keep that in mind, right?
To take breaks when they needed them, and just making sure that the whole movement was leading up into this day. And here we are, they're deliberating.
Did he spend any sort of emphasis on any of those 3 categories of charges, or was it pretty even?
I think more time, I mean, I wasn't watching it on the clock because I'm like listening and taking notes and everything, I think that the most important one was the RICO, because that's the most serious one that comes with the heaviest penalties. That could come with life behind bars if he's found guilty of that, or certainly decades upon decades. And there's one RICO, there's counts, and a lot of people are confused about this too. There's 3 charges, but there's a total of 5 counts. There's one count on the racketeering, which is the RICO. There's 2 counts on the sex trafficking. There's 2 counts on.
I'm telling you, those instructions don't seem like they were easy, but I don't know. Maybe I might. I got to order these transcripts and figure out if we're going to get the full breakdown
on the transportation across state lines for prostitution. So that's your 5 right there. So they have to consider each one separately.
Do you agree with what legal analysts have told us so far, that the racketeering charge is going to be the toughest one for them to consider, that the transporting sex workers across state line, there was evidence that happened, and then somewhere in the middle?
Arthur, I could argue either way on each of those points, because initially people were saying no way are they going to get RICO, and then they were like, they don't have the evidence that the Bad Boy Worldwide, Combs' entire company, was a criminal enterprise. I mean, the guy was making hit records, he was running all these businesses, he had all these lifestyle brands, he had the clothing brand, all of these things that were generating millions of dollars, actually so much money that he was on the billionaire list a number of times. So that one's a complex one. On the other hand, other attorneys that I've spoken to who have tried these cases and who follow these cases very closely, these RICO cases, said that at least depending upon the prosecution, depending upon the jury, they only need to have 2 predicate acts, evidence of 2 crimes, to support that RICO. So it's not as hard as everybody thinks. It really depends a lot on the jury.
Okay, a couple of last questions. What does a jury look like to you?
It just depends on the jury. Well, already one. is struggling.
Does the makeup of 8 men and 4 women matter to you? Do they look engaged today? Do they look tired?
Oh, no, they were very, very engaged and I think really ready for this day. Because, the judge said, too, this was something that did raise a few eyebrows.
I wonder, Vicky, I wonder if Mim's going to answer to that since Mims gave Bertha the name Bertha.
Trial done by the 4th of July. There's no court on Friday because it's a federal holiday. We've learned from sources that July 3rd, it's not a federal holiday, but this court building, this 500-parole court building, is scheduled for administrative closure. But I learned from sources that they will allow it to be open. They will have a section open so the jury can continue deliberating if they have not decided by Wednesday night. So,
and finally, we should point out, Sean Diddy Combs says pleaded not guilty to all these charges.
Vehemently pleaded not guilty. And I think, Arthur, that's the other thing too. Again, this tale of this two different stories, and the prosecution has maintained these are many criminal acts. They showed the Cassie video, that horrific hotel beating video, numerous times, and then the defense and saying that he's a criminal mastermind. The defense, on the other hand, saying that he's being prosecuted for his kinky threesome swinger lifestyle. These were all consenting adults, and yes, he's been abusive towards women. He's been physically violent. He has a drug problem. Basically not the greatest guy in the world, but he's definitely not guilty of these charges. So we'll see what the jury buys.
Right, seems like they agree on the same facts, but just the perspective of it that's different. Is there racketeering? Is it
day and night?
Right?
Day and night.
See, that's not the latest one. I looked at what you're talking about. That is not the latest form, my love. That's not. I know Rotten Mango put it in there on their last video. That's not the latest one. This is the one that was submitted on the 21st of June. They have a new one. So we were looking at that too, actually. And I just got tagged. Let me see. Here it is. Somebody said, has anyone posted an online on judges' instructions? They have not. No, the final charging instructions are not on the docket, like many others, as Senior City Press has tirelessly pointed out. We have not seen it. I don't understand why we don't have them out now, so that way we, the public, are aware of what the jury is looking at. And the transcripts are not available yet. So I will be, hopefully, if I get them at some point, we'll be reviewing them. But let me see if I can, hold up, y'all. Thank you, Angela. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hold up. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me, I might have to send a heads up. I mean, I don't know. Are they going to stay? Do the transcript people get to leave? Are we going to have transcripts? I guess that's the question that I have. We'll see. I think they have to have somebody on standby for transcripts, in case they have to come back and meet and everything and then go back up. But no, we don't have an update, guys. We don't. It's literally the waiting game now officially begins. Okay? It does. And I think BJ will be up live hopefully soon because, with her being out there, she kind of can give us the look into the courtroom when she settles in and then kind of go through all the legal, because you guys know she's definitely the legal person for this. What is this? Hold up. Let me show you guys. What is this? Oh, is this Rotten Mango when she was at court? Why does it say what did she say?
I just spent 8 hours in a room with Diddy. This is my first time leaving the house in 3 months, and I'm at a federal courthouse in New York City. This is day 2 of jury selection for Diddy's trial. And it was, okay, listen, there's no video cameras allowed. There's nothing. It's not being live streamed, and there's only 3 rows of press that were allowed inside. Listen, the sketch artists are so good, but something about seeing him in person in the same room was so intense. He would turn around and make eye contact with each members of the press and just everyone in the courthouse. And the way that we can describe the way he looks, because there's no pictures allowed, so we don't really know, but the way he looks is okay.
Why does it say sorry to koalas disclaimer? Is this where the koala stuff came from? It's old, right? Is this where the koala stuff came from?
Oh, yeah, if I was a fan, they watched him with the fucking Super Bowl, some shit like that,
Oh, everybody's outside. Shout out to Dodge.
Shout out
Dodge here.
All right. Give me that envelope when I get home.
It is. It's interesting.
Speculation. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Yo.
It all comes out.
You do realize that Diddy initially.
What's up, down the rabbit hole?
I don't want to be like going down and promoting no conspiracy on here, but let me tell
People
y'all
feel
this,
it.
right? He initially offered to pay $50 million for bail. He still got that money somewhere. Imagine what he's willing to do when he can't get bail. How is he going to use that money then? I'll take all the money.
Rabbit, shoot me a message if you'd want me to be on.
Just help some
I
guy
can
out.
even record the scene
I'm
for you.
telling, it might be a
No
little
pressure.
unethical. I'll admit it.
Shoot me a
I ain't afraid to
comment
admit it.
section.
But if I don't gotta work again, just to put one man, like get him off the hook. Fuck, I'll take that $50 million.
Yeah, I am available now. You want to do something?
Yes,
Awesome.
sending you the link.
I can't. I'm in the body.
I guess just email me a link. You're the best.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't.
Hold up.
I'm in the body of Christ. I can't do that.
Awesome. All right, guys, I'm going to sign off to be on with Rabbit.
Come over.
Follow, check out Down the Rabbit Hole News, and I'll be talking with her and probably filming more of the scene. Cool. So Rabbit's sending me the link. Check out, again, Down the Rabbit Hole News. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe. And watch me in a few minutes on Down the Rabbit Hole News.
All right. Dodge is
Appreciate all that.
the scene, you guys. This is Dodge's page for those that don't know. Make sure you guys check him out. Journalist. He is out there too. He's been following this case as well. I just sent him the link so we can have a quick little chat while I still have some time. Yes, Dodge. Make sure if Ahmad can drop, I'm sure Ahmad will drop a channel here pretty soon, but this is Dodge. I just sent him the link. So hopefully he'll get it right away. Feel like we were like telecommunicating. Are you available now? Do you want to, what's going on? You said maybe juror 25 doesn't want to proceed, or maybe he panicked. Maybe. It's a lot of maybes, y'all. A lot of maybes. I don't know. It's so hard to even know what to even expect. Clearly, I just sent the link to Dodge, so we'll have to wait a little bit. Oh my goodness. I said, I think it depends on the crime and the jury, but I was a jury where we took a vote right away. I can't remember. I don't feel like we took one right away anonymously. We wrote it on a sheet in the paper. The foreman looked at it. Yeah, but even if you voted right away, would that be means to say that you can't follow instructions? See, that's the thing is I don't understand. It's been a couple of years since I did jury duty. It could very well be the case, but is that like to say, well, you can't follow instructions just because you didn't vote how everybody voted? I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Okay, I see Dodge.
What up?
Hi. I just shared your page. Welcome. Hold up now.
Thank you. How are you?
Good. Let me see if we can make a different hold up. Let me remove this comment. How you doing?
It's loud here. Can you make your thing like louder on my end?
On your end? I don't know. Let me see.
On yeah. If not, because it's hard to hear. Last time I could hear you fine.
Let me see if I can do it.
Cool. I appreciate it. My default avatar.
Okay, speak.
All right. I can hear you better.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. I think I adjusted your mic volume very high. Unless, can you hear me, or I can still keep going?
No, I'll have to put my ear next to you. I'll have to put you next to my ear, unfortunately.
Okay. Dodge, how's it going? Tell me what's going on. Were you in the courtroom?
Yeah, it's been a very interesting scene. The jury still has not issued a verdict, which means, the longer they take to reach a verdict, the more likely it is Diddy will get off. So not a great sign in that regard. And then there was a lot of back and forth conversation about one juror apparently not properly following instructions. And some people who have been talking to me feel that most of them want to declare not guilty, and there's one that's holding off for saying he's guilty, and so therefore the jurors want to narc on that one person so they could get rid of him and reach a verdict. So a lot of wrenches.
Oh, wait. But I feel like we just started and already we're having issues?
Yeah. And already we're having issues. And look, in other federal trials, the moment the jury is supposed to deliberate, they might take an hour or 2 hours. The fact that they're probably not even going to reach a verdict today is like a big red flag, I would say.
Oh my! You don't think it's a little too premature to say that, or what are your like? I don't know.
Say that again.
You don't think it's a little too premature to say that?
So now you're quieter again. Say it one more time. I apologize.
You don't think it's too premature to say that?
Yeah, it would be premature. Yeah, I mean, at this point, you never know, and they could just take a while to deliberate. There's also a myriad of charges, right? So if you're looking at 5 different things, you might find some guilty out of 4 of the 5, or even 5 out of the 5. But you're going to want to deliberate very carefully in all of those charges. In other situations, it might be 1 or 2. But the fact that there are so many more, it just might mean that they want to take their time with each specific charge.
Were you there when the judge read the whole entire charge document?
Yeah, the judge wasn't specific. Okay. I heard it. All the judge said was, we'll reconvene and have a discussion about this, because he was sent that note. So the judge himself didn't really react to if the jury was guilty of any sort of violation or not guilty of it. And he didn't even really admonish everybody. He just essentially said, let's add this new procedure so people could confer, and essentially kick the can down the road.
Okay, Dodge, do me a favor, just so there's no misunderstandings. What happened with juror number 25, from what you understand? Because there's some confusion in the chat about whether they are going to be, he wanted to vote one way, or he understood the instructions, or what exactly happened.
Yeah, so we don't have a definitive answer. Some people are saying they already do, but there's been no definitive answer anywhere in the press or from any really reliable source. All that's happened now is that there was a note saying that specific number, juror 25, didn't follow the instructions properly, and that there would be some time for discussion. Beyond that, a lot of it is hearsay. So I heard from 2 different people that the jury, that one jury member wants to find Diddy guilty and the others don't. And I said, who do you hear that from? And they said, from another YouTuber. And the other YouTuber said, well, I heard it from another YouTuber and not from an actual, court source or anything like that. So I think any discussions on the actions of what, or rulings on juror 25 are not accurate.
Gotcha. Well, thank you so much, Dodge. I'm not going to keep you, because I see your ear canal, and I don't want to keep you on for too long.
No, you're all right. I'll try to get my audio fixed for next. Whoops.
Sounds good.
I'll try to get my audio fixed for next time. I appreciate the patience.
Thank you. And thank you for streaming and helping us out. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. You're the best. Thank you, guys.
Make sure you guys check out Dodge. This is his channel. Let me add it back on the stage. Here it is. You guys check him out. I think he's just repeating what people are saying. He's not speaking definitive, and there was a mic issue and stuff like that. Sylvia, thank you so much for the 1999. Awesome job. Do your thing. On the ground, rabbit. Listen. Thank you, Sylvia. I appreciate it. I couldn't have done it without your guys' support. And thank you guys for supporting the channel. It really means a lot to me. Like, literally means a lot to me. Thank you. Now, hold up. I see BJ on the streets of the Twitter. Hold up. Let me see what's going on. So, Inner City Press is reporting on a different case. He said the bots get bodier when you actually show up to court. Oh, Lord have mercy. Did something else happen in court? I swear, man. It's one thing after another. No update from CNN, guys. We're literally on jury watch. It is, what time is it over there? Hold up. And I did download the, it is what? 3? It's about to be 3 o'clock over there. And I think they're going to go all the way to 5, right? If I'm understanding that correctly. Let me know. You said there's no way all but one would say not guilty. I don't know, man. Listen, we don't even know. I'm not there. We're not there. Who knows? To be a fly in that courtroom would be amazing. I'll say that much. To be a fly in that courtroom would be great. But let me know what you guys think. Shout out to Rabbit for calling on the boots on the ground. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is stream with BJ Rabbit. I will try, except you guys know I gotta log off at like 3 o'clock Eastern because I gotta check on Baby Bunny. We're just waiting. We're on verdict watch. So if I go live again, I'm gonna see about ordering the transcripts for today. And see if we have the form for the charge document, which I don't understand why that's being sealed from us. Why does it seem like we can't even get the basic forms? That's what I want to know. They said the letter and what was written back has been released by BBC. New name. What do you mean? What's been released by BBC? Let me know. I don't know, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see. To be a fly on that, to be a rabbit, be a fly on that wall. That's what I would like to know. You know, different YouTubers are going to say different things, guys. This is what we have to understand. You can infer a bunch of things from different things, you know. And I think, like I said, we can infer a little bit of different things. Hold up. What is this? Give me 1 second. What did I see about Tupac? Oh, then there's the use of AI voice of Tupac. Judge says, so this is a Drake lawyer. They're going back and forth on the UMG case. I'll have to read that. That sounds very interesting. I feel like I'm so behind that one. It feels like something is being kept secret and we don't know what. Well, I don't know. I know he had some issues with the sound though, so it's kind of hard to like figure this out. It's 9 a.m. in the Netherlands, and I hope the verdict comes through. Well, I mean, when do you think we're going to get a verdict? That's the question. Is it going to be today? I don't think it's going to be today. I don't think it's going to be today. I think it's honestly going to be mañana or definitely before Friday, my opinion. Definitely before Friday, but we're not going to get a verdict. Oh my God, TMZ, the end of Diddy. Diddy's trial bombshell, a verdict nears. Oh God, shut the hell up, Harvey. Nobody likes you. Literally. We have so many AI pictures. Oh my God, I got to tell you guys about an article that was written while we wait to hear some news. I got to show you guys an article. They were calling out YouTubers. Of course, they were calling us out. Don't we always get called out? TMZ doesn't get called out, but we get called out. I got to show you guys an article. And it's on the Diddy trial. If I can upload it. Come on. The Guardian wrote an article on fake AI. I don't know if you guys saw it. I saw it last night. Fake AI generated videos about the Diddy trial, and it was the Guardian. I got to look at. I didn't read it all, but I saw it and I said, "Oh, I'm going to talk about this one right here while we wait." Okay? I don't know if you guys saw this. Fake AI generated videos about Diddy trial are ranking millions in views on YouTube. So the channel serving AI slop featured videos full of false claims about celebs and their involvement with Sean Diddy Combs, okay, for quick cash. Some of these, I don't know how people can't tell that they're fake at all. How are these like people not knowing that these are fake, y'all? Like they're fake. They're fake. Look at the AIs. Made break silent. Look at all those babies. Look at the thumbnails. Keanu Reeves on the stand. Did he force me to do it? Keanu Reeves has never even been mentioned one time in this whole thing. Why is he on a thumbnail? Crazy. Hold up. They're all AI videos. He is not. We will be bringing him back at some point. You said I reported a lot of them. It's crazy. Look at this. They got the maid with the baby. Like, what is that supposed to be? Look at these pictures. Oh, I can look. I can zoom in. They put the babies in the basket and they got blood all over them. Like, really? They really did that? That's crazy. But YouTube doesn't do anything about that. I know. And I've had to like, don't recommend me this AI channel. They are like AI farms. Dozens of YouTube channels are mixing AI-generated images and videos with false claims about Sean Diddy Combs' blockbuster trial to pull in tens of millions of views on YouTube and cash in on misinformation. 26 channels generated 70 million views from roughly 900 AI-infused Diddy videos over the past 12 months, according to data gathered from YouTube. But what are you doing about it, YouTube? Because I'm seeing them all the time. The channels appear to follow a similar formula. Each video typically has a title and AI-generated thumbnail that links a celebrity to Diddy via false claims, such as that the celebrity just testified at the trial. Keanu Reeves has never testified at this trial. Matter of fact, he's never even been mentioned. He's like one of the less problematic people in the industry. Keanu Reeves, actually, I've heard really good things about Keanu Reeves. Pretty good guy from what I've heard. I don't know. The thumbnails often depict celebrities on the stand juxtaposed with the image of Diddy. Some depict Diddy and the celebrity in a compromising situation. The vast majority of the thumbnails are made up quotes meant to shock people, such as F me for 16 hours. Diddy F Bieber for life or life. She sold me to Diddy. Oh my God. So I'm just skimming through some of this. But some of the names that have been dropped, Leonardo DiCaprio, which I'm like, I don't know about that being too fake, but okay. He's not on the trial, of course. Brad Pitt, Will Smith, Justin Bieber. He was a name that was dropped, if I remember correctly, though. A lot of these people's were. And so they're getting called out by name. Celebrity Buzz, Fame Fuel, Peeper. Well, if YouTube is not shutting down these channels, it's because they're also generating an income from these titles, right? Like you're also generating an income from the fake news, right? Well, and it's Vic, tell me how many times, and my mods could probably tell you, how many times have I not been live on something and literally you know that the person's like will say it with all their chest and say, oh yes, this is real news. And then they'll drop that channel and it's a channel, it's like an AI bot farm channel. There's no legitimacy behind the channel and it's all fake. How many of those have we not seen already? It's a bit ridiculous in my opinion, but we have a lot of them. It's too many. And then they'll come into the chat and then they'll say, oh, well, I watched it on BuzzFame or some shit like that. And it's like, wait, what? What is that? And it's nothing but a narrative. It's all fake news, but people buy it. And here we are reading the transcripts and people still believe that crap. Kind of have to wonder, like, y'all believe that? Okay, keep believing it. All right, guys, I do have to head out, y'all. I have to head out, but I'm gonna keep my eye and my ear on the street to figure out where we're at with the verdict. I gotta go get some rest, y'all. I've been live for 6 hours, so I gotta go. I want to thank everybody for supporting me today. Thank you, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Make sure you guys check out BJ. She'll probably be live later today with the verdict watch and all that other stuff. Go check her out. Hey, and thank you guys for being here. You didn't have to be here, but you are. That's amazing to me. Like, thank you guys. Thank you. And I'm having a little bit of a moment because I'm like, I really grew to like some of you guys, argue with some of you guys, love some of you guys. So I hope I get to see you again, if between now and the verdict. I mean, I might go live tomorrow and figure things out. I'll probably go out live tonight too, depending if we have I'm gonna be on watch, okay? I'm gonna be like a doctor, like a on call, okay? All right, guys. Is it Cheer Chris? Thank you so much for the $9.99. Thank you. Aw, y'all gonna make me cry. All right, I'll see you guys later. Bye. Hit the like button. Bye, guys.